set, go.
Hey there everybody, it's Scalaris here for PUBG at the Esports World Cup, and with me this time I have Sonics, the boys from America, looking to steal it all. Oh, okay, I'll calm down a little bit. Don't laugh at me already, what is this?
We're getting crazy.
Yeah, I'm tired, right? I'm delusional, I've been here for weeks.
Yeah.
All right, we've got Shrimsy and we've got Kickstart to talk about exactly what's going to go down. First things first, man. How you guys been? It's been a little while since I've seen you. You've been grinding. You've been practicing.
Yeah, I mean it's been fantastic. We won our last tournament by like 80 points or something. And
yeah.
we've been double blocking ever since, and it's been enjoyable. It's been fun.
How about you, Kickstart?
Just been focusing on like things that we think we can improve on, and just grinding scrims pretty much. That's it.
Okay, so off the back of that, what were the things that you think you can improve on?
I don't want to go into it in like too much detail,
Sure,
but we have like a partnership between me and him now that we're playing in game, and
Oh, how romantic.
yeah, it's pretty romantic. But we pretty much have to be right beside each other 24/7.
Yeah.
And it's been working very well, and we implemented that before we won our last tournament, and it worked very well, obviously, in that one. So
Sure.
mainly that we've been focusing on, I think.
Anything more to elaborate on that, or you want to keep this love situation?
Just our chemistry.
Yeah.
You know, our partnership, our chemistry. It's going well. Did well.
I'm glad we phrased it like this. It's lovely. So what you're saying is that Tig and H-Win have got their own thing going on there.
You know, they like to split apart.
Yeah.
And we like to be together.
Yeah.
So when we all group up, it's really nice.
It's a beautiful friendship.
It's beautiful. It's so
Beautiful,
nice,
beautiful. So talk to me about coming into the tournament. Obviously, I mean, we can talk about the qualifier in a moment's time. Obviously, you said that you dominated it, and of course that's true. PGS3 and PGS4, that's kind of our litmus test for this tournament, right? In terms of what happens internationally. PGS3, cool beans, right? Like, to a degree. Not quite first, but, you know, cool. PGS4,
Yeah.
guys, what happened, mate?
That's what we were working on. You know, we didn't have a structure yet.
Yeah.
You know, that was our second and third internationals with Matt, and you know, we were just kind of figuring things out as we go. It takes time, and you know, PGS3 went really well, so we thought things were going well, and then PGS4 was a really big wake-up call. So now we're implementing things to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Your perspective, Kick?
Pretty much exactly what he said. I only had played PGC before with Sonics, so
True.
it was still pretty fresh. And then we went and got second. We almost won. And then PGS4 obviously happened, and I think that's why we like put into some structures and made sure that we were more consistent, because PGS4 quals was definitely like our wake-up call. Like, you know, maybe we're not amazing without some structure, and we have cracks, you know, in our system, and we're trying to fix them as much as we can.
Do you feel like, this is speaking a bit more bigger picture, do you feel like the North American or America's play style and your qualifiers, do you think that hinders your transition to international tournaments? The reason I ask is because you and Falcons kind of just dominate the region, and especially if you're that many points ahead in the qualifiers, you really dominate.
Yeah.
Does it set a tone coming into internationals where you're like, okay, well, all of these teams are suddenly good? Or like, how do you make that transition? What do you think about it?
Well, since we have Gunnar on the team, since we implemented him on the team in 2023 last year at the beginning, all of our focus went towards internationals because we did get global partners, so we didn't really have to worry so much about the regionals.
Correct.
And ever since then, we've done extremely well internationally, except for PGS4, obviously.
Yeah.
So going into like regionals, we're kind of worried about ourselves and not so much other teams, because we'll only see a few of them internationally. But we got really sick of not winning regionals because it's been like 5 or 6 events since we won a regional. So we were just focusing on ourselves, and then we got really in depth with the other teams around us and the regionals, and you know, when we put the time in, we could do well.
How does that transition go for you, Kick? You think like, do you agree? Do you disagree with my opinion? You can tell me, shut up, Kalaris, all right? Like,
No, I mean, I think it's really weird for us because our region is kind of dwindled down, and we don't have like a ton of talent in our region anymore.
It's a bit shallow.
So yeah, it's like we're converging with a SA, and it's kind of like a lot of ping. So it's really weird. It's honestly just like we're playing all year to come to internationals, and that's like our main focus. So I definitely think it's a weird switch up. Like when you get into a lobby and everyone can 2-tap you, you know, across the map.
Yeah.
In you know, it's not so likely, and you can get away with like way riskier stuff.
Well, I don't think we're playing with the muzzle breaker, right?
We're not.
So,
thank goodness. Throw us in PNC.
That thing's insane. Yeah, we'll see. So obviously I've been talking with Twisted Minds as well. They say that they're going for the back-to-back here. What do you think your expectations are for this tournament? How confident are you coming in relative to the rest of the international lobby?
I think any tournament we go into, we expect to at least be top 3.
Yep.
Obviously, Twisted, very, very talented. Every event they do really well. We expect them to be up there as well.
Yep.
And then you have like teams like Cerberus and EA did really well. They've been consistent. Navi's been consistent.
Cerberus
you
is in a weird
Pero.
situation though, no? Like,
A little, yeah. I don't know what is going on over there, but I still expect them to do well.
Sure.
Because they have a lot of chemistry with Sololzi and Duckmaya, because he's been their sub for a long
there
time.
before, yeah.
Yeah, so I still expect them to do well. I don't expect them to go crazy out. Obviously, I think they'll do a little worse because I think Taken's very good.
Yep.
But yeah, I think we expect to be top 3 no matter what.
Fair. Opinions on Rondo being now an inclusion, now kind of not exactly the focus. Obviously, we only play one of it per day here, Kick. But what's your opinion of Rondo? You like it? You dislike it? What do you like about it? Or dislike about it?
I think it's been pretty fun, honestly. I was against it because like the rocks, the way that they work when it came out, but in an A so far, like not really anyone plays them because they're pretty bad. Like you can get shot from pretty much every direction. So honestly, I don't mind the map like that much. I think it's pretty good. There's a lot of playable terrain, you know.
Yep.
I think the water shifts work very well on that map, and you can kind of just play around the zone. You know where it's going a lot of the time because there's rocks and water. So I don't mind it. I think it's pretty fun. I don't know if he has the same opinion, but
I agree.
I think it's a pretty good map.
I was trying to find a land ratio map. Obviously, I mean, these are kind of things that are kind of important, right? I mean, obviously, you know that the rocks are important. You know that small bodies of water are important. And people were like, you got to pay for that. And I was like, guys.
Nothing's free out here.
No, what is this? Help. All right, like, I just want to know. Do you have any more detailed thoughts regarding Rondo?
No, I really liked Vikendi as well. I think Vikendi was a good map, so them trading out a good map for a good map is fine.
Sure.
And I think it's really exciting because not a lot of people have practice on it. Like I know a bunch of the other regions don't play a lot of public matches compared to like North America. So we kind of do have a little bit more of an advantage, but obviously teams like Twisted that just do a crazy amount of research, they'll be very well versed on the map. Yeah. So I expect them to be good matches. I don't expect teams to just not know what to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean the map is really good and I like it.
Do you think they should have taken away Tego instead of Vikendi?
No.
No?
Tego's very good as
You
well.
like Tego?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I don't like Vikendi personally, but
Okay.
I think it's like the best rotation we have right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty good, yeah.
I think Destin's terrible, so hopefully that never comes in. But I don't like Vikendi at all.
Fast forward to next year.
It's just Dest on wall to wall.
Yeah. 6 matches of Destin.
It's definitely an interesting map, as Destin, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Ah, dear me. So obviously we come into a tournament where we have an unusual situation because it's only 12 maps in the final compared to our usual international of 18. What do you make of that?
I think longer tournaments are better. I think 18 is better than 12, but it's not an excuse to not do well. It's not an excuse to, have bad games or anything. So I don't think that the team that wins will be like, oh, they don't deserve it, blah, blah, blah. They'll still deserve it. It doesn't matter if it's 6, 12, 18. If you win, you probably deserve it. So no excuses. It's 12 maps. That's what the tournament is. You got to play it. And, hopefully for future it'll be 18, but it's okay.
That's a very level-headed opinion, Trimsy. I appreciate that.
I do my best.
Yeah, thank you. All right, well, any final words before we let you guys go? Kickstart, I'll start with you.
Nope. I mean, other than the travel, everything's been amazing.
Yeah.
And Gamers Day last year was also amazing. It's like the best treatment we ever get
You like
in
the food here?
any tournament. Yeah, I mean, the food's amazing. The buffets, everything is just really good, honestly. And the hospitality and everything we get treated is just insane here.
Yeah.
We've only been here for like a day, but I already feel like just taken care of completely by these guys. So it's just an amazing tournament so far.
The setup's insane.
Yeah.
Like last year, obviously, Gamers Day, the setup was great, and I was like, "There's no way they can top that." And then all of a sudden, I come here and like it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Everything's
it's insane.
gold, white, and black, and it's like, I like the color palette. It's really nice. Like, oh, cool.
Yeah. They're setting us up really well. They always treat us well. Saudi always does a good job.
Yeah.
They always have good structure. Like we know what we're doing. We know when we're doing it. We know how we're doing it. They have buffets for us every day. We have our own solo rooms. Like they just do it. They do it right.
Why are we so focused on the buffet now that I think about it?
Because the food is
food's really
fantastic.
sick. Yeah,
There's just so many options.
Yeah.
Like, the buffet is just massive, and there's like 3 of them a day. It's just like, I could gain weight here. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
Pretty easily.
I had to be in the gym 10 days out of 14 when I was here for previous titles. I'm like, there's no way I cannot go to the gym every day. Like, Thank you very much, boys. That was Shrimsy and Kickstart here for Sonics. My name's Kalaris. We'll see you for the tournament. It's going to be excellent.
Hello PUBG fans, Or, I suppose in this case, PUBG Clans. Because this month is all about giving you new tools to rally your clanmates, so you can rise together and survive together. Starting with update 31.1, you'll have access to clan missions, a new clan supply airplane, clan tokens to purchase rewards from a new shop, and other clan exclusive rewards. You'll start by ranking up the new clan supply airplanes class as your clan completes clan challenges together. You'll have a full week to complete challenges once they appear. Planes downgrade a bit each week, so make sure you're always contributing to keep them in top shape. As your clan upgrades your airplane, your clanmates will earn better rewards for opening the clan loot caches they earn by completing clan member missions. Rank it up and rake it in. We'll also be running clan mission events throughout the month, with ways to earn other cool rewards. Finally, in August, we'll be running the PUBG Clan Cup Summer 2024. This regional tournament is your clan's chance to shine above all others and earn some great rewards. More info about what to expect from the PUBG Clan Cup will be coming out soon, so keep your eye out for more details. Full details on all the Clan Month features can be found in the Update 31.1 patch notes and on the official website. Summer is heating up, so remember, the clan that burns together, earns together. Complete missions, rank up your supply airplane, earn cool stuff, and show the rest of your region what your clan is made of. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hello and welcome to PUBG at the Esports World Cup. I am joined by James from FaZe Clan right now. James, you've literally been here for less than 24 hours, but I've got to ask you the question anyway. What's your first impression of the Esports World Cup?
It's massive. I see signs everywhere. Beautiful hotel here, and yeah, I mean, I haven't been outside the hotel, so I haven't seen much yet.
Just here to the venue, yeah, it's going to be incredible. When you go and you see the venue, I mean, you were even here last year, weren't you, for Gamers 8?
Yeah.
And it was phenomenal then. It's bigger and better now, so I hope you're prepared. Now, speaking of preparations, how have preparations been leading up to this tournament for you and the team?
I think they've been pretty good. We've been able to play more online tournaments lately we've been able to play more online tournaments than usual. So just having a bunch of tournaments to play is the best practice we can have, really.
Yeah, of course, and obviously the qualifier to get here to the Esports World Cup, you guys won that, so that's got to have done a world of good for your confidence, right?
Yeah, it was really nice to play a tournament where we have pressure, because a lot of times, since we are a global partner team, we get the invites to events and stuff, but to this one we had to qualify, and to play with pressure, I feel like that makes us play better.
Definitely, it kind of prepares you for the main stage, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now, speaking of kind of the way that you and your teammates play, typically, I've been speaking to the talents, I've had a little bit of preparation with them. Typically, you guys have a slower start and you build, and then you kind of end with a flurry in the grand finals.
Yeah.
This format, you got a best of 12 final,
yeah.
So it's quite a short stacked run. Does that kind of impact you guys, do you think? Do you feel like you're gonna have to be forced to come out swinging straight away?
Kind of, yeah. It's definitely, we really need a good day one, and preferably a good day two as well, but I think day one is huge. You need to start fast, and it's kind of been a FaZe thing to build up slowly.
Yeah.
Not sure how we're gonna deal with that, but I guess we'll figure it out.
Figure it out on the main stage on the day, and it's going to be amazing. I'm sure of it. Now, you and your teammates have actually been together for quite some time, comparatively to other teams that switch out players quite often.
Yeah.
You've been together since February 2023.
Yeah.
So do you feel like that team synergy that you guys have kind of puts you a slot above the rest?
Yeah, definitely. I think PUBG is all about building for the future. It's a game where you don't have a lot of repetition. And I think repetition is so important in this game. So it's hard to get repetition. And the only way to get it is to play a lot together. And with repetition, I think you figure out where people fit the best, how to play zones. And yeah, I think just being together for a long time is one of the most important things in PUBG.
Yeah, I think we've kind of mentioned how you guys are feeling coming into this and the synergy that you guys bring to the table. Let's have a couple of questions about some other teams, because who do you feel is your biggest rival coming into this competition? Who do you want to see out there on the map?
I think Twist is the best team in the world, and Sonics is pretty good on LAN. Everyone else is kind of a wild card. I'm not really sure what to expect from like China and Korea. But yeah, definitely looking out for Twist and Sonics.
Looking out for them. I like that. Now, let's talk about the dark horse of the competition, because, you know, there's always a team, there's always an org that just suddenly has this weird clicking moment on LAN events, and they'll just come in with an absolute flourish of kills, wins, whatever you want to call it. So who do you feel like is the dark horse coming into the Esports World Cup?
It's so hard to say, because it's always just anybody that can pop off in this game. It's so much about momentum. In PGS we saw E-Arena, so it could literally be any team at this event.
Bit of a coin flip sometimes, isn't
Yeah.
it? Now, let's talk about you for a sec. How did you personally become a pro player? What was the process like?
I got lucky, in my opinion. I just playing a lot of video games for fun as a hobby. Always not competing at the high level, but I've always like reached like the top ladder in every video game I played. Like I always was high rating in like League of Legends and Counter-Strike, and then a friend bought me PUBG, and suddenly I just got invited to play on a team.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just suddenly, just like that.
Kind of, yeah. Well, not just like that. It took some time of playing, but it was never something I aimed for.
I also feel like in order to become a pro and in order to reach this level, you've got to have a good support network around you. Who do you say is your biggest supporter?
Definitely my family. They watch all my games. And yeah, before I started making money off of gaming, they weren't the biggest fans, but they also didn't like take my internet or my computer from me.
They didn't like squash your dream.
Yeah, literally. So yeah, they're definitely my biggest support system.
Shout out to James's family. Thank you so much for joining me in the interview, bro, and good luck at the Esports World Cup.
Thank you.
Follow my lead!
Shut up! You can't even run properly!
What the?
A big update to the clan system, some new and updated weapon attachments, and a new ranked season. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.1 patch report. First up, clans are getting a big update as we head into a full month of clan-related fun. Your clan will now have weekly clan challenges to work towards, and individual clan member missions to complete for various rewards. As your clan finishes clan challenges together, you'll start to rank up your new clan supply airplanes class. As your supply airplane improves, you'll get better rewards from the new clan loot caches you receive for completing clan member missions. Your clan airplane's class will degrade a bit each week, so make sure you keep at those missions to ensure the best possible rewards. In addition, clans will earn new clan tokens each time their clan reaches an XP milestone. These tokens can be used in the new clan token store, which lets you purchase things like new clan tag plates, sandbox mode tickets for clan members, hunter's chest tickets, and more. Finally, we've got a brand new weapon attachment coming your way. The new muzzle brake can be attached to ARs, DMRs, or shotguns, and will significantly reduce camera shake while firing, while also helping slightly with horizontal and vertical recoil. Some existing attachments have also gotten an update, so check out the patch notes to see what's new. There are also some performance improvements, improvements to Rondo's terrain, a new ranked season, and more. So make sure you check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.1 is here, so assemble the team, upgrade your supply airplane, and trick out your gunplay with the new and updated attachments. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hello everybody, Quick Shot here, the host of EWC Central. Yesterday, Group B finished their group stage, and today is the final chance for teams from Groups A and C to secure enough points to advance to the playoffs. Now let's check out how the notable teams are performing in the Club Championship and how they're faring in our overall EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by SDC. So, of course, it is the Guangdong Freaks in the lead after day 2. And while the club is not eligible for the Club Championship yet, they do have 2 players in the top 8 of Tekken, as well as a very strong-looking team here in PUBG. So they could secure the club a small share or a large share of the $20 million prize pool, depending on how those performances pan out. Now, for Lunar Galaxy, it was a tough day in the office. Only 15 points have been secured after 6 maps played, finding them 22nd out of the 24 teams at the bottom of our standings. That's a big thumbs down for Lunar Galaxy. And the reason that's important in the overall picture is that if Lunar Galaxy want to convert Jafonzo's 1,000 points from his EAFC win to additional Club Championship prize money, they need a monumental day today to not get eliminated in the group stage. And then they also need to make top 8 on the finals days. The teams to watch for strong finishes in PUBG are going to be Na'Vi, who did finish yesterday's games in 3rd place. Twisted Minds, they are the pre-tournament favorites. They would love to jump from this side to this side of my graphic. Look at how many extra zeros there are. And of course, reminders. Team Falcons are locked in at 1st place, so it is a race for 2nd. Team Liquid, no teams this weekend. For Team BDS, Lunar Galaxy, as well as Tiamba, they do need that 2nd top 8 finish to be eligible. And there are a number of teams below Tiamba from 17 onwards, hoping to get a share of the $20 million prize pool. If you'd like any more updates on the EWC Club Championship overall, as well as every other game taking place here at EWC in Week 8, our final week of the event, and why don't you tune to our show, EWC Central. We have experts from every single game. We have interviews, chats, we play games. You can find us from 3 until 7 at twitch.tv/EWC and youtube.com/@EWC. I've been your host, Quickshot, and this has been another episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by SDC.
Welcome to the Boulevard. And you might be thinking to yourself, is the Esports World Cup the only thing that's at the Boulevard? And the answer is no. Now, as gamers, what do we love nothing more than? We love nothing more than winning in games. And I'm at a Carnival, and I'm going to test my accuracy right here, right now. From behind the line, here we go. There's one. That's definitely a no. But I got it back, so that's fine. And there's 2. And we're going to try one more. Ah, my accuracy is terrible. But hey-ho, power's up next. I can't lie. As a gamer, I'm a little bit upset about how inaccurate I am, but it's time for power, and I'm a 6'2" guy looking to knock some of these down. So here we go. Here's the first. There's 2. That was terrible. And there's another 2, but there's still one standing, and there's one more game to go. Okay. There's a reason why I don't have any accuracy, any power. It's probably the reason why I'm not competing here at the Esports World Cup. But we've got one left, don't we? We've got precision. So if I can get one of these in top of the milk can, I win. Let's give it a go. Whoa. That's a no. I am so not a gamer. And, oh, okay. Well, you know what? It is what it is. Sometimes you just got to admit defeat. You know, 23 of the teams here competing at PUBG at the Esports World Cup have to admit defeat as well, and only one can take home the lion's share of $2 million. Let's find out who. You may not be accurate. You may not be powerful. You may not be precise, but ice cream heals all wounds.
It's day 3 of PUBG at the Esports World Cup. And you know what that means? It means today the group stage ends. And that also means that 8 teams are going to be sent packing. Now, we haven't really emphasized too much about these guys. You remember the one that I found yesterday in the box backstage? Yeah, I found it. So these teams are going to be sent home and their keys will be crushed along with their hopes and dreams of staying in this competition. This is my favorite part of this whole competition. So I'm going to get to crush one in 3, 2, 1. Oh, really? Who thought it would be funny to turn off the machine, guys? Seriously? Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to take this one home with me. Wonder how much I can get for this.
All right, the final day of groups. Let's figure out which of these teams is moving through into that grand final, as we already know some names from our previous group who have managed to find themselves a spot. However, it is dicey up towards the top. And what's important here for our group stage, in my mind, it is the closest group stage of all time here for PUBG. Joining me to my left-hand side to talk about things, we've got Cameron, we've got Avenger to break down what's going to be going on. Guys, do you agree? You keep pointing at each other. Is it the best of all time?
I'll say when we looked at Group A and B, it could very much feel like that was one of the hardest 2 kind of matchup and groups we've seen. But so far, it looks like it's only 2, 3, maybe even 4 teams that are kind of falling behind. We have 20 very competitive teams, and it's really going to come down to how well they're going to be able to come out of the gate.
Cameron, agree with us? Quick.
Yeah, listen, that scoreboard is going to be insane. It's so very tight in the middle. We don't have that many heavy leaders on the points.
True.
I genuinely cannot tell where the cutoff is going to be this time.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know either. It is going to be down to the wire for sure. Let's take a look at those Doritos reactions from yesterday. The top reactions brought to you by Doritos. And yesterday, it was a very emotionally charged Avenger. If you think about, especially towards the end, FaZe, Cerberus, 4 a.m., trying to all clinch that final game. And on the opposite side of that, huge performances from the likes of Freaks and TSM to push them to the forefront.
Yeah, and Guangdong Freaks as well. It was crazy how many points they were able to get on the day, and it made it harder for everyone else to garner some of these points. And we were looking at each other. We were looking at each other in the green room. We were saying, you know what, guys? Is it over for FaZe and Cerberus with 1 game to go?
Yeah.
But they managed to clinch it. They managed to both get over that kind of 60-point cutoff line that we have as a maybe hypothetical cutoff. I feel like it's going to be lower. I feel like we're going to have a lot of sponges towards the top here. And there's already a lot of teams that are above that 60-point mark. So I don't think there's going to be that many points left for the rest. And I feel like the very bottom of our teams are going to be an absolute shambles. We're talking below 20, 30 maybe to end things off once they've played 12 games.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because there are a couple of teams that in this group today that I'm not as confident are going to be able to get too many points. It really just depends on that middle of the pack is going to be, because I don't know if there are going to be 1 or 2 teams like you're implying that are going to really shoot off with all the points.
Right. Hey, well, let's focus on one of our teams here that is coming from a region which is actually doing pretty phenomenally right now. Good old Americas. And we've got Sonics here, who won last year here in Riyadh. But then you've got teams like Falcons and TSM performing fantastically. Arguably, they're pretty much both through if TSM gets a few points here and there. Sonics, it's not quite just sure yet, though, for them here.
Yeah. it's a little light for them on the moment. They were doing a lot of early game fighting, but I think that led to them losing a couple of these fights that otherwise they would want to win or to get those high scoring. And towards Miramar on day one, the later series of the day, it almost looked half tentative for me. I think those earlier defeats got in their head, which is the case for everyone in PUBG in these battle royales. People talk about it being a mental game so much, but I also have to call out Shrimzy. His numbers aren't as good as you would expect. Hopefully, he was able to recover yesterday on their day off and really come back on the top player that we know that he is.
You're putting him on the plate, but yeah, he has been impressive so far, and has been impressive in all that we've seen from PGS. He's very, like one of the top kills so far this year for it. So yeah, expecting big things from him still, even though it's been some time since we, of course, saw me at PGS. To be honest, for me, 29 points. It's less than we kind of would expect from a last year's champions, right? And
I agree.
They would have to have a step up and have in the 40s, maybe in the 50s, for them to kind of be back in that top 4 favorite that a lot of these guys are putting them at.
Well, of course, on the other side of that, we have a team that's come in and finally got themselves a victory. Let's talk about Twisted Minds as well here. We did, in the very first day pre-show, focus on them heavily. But now I think it's fair to say, coming in, they are the best team in the world. They're the most consistent team in the world over multiple years, and they're looking for another trophy here in Riyadh.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, the fact that they were able to finally, what we say, get the monkey off their back, get that win. Now we know that they are a team that can win. Usually they're slow starters, and so they're, what are they at? 40-something points at the moment. That's actually not a bad start for
41,
them.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm confident
41,
that they're
42,
going to be able to qualify into the grand finals and then be able to speed up even further from there. Examples looking really, really good, as you would expect, the star player on that team. Batu's a little lacking in numbers, but he's the IGL, so we can cut him a bit of slack here and there for sure.
I had the pleasure of hanging a layover with him in Istanbul, had a long chat with Batulins, and you know, the focus is still just one thing. Grand champions in the biggest finals of the years here and at PGC, and that is the still laser focus for them. And honestly, usually we don't see these big, of course we've seen it before, they're having, you know, huge group stage, but that's not the focus. The focus is to get to the finals, and then that's where they're going to be doing their thing to get to the win, of course. And honestly, these guys, it is a star-studded roster. These guys have been together as a core for a very long time, right? And yeah, it could be time for them to hoist the trophy here at EWC or even at PGC for this year. But yeah, they are the most consistent team right now and has been for quite a while.
I mean, even when they had Spiro on their roster, right, and that was kind of still getting second place, the replacement and then getting Example in, that tipped them over the edge. Now, all of a sudden, there is no denying that this team is absolutely always at the forefront. Let's move on, though, to another region. Of course, good old South Korea, Danawa here, a team that we had our speculations about, considering that technically, they're world champions, but not with this roster. And honestly, up until this point, it kind of looks catastrophic after the world championship, but now it looks like they're back on the horse.
I mean, rebuilds take some time, right? So we can cut them some slack for not qualifying to PGS as long as they did what they did, which is make it here. And they're not just showing up in a slow way. They came on their first day really, really strong. I mentioned at this during I think one of the lounge rooms that we had that it always worries me when there is a team that is the star player and IGL is the same person. It was Danawa that I was talking about, because on the qualifiers to get to this point, Anonix who's the IGL, was also picking up most of the numbers, but it wasn't looking heavily stacked in that way on day one. Loki was putting in huge numbers for them in their performance.
The one thing that's interesting here about this Avenger is that we were hearing that Deal, aka the Babsang Head, of course, he is now also taking a little bit of the reins in terms of like being proactive, being in their urgency in some of these scenarios. So that is leading them to the point where, might not be the IGL himself, but if there's indifference here and there, he just says, guys, let's go. He's a young gun, he's a prodigy, and he's doing well for the team.
And that's honestly what a lot of teams they need. You need to have a macro IGL that is calling, you know, your first 1, 2, 3 circles, the overall strategy, the overarching kind of plan for the game. And then when you are in these kind of late game moments where you have this one person is the only one that can see and make this call, preferably it should be everyone that should be able to say, guys, we are making this move right now. But yeah, Deal, or Babsang Head, formerly playing for Game PT, but he's doing this as a very young person, taking this responsibility is a huge thing. And I really love what I'm seeing, because he's been impressed. I've been impressed with him before, and it's been very impressive in terms of his mechanical skill and some of the things he's been doing. But be able to do that and take that responsibility as, 19 years old is just super impressive.
He's playing beyond his years, which is really exciting to see here when it comes to young prospects in the space. This has a lot of potential, does this roster. Let's see how far they can go. Let's take a look at those top 5 players as well that are currently on the way here from the previous day. We have plenty abound because we have had some excellent games so far. We start things off with Freaks looking freaky against Na'Vi.
Yeah, this is a really good hold by them. They ended up winning this game. Na'Vi sending it in, not the easiest thing to hold against, especially with the spread that Na'Vi were able to implement here, but instantly shut down. Good usage utility.
Over to Na'Vi now here. They've had no shortage of excellent moments, Avenger.
They have not. And so far, at what we saw from them at PGS 3 and 4, they are the second most consistent team in terms of placement.
Yeah.
And that's what we've seen from them here as well.
Interesting
EWC here, I'm expecting big things from them. If they don't finish in the top 5, I would be surprised once we get to the final.
4 AM in some danger. We saw them just before, but let's move on, of course. T1, a brilliant win for them in the swamp.
Yeah, really good job for them. T1 was one of the teams that I didn't know what to expect. Frankly, wasn't expecting too much, but they put up some good points yesterday. Excited to see if they can't push that even further today. They're one of the teams that I think there's a good chance, but it's not locked in that they're going to qualify. But again, we have 6 more games. And then, of course, here it is. Tycon securing it once again for AGG.
Yeah, impressed with Tycon. You can't say enough about this guy. Young superstar from Vietnam, of course. And yeah, honestly, I was so surprised to see him here at All Gamers Global. But him, if he could potentially carry essentially this team to the finals, that'd be huge. Overall, though, James,
they've got an opportunity for sure. Let's take a look at it here right now because we have got, let's talk about where the cutoff currently is for those Group C teams, right? They've already, sorry, Group B teams, I want to say.
Right.
Am I talking about Group B?
Do you want me to take over? Yeah, 4 AM.
4 AM.
Group B.
The B, yeah.
Group B is not playing today. It's A and C, and the cutoff, of course, is going to be the top 16. The lowest team right now from Group B is, of course, 4 AM. On 55 points. So that's the cutoff we're looking, that's the hypothetical cutoff that you want to take over for. That's the team that's not going to be able to fight back. But still, we have some teams in the very bottom here. Gaimin Gladiators, E-Arena, and Luna, very, very low points. So unless they have a huge day, we kind of can already count them out for that. But still, some teams are still on the lower end. You need to get top 16. That's the sole focus. Once you're into that and you're kind of eliminated the other teams that you're fighting against, you could be turning around. Still, there's no difference in points. There's no advantages going into the finals. If you're first, if you're 16th, doesn't matter. But you could eliminate or keep someone out of the final by doing some moves today. And we're kind of expecting to see that maybe by game 4 or 5.
Cameron?
Yeah, there's only one team in that graphic that is playing today that is above 8th place, and that's TSM. So they're pretty safe at this point unless they drop, 0 points, which I don't think we've ever seen that happen. Got close yesterday with the Arena, but not quite. They ended up getting some points. But the point is that 4 AM, no more games, 55. They are going to be sitting there crossing their fingers, praying, hoping, I don't know what it is. And even Cerberus at 60. It could feel a little tight for them.
If it wasn't for Freaks getting 62 points, I think the whole headlines would have been TSM yesterday. But, I mean, still very impressive regardless. Let's get a word now as we have our players arriving as they get ready for our 3rd day of the group stage.
Right, I'm here with Purdy of Team TSM. Now, you guys played yesterday. You're back again today. Do you prefer it that way, or would you like to have a little bit of a break in between?
I would definitely prefer the break, for sure. Get the extra sleep, you know?
I can vouch for that one. And in terms of points, you guys absolutely smashed it yesterday. And looking back at PGS 4 and 3, it was around 54, 55 points to go through. Did you have a set number of points coming into this, or did you not think about it too tough?
We like the number 60. I think Cerberus might be the cutoff right around there. But, yeah.
And nice. And when you went back yesterday and looked at in terms of mentality and things you need to work on for today, was there anything that stood out to you and your team?
Some minor mistakes. I had a few myself, but always room to improve, for sure.
For sure. Well, thank you for your time. Wishing you the best of luck, and I'll catch you very soon. Right, I'm here with Tiggleton from Team Sonics. First and foremost, you played day 1. You're back again day 3. You've had a time to rest. What'd you make of it?
Day 1 was a little rough. Wasn't our best performance, but I don't think the zones did us any favor. So today we're just looking to play our game. We got our more comfortable drop spots. So just looking to qualify, show up for the finals. Sleep tight tonight.
Love to hear it. And obviously, you're going to be up against Group C. Teams like TSM and AG Global had a solid performance. Do you think that puts any pressure on you, or are you not even thinking about it?
Well, TSM's kind of our comfort zone team because we've played against them for so many years regionally. So it's not stressful to play against them.
To be fair, I love that. And do you have a magic number in terms of points for a set target? Because PGS 4 and 3 has been in and around 54, 55. So do you have a magic number you're looking for?
No magic number, but hopefully we clear FaZe. the top of the leaderboard is not saturating all the points like they usually do, or soaking up the points, sorry. And the bottom of the leaderboard isn't putting up as many points as usual. So the mid pack is really strong this event, which means I think the cutoff could be around like 65.
Finally, can I expect a solid performance from you today?
Yeah, I'm locked in.
I love it. Thank you for your time, bro.
There we go. Great insights as we get a look at the schedule for today. We're starting things off on the grassy pastures. And then, just in case you may have a condo, apparently it's time to leave that and then partake in a little bit of rondo.
Not yet.
No?
Calm down. You're getting excited already. It's because you're trying to set a storyline of kind of boosting your own.
No, I'm just trying to make you look stupid.
No, fine.
We've got time to take go later on, and then finally the Dusty Dunes. But, gentlemen.
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
Let's talk about all the predictions that you guys can do at home. You can go over to stcplay.gg and take an opportunity to be involved here and see who you think is going to be predicting. Today, you can't predict Falcons. Well, you might be able to, but they're not in. So predict someone else.
Predict someone else.
Predict someone else. All right, let's talk about Erangel to get things a-rolling. I want to start things off, Avenger, with the fact that we know that virtus.pro is not going to go to Shelter. They want to go towards the Povka. So you don't want to be going into those hot drops, especially when you're these many points behind.
It's always the case as well when we have plane paths. It can change, and we're going to see some changes. We have some open areas that might not have been decided, so we could see a lot of changes here, but overall, this is kind of set. Greedy from Petrica Road, both having Boatyard and Rossak. Usually we could see a Ruins Boatyard split, but yeah, let's see what happens with that and how they start out.
What thinking?
I just want to see Sonics playing out of Pachinki again. They put in a lot of practice on Gatka knowing about these global events, but as we all know, Pachinki is Sonics' bred home practice. It's their spot that they're even more comfortable with. So hopefully when they need to put up a lot more points today than they did day one, they can do it from here.
I mean, that's the interesting thing, right? Years gone by, we saw them be a bit more stubborn, sit around there, do the hot drops. It costs them. They know that they don't need to do that anymore. They can go elsewhere. They can play it out and play it strong. And so that is one of the big prospects people are looking at today.
It's a best of 12 here in our group stage. It's a best of 12 in the finals. You cannot lose any games. You need to maximize your points in every single game.
Yeah, definitely. So, meanwhile, of course, Tiamba going South George. I'm pretty confident about that. Technically, they sometimes do go Millie. Not going to be the case here, but it's going to set the precedent for the day here, Cameron. Who are you looking at as your favorites for today?
I'm going to pull the camera back onto TSM again for the camps, especially now that we're in Georgia Bowl with Tiamba right in South Georgia Bowl. They didn't do it yesterday. They said they were planning on it, depending on the circles and the planes, but I want to see if they do it here today.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to get to it. It's the final day of the groups. Let's have it all go down right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from Boulevard City in the heart of Riyadh. It's the day, it's the final day of the group stage. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host alongside the sensational Sandstorm.
6 maps for a chance at the finals. 6 maps to compete for the $2 million prize pool and 6 maps for the opportunity to fight for the Esports World Cup trophy.
Oh, I like that. Now, the bar has been set by Group B, so our teams know what needs to be done today. But the real question remains, do they have the composure, the experience, and of course, the courage to do so?
We can't stress this enough. We've seen what one strong victory can do for a team. So don't lose hope, because your journey can change in an instant. With that being said, it is time to introduce our competitors and our teams from Groups A and C, starting with Sonics. Tianba. Gaming Gladiators. Twisted Minds, NH Esports, Day Trade Gaming, Danawa Esports, and finally from Group A, the Expendables.
Now moving over to Group C, TSM. T1. Petrichor Road. BBT. E Arena. virtus.pro. AG Global. And finally, Lunar Galaxy. "16 teams will advance to the finals, and then 8 will be sent packing along with their hopes, their dreams, and of course, their keys will be crushed.
And then their keys will either join the graveyard at the base of the totem, or they will be placed in the winner's trophy. It is time for the final day of the group stage. It is time to find our finalists. Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Sandstone. Thank you so much, Banks. Shivers, goosebumps as we are getting ready for this show. I always prepare like a 6-game slip to go, but here I don't have to do it. The guys on the stage did a phenomenal job of introing not only all the teams here, Godspeed, but what there is at stake.
The stage and the desk have very clearly given us the implications of what it means to be able to qualify for the grand finals, the prize pool, the prestige, just everything that has culminated towards the end of this event, and the pressure that these teams have to be feeling is immense.
And for some of the teams playing here today, it should, I'm not going to say will, because I don't want to be the guy cursing teams, it should be a breeze. Stroll on through, get yourself a few points, and you'll be fine. But for the vast majority, it is going to be a battle all the way from start to finish. As you can see here, we are going to start things over on Erangel. It's going to be 2 sets of those, and then we head over to Rondo before we continue the journey as the day goes on. But looking down the bottom of the leaderboard here, E Arena, Gaming Gladiators, Lunar Galaxy, all sat below 16 points. They need not just good days, but phenomenal days in order to be able to climb back into this.
Yeah, and if you're a team like virtus.pro, you may have had a poor day, but still at 24 points, there is room for work to be done there. If you're E Arena, if you're Lunar Galaxy, you have to have a monumental performance just to be able to cut into that cut line, which we've talked about could be anywhere between 50, 55, up to 65 points. And so they have to have a huge day.
When we have seen it before, but I feel like more often than not, you see big performances on the first days, because today it's going to be a combination of teams that are already in, that are going to be doing everything they can to potentially mess with your plans. It's not like on day one where everyone kind of has the same goal in mind. Get as many points as you can coming into the second day. Today, there are a lot more caveats, a lot more variables, and honestly, if we are to look back to the first games of yesterday, one thing is what the teams decide to do, another thing is what the circles decide to do, because we always talk about later down the line how we get hard shifts all over the place, but in the matches yesterday, off of the plane path, these first circles were as tough as can be.
Yeah, and they were all on the far east side of the map, and so it caused a lot of different issues. But with that being said, Toby, I believe it's time to finally start the last day of group stages here at Esports World Cup, and we are once again starting on the classic of Erangel.
Back to Erangel we go, straightforward plane path with that, but again, just to reiterate, if plane paths are nice, usually the circles to follow will be just that much more brutal. It is Western skewed, so for the teams that like to go Lipovka, like to go Yasnaya, it's going to be a bit of a stretch as we see all 64 players here on our screens. 3 teams out early on, make that 4 as VP, BP team, E Arena and T1 will jump out over Sosnovka, but as you can see, of course, as well, BP will stretch up towards Mills Power and should be there with no issues whatsoever.
Yeah, and one of the things to talk about with one of those teams that dropped out early on the plane is T1. So I had a chance to kind of catch up with them before the games today, and I asked them a question, you know, first of all, yesterday start, the first couple games was just not good. It was not good for T1, but they were able to adapt and adjust. And in the final 3 games, getting themselves at least 30 points, they were able to kind of put themselves in contention to not have to make that crazy jump into, you know, the low 60s. And so I asked them, you know, what was the adjustment made? And initially they said they were playing a little too fast, a little too loose, and that caused them issues. We saw them die in rotations, but they were able to kind of slow things down and start to play their game after they figured out the lobby. And so going into today, really their game plan is just to focus on what they're doing. And fortunately, the circle is going to give them just that opportunity. And for a team like Sonics, on the other hand, they can now, as the desk was saying, drop in Pachinki, right? They don't have to contest with 17, so now this could also help them feel more comfortable.
They get the drop spots they want, no doubt. And I mean, as you're saying, if there's a sprinkle of luck to be thrown in, just have Godspeed talk about your team and you get circles. I mean, that's phenomenal. Who are you going to go to next? Maybe we'll get some bribes after this one is over, as we might just end up seeing our first melee game here of Esports World Cup. Down to the south it goes. Initially, there is still a bit of space up towards the north, as we see Alo here running around, mortar in hand, of course, want to pack that up, get ready to rotate. And you know what? I know that you, of course, being an NA boy, you like those TSM boys. Could you maybe, for the sake of me, for the sake of all the viewers out there, take a minute or two, as long as, of course, no chaos ensues, and maybe talk a bit to me about TSM?
Where to start? So first of all, as we said, the core of this team has always been Purdy, Alo, and never mind. Okay, a little short fight.
Longsker died, he was alone.
Fortunately for Longsker, and that's a big kill to pick up. Longsker has been quite incredible for New Happy as of late, and just historically such a mechanically good player, but a very big pickup and a big loss for New Happy. But back to TSM, you know, that core has always been so solid. With Luke 12, you have Alo, and then Purdy. Purdy himself has gone through so many adaptations, and most importantly, he's evolved so much as a player, because he used to be a player that was much more, you know, of the mind. Mechanically, he wasn't necessarily the strongest player, but then in 2020, 2021, we really started to see him kind of step up as not only just an IGL, but also as a player starting to rack up a lot of good numbers, whether it was damage, whether it was kills. But then again, the addition of sparking is what I think is so great for this team. That injection of new blood and the fact that he is a mechanical genius has really propelled TSM. Yes, they didn't necessarily have a great performance at PGS3, but they immediately fixed that in PGS4, and what a day they had in the group stages here yesterday.
Exactly, 56 points. You see them on the top of this group's leaderboard. Currently sat 8th overall. Of course, they still have 6 more games left to play, so I would be surprised if that 8th place doesn't become a number a little bit lower than that. Thank you so much for the breakdown, Godspeed. That was always nice to get some insights, as we see BP team on their first rotation of the day. Of course, already down on Millie Island. Don't have too far to go. But as you mentioned yesterday as well, yes, you get the circle center. Yes, the buffet is like up for grabs, but what do you commit to? You know, you can't take everything. Like, what do you do with it? Where do you go? How do you opt to set up your split? For BP team, it seems like they have opted to go on the western side of the island. Makes sense based on where the first circle has sent us, but they have E-Arena coming in close and Expendables. I mean, really everyone starting to make their way across here.
Yeah, and for those teams that are rotating here to the island early, that is going to give them quite the nice boon to be able to set up, as you said. But, I mean, we have to mention it. Although it's not a very large chance at all, this always could pull north, which can and will cause chaos. But for the team set up like New Happy, like the Expendables, obviously Luna on the east side actually has a very good foothold in the circle to be able to take control, not necessarily of the bridge, but of the ridges around that main road that leads towards the West Coast Bridge. And so they're going to have a nice time as far as being able to conduct themselves how they want in this game. But for the teams that are coming in late, I mean, the bridge already, as you can see, Toby, is very stacked with teams. Sonics, Twisted, and Gaming Gladiators.
I was just going to say, Sonic stopped down towards what we like to call Glass House on the western side of the road leading from the bridge. You can see this is where Shrimsy is currently positioned. They stopped to scout forward. Little do they know that there's actually space to maneuver over on the other side. But because they stopped, because they have their cars parked outside, that means the Twisted Minds are forced to stop in the exact same way. Gaming Gladiators now as well, so a bit of a traffic jam up on the way, or over on the western side of this island. You can see it here on your screen as well, as Petrichor Road says, oh, traffic jams. Nah, we're carpooling. We'll just send it full speed through.
Leave it to us, the Americans, to cause the traffic.
Just add one more lane, guys. It solves everything.
But yes, the Sonics now with a very interesting setup, as you said, because it's causing so many teams behind them to get jammed up that is going to cause different rotational issues when the circle does eventually shift. And we actually see TSM and Tiamba fighting still at South George near Hospital.
But while this is going on, Luna Galaxy doing something very interesting right now. They realize that Expendables, or at least a team, is coming in nearby. You saw Haven up on the roof, take shots just out of midair. He's doing effectively puffer fishing, trying to look a lot bigger, a lot more scary than he maybe is as a solo player. But I think they call the bluff here. Expendables coming in with a kill already. They are not looking to shy away from a fight. And Luna Galaxy, honestly, in this situation and seeing as to how Kraken, I believe it was, rotated out of that position, the fact that they keep all 4 alive for what could have been a pretty good ambush by Expendables, I think they got to count that as a win.
Yeah, and for Luna Galaxy as well, they have a large mountain to climb as far as points go. So this was definitely the smart decision for them to pull off. But also, the Expendables, I really have been enjoying watching this team over the course of the year, and they have been so fun, especially in team fights. They're very well coordinated. Sometimes the rotations get them in trouble, but when it comes down to brass tacks and they're in a fight, they are absolutely lethal. And so they also have been playing with such confidence, even just to come in that position and start to push them away, as we now see Bestalock from BB. Quite the entanglement here with Petrichor.
Yep, Chewy still on the offside angle outside the building. Ixlif will be the first to fall, and that's a tough loss. As we know him, one of the best mechanical players in the game, not what you want to have fallen down early on. In the meantime, BP runs into Luna. That's elsewhere on the map, but let's stay with this one for a while. BB team trying to regroup, but look at your mini-map on the bottom right side. E-Arena is starting to look in this direction too.
Yeah, and Petrichor in a lot of trouble now as Ixlef has been flushed out. And meanwhile, the onslaught of utility here still will continue. And Phil first will find a grenade onto Summer. Now Petrichor down to just 2.
Solid shots coming through. As you said, Petrichor, just a duo left alive. Ming and Chewy, they might not be Ixlef, but believe me, they pack a lot of punch. Still, the 2 guy he has, and with a shotgun in hand, well, one tap and you're done for. This can easily turn the tide of this fight. I do see Spiro trying to get back towards their teammates, but they too have to get through. What is this little kind of a split of E-Arena players in between them?
And Tigger trying to bounce onto this opportunity to get some kills, but BB is leaving no prisoners. They have knocked multiple members of Petrichor. They took a sights onto Tigger, got him down. That's another point. So a great start here for BB team as they're taking control of this very, very important compound.
Yep, and with Tigger down, that means the side angles are going to be open as well. Now they're going to push forward. Now there's space for the cavalry to arrive, and they will push Ming 4v1. My friend, shotgun in hand, what can you do?
I believe, Toby. A shotgun, especially at that range, even a pump, very quickly could deplete the numbers of any team, but BB team so far has been playing this quite calculated, and
the Molly.
Yeah, he's already burning Ming in so much trouble. He will be able to recover. No, not even.
Solid.
The Molly will take care of him. BB team with 5 very quick kills.
It's the smallest things, but they send Besto in on one side, they send a Doozy out on the other, lob a Molly in for both sides. Believe me, these guys knows exactly how Mollies spread inside buildings. They go, if I throw one there, you throw one here, we're going to effectively light the entire floor on fire. Yeah. There you go, easy point. No reason to run into a shotgun, risk losing a player because of it. Very nice utility usage, 2 mollies for a kill. They'll take that any day of the week.
And the confidence they just built by getting rid of those 2 teams, well, not necessarily E-Arena, but picking off a member of E-Arena who was trying to third party and then just taking control of that compound, that is going to be very dangerous. Because BB team, if you are on this field, is the last team you want to have confidence.
And I was a little worried initially actually seeing BB team up to go for that compound. Of course, they did have a split with players down in the crossroads towards the north, but it usually is that compound because it's not a top prio position on the western side of Millie. It's usually where teams coming in like the 2nd or 3rd wave opt to try and go scout, see if it's available. So for the teams that pick it first, like as their main pick off of having spawned or started, I should say, on Millie Island, I feel like BB team kind of asked to be pushed. You know what I mean? Like they wanted to fight in the early game off of taking this position. But of course, I mean, fighting on their terms, fighting with a better starting position, because you would have to assume, taking that spot early on, that teams are going to come to you.
Sure, and the advantage of that compound early is giving yourself a foothold to at least rotate either west or east, right? Because it's so far south, it gives you a little bit of room, a little bit of space to move without necessarily running into another team so fast. But with that shift, we do still have a little bit of that northern side in at the west bridge. We see Gaming Gladiators still holding that as VP now trying to make a Mad Dash, but they're going to be right above T1 at New Compound.
We saw before as Luna Galaxy took out 2 of the virtus.pro players, so EB and Lucarooks left alive to try and see what they can salvage off of this first game of the day.
VP, unfortunately, has just been running into so many issues, mainly just losing members early, Toby, and that's for a team that has so much potential. I mean, we saw in PGS3 that insane 19-kill game to almost qualify for the finals. If they just have at least 3 or 4 members up, they can basically perform miracles, but
if they get a 29-point game today, they might just be qualified, you know? That's what they're waiting for. They're saying, nah, guys, we'll come back in game 6. Don't worry.
Just want to make it exciting.
Worry. Just want to make it exciting for you. I hope that's not the case, because that's not the way you want to be playing.
Yeah, I always root for EB, no matter what.
Yeah, he is a nice guy.
No matter what team he's on, and the other boys on that team are also really nice, but Danawa Esports, Anonix now, the IGL superstar really for this team, just casually floating in right in between Tiamba and Expendables.
And you know what? I kind of like it. He goes to the one spot that no one can see him from. He's below the tree cover from the compound to the south, and he's above the tree cover from the compound to the north. So in an isolated position, he can scout on forward, and little does the rest of the people here know. They might have seen one parachute, but there's an entire Korean cavalry team coming in off the shore in just a moment. The rest of Danawa is coming in behind him, and it goes kind of back to what the Disc was talking about too, of how Anonix, having been in the IGL role, they're starting to flex out the kind of the roles, maybe play a little more without anyone being like the full-on IGL of the team. So it makes perfect sense to send a guy like Anonix up ahead, because he is arguably the best fragger on that team. So in case he has to take a fight, he's also the one most likely to stay alive.
And to bounce off of Martin's point as well, which I 100% agree with, yes, you should have one dedicated IGL. Oh, my, wait a second.
Whoa, turn around.
Deal now. Dangerously close here to Tiamba, and they're just actually going to take this fight.
Haven is coming in to say hello as well, hearing the shots here from a distance. Of course, Luna Galaxy were here before, so they're well aware that Tiamba has pulled up, but now also aware, I should say, that Danawa has joined the party. I think for Danawa, I like the idea of what they did here. Leave Anonix, because he hadn't seen them move yet. Leave Anonix with an eye on the door, have Deal drive up close, see if there's any reaction. If no one opens that door, either there's a solo hiding with a shotgun or there's no one in there. They go up, they peek forward, they see movement, they assess very quickly, can we take a fight here or not? They realize it's a bad idea. Now they back off. Now they take maybe not the favorite position, but at least they have somewhere to call home.
Yeah, very wise decision. And as you said, maybe not the best position, but it's much better than being in a fight where you're getting third party as well, because Luna was just on the other side of that one as we now move to TSM here, who is in a very comfortable position for now, but this is very open, as you can see. And so once this starts to collapse, once all the other teams are maybe funneled into this area, TSM is going to be in quite a bit of trouble, actually.
I was going to say 3 guys behind deployable shields. If that's a comfortable position, then I don't want to know what an uncomfortable position is.
For now.
For now. I mean, they're in the center of the circle. We'll give them that. And as you're saying, for now, they're not being shot at. So I guess in terms of comfortability in a competitive
But you're right,
game
the
of
collapse
PUBG,
will
they are
cause
looking
many,
good.
many issues for them if they're still sat in that position. And I don't really know if they're really going to go anywhere because of the fact that the circle has posted the way it is. But now that we see everyone, Twisted Minds as well, are somewhat comfortable.
I mean, Lou clearly
outside
not really,
the circle.
Lou not busy looking at the monitors. You can see he stood very still, but talking to his teammates, trying to figure out where they want to go. And speaking of where they want to go, Danawa still on the rotate. They didn't like the house that was available to them, which makes sense. It's now outside the circle. So where is our Korean current world champion team going to go? Maybe straight up towards the arena.
Well, the problem is they haven't been shot at, right? So they may be thinking, hey, this could be clean. This dip could be clear. Maybe we can play on this hill. The problem is on both sides of the hill, both the Expendables and now E-Arena are actually setting up, and they've definitely, Zizzy has heard that vehicle, so they might set up to pour over and take some shots here. Fortunately, though, for Danawa, there's only one member up there.
And I love the camera POV that we saw
and he's gonna pull off.
It is a 2-1 split. Of course, they lost Taker very early in the game, and City takes the time, realizes that the smarter play to make here is to just dip and get the hell out of there, and it makes perfect sense to me.
And speaking of the smart play, Twisted has realized that Gladiators are not going anywhere, and so they're actually going to opt to just take the ferry, which they should, because at this point, yes, they'll take a little bit of blue damage.
No, they had a boat. They had a spawn.
Oh, did they have a okay. I wasn't sure if that boat was taken. So never mind. They'll just take the boat, which, again, is a very wise decision. And this is the problem, though, for TSM that we were talking about earlier. Sonic's now starting to engage.
Yep, from comfortable position to not very comfortable anymore. Deployable shields being taken down by the second as Sonics are starting to wrap up over the hilltop. They've been scouting the north, the shorelines for a long time, so they know that right off the bat, if they take this fight fast enough, no one's going to be able to come in third party. Issue is they didn't like what they saw over the hilltop. As soon as they crest towards that southern side, all of a sudden Day Trade, all of a sudden New Happy starts getting angles on them. And I mean, they're inside the circle technically still. They could swing to them. No reason to over-aggress and risk a game if you fight for a spot that by the next circle is going to be out.
But the most important thing you said was fast enough, right? Because
yes.
knowing that entire north side is going to be open, Sonics, if they did continue to engage, they needed to get rid of TSM as quickly as possible because of this. The teams that are going to be coming on the coast from the north side, like Twisted Minds or even Gaming Gladiators, New Happy could make that rotation as well, and so they needed to get rid of them. They saw it wasn't going to happen. Plus, Day Trade was taking shots, so they smartly backed off.
In all fairness, this might be perfectly timed for Twisted Minds. The fact that they heard the shots up on the hillside, maybe saw the smokes bloom in the distance as well as they were sailing across from Ferry Pier. They are aware that there's a team up there and might actually even have seen them come back down the hillside on their approach. So from what could have been a situation where they have no chance of scouting anything, now they get over there and oh my lord, Twisted Minds. If you get that compound too,
they are.
That is, I mean,
for free.
If they opt to just YOLO up towards it, I suppose. We'll see if anyone else opts to contest them for it. If not, then that is a good rotation for a well-timed, good circle for a well-timed rotation.
And I like this split currently from Day Trade, but they are going to have to figure out if they want to consolidate fast because that is the only lower compound that's in, and with only one member there, there is the danger for him to get picked off. And TSM, it looks like they're in a great position now, but realistically, they are still very much in the open, and so that's going to cause them even more issues. As I said, more teams coming in. Meanwhile, Tiamba now starting to engage here with Luna Galaxy. Pow Pow will find an easy knock onto Vinny.
No way he gets out of there alive. I like that he tried to isolate. You can see the smokes there, try to grant himself a bit more cover for the rotation, but he simply was not timing that one right. In the meantime, NH Esports trying to make their rotation too, and not timing it right either. Going straight through the barrier, really, of TSM and losing one because of it.
So now New Happy is also started to make the rotation in, but Day Trade very keen on that, and Belmoff is going to get a nice knock there onto Non, and that should be a finish, as this position is just heavenly for Day Trade. I mean, this is arguably the best position in this current circle. Luna now trying to also drive a member. Kraken is trying to drive in between. It catches Belmoff's attention, so Non, like I said, will go down, but Kraken, where are you going to go?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say he's not long for this world. I think that car won't grant him the cover that he's going to need with all the off angles that these players have. Day Trade on one side. Yeah, I was going to say New Happy on the other, but it's not going to matter. Flash finds him as we keep our eyes here on Belmont for a second. Day Trade, a team, really the first team out of Thailand to make a name of Thailand.
Sure.
In this competitive scene, we'll break them down a bit more as the day goes on. Now we hop over to Sonics and Gaming Gladiator. Gaming Gladiator obviously sat on this side of the water with Sonics earlier, and now, having seen them push up on this compound and gotten a knock, they want to make a play.
With all four ups, though, that could be a very big fight. Deal, though. Oh, my goodness, what a spray from Purdy and Alo.
Oh,
no!
Hikari with the double run over. That deployable shield will block bullets, but not a full-speed Dasha.
Wow, just like that, both teams absolutely in shambles. Also, Tiamba has fallen. Someone in the distance to All Gamers Global. What is happening, Toby?
Complete and utter chaos ensues as 13 players are eliminated in the span of 5 seconds.
We blinked, and we lost so many teams. Sparking even still alive, the last one left, and Ming also even fell. Ming also fell in the shack, so Sparking will be lucky, I guess, to take that for now.
Somebody pressed the perch button, and a fourth of the people on the server just flat out died. In the meantime now, why stop fighting when we can continue? Up on the rooftop, we have one guy, that's going to be Alpha Cat trying to hold off. He's going to get the help of Ian to try and stay put through this one. Tanvu will go down to the nade glories, trying to fend off as solo play. Lift the life for Expendables, finds the first one, but it's going to be E-Arena from a distance to join in. Everyone fighting one another right now.
This might have been one of the most chaotic shifts because I don't think I've ever seen that many teams fall in that short of a time in comp. Like, yes, we see it in some rough circles, but I mean, that was absurd.
We were setting up for a nice fight with Gaming Gladiator and Sonics, and just like that, the only teams on the server not to fight were Gaming Gladiator and Sonics.
I mean, it looked like even Gaming Gladiators was going to engage on Twisted. So what happened? 3 of the members actually coasted off to the east there.
Now we continue the battle as E-Arena pulls up on virtus.pro. I think they're aware of not only that virtus.pro is here, but also that they're down to just 2 players alive. They haven't made their way on in, but now as I say that, Sissy vaults on forward, but it's down to very low HP off that nade.
Oh, it'd be in a lot of trouble now. Has to close that door. Nobody's home, and Jacob will find that. So just 1 member left of virtus.pro. It's going to be Lucarux, and he's out. That is it, just like that. Zizzy might be able to recover. He should be able to recover both those members there. Sonic's now being bombarded by utility.
BB team is pulling up on this, though. They saw the battle from a distance. They saw the double knock coming through. Zizzy is on his own. He has not had time to get any of the reses up, and BB team will say thank you for the opportunity to come and fight a very, very wounded team.
And already 6 kills as they're starting to breach this building. Zizzy with a quick knock. Really no time to recover his team whatsoever. He's going to try to make it out of here. Toby, he just needs to get maybe 1 more knock. He's going to find it. That's a start.
Goes for the flush. Just try to see if he can get him down in time. Not going to find it, I think. Does Pistol lock it up? No, not going to happen. So 1 point awarded to Zizzy. Valiant effort in trying to stay alive through it. Found 2 knocks, and maybe there's a pull-up to be had here. I just don't think anyone has it in them to try and pull up on a compound on the eastern side of the circle. We have cleared the entire east.
Yeah, the only team realistically would be AGG, and they're currently sat just underneath Day Trade, so I doubt they're going to make that happen. Meanwhile, you did see their Twisted Minds starting to pick apart or try to get a few knocks going for themselves against the Sonics, as the Gladiators now trying to find a foothold into the circle, and they could play this dip for now, but it's still very dangerous. They're just going to coast right through.
I might just want to stop right here. I was just going to say, I mean, they know for a fact, like the rest of us, that the East just lit on fire.
What
There's
East?
Definitely, I mean, this is insane. Phase 5, 23 alive. It was looking to be a pretty calculable game of like military island PUBG, but very quickly spun on a dime and went full chaos mode. And now Sonics, I mean, 1 kill. Honestly, I don't think they minded. They know for a fact they're going to be coming into these fights against a set of teams who, like, for the majority, are extremely wounded. So we'll see. See how this one is going to pan on out as now. Twisted Minds as well. We took it angles over towards Day Trade.
23 alive going into phase 6 seems so low, right? I mean, again, the chaos that has happened on this milli circle. This might be one of the fastest milli circles we've ever seen. Now GG sat dead center of this circle, which you would think is great, but again, they're somewhat in a bowl sitting on a shelf that everyone else will be able to see is Perfectix now. Looking for some damage here onto Kickstart, trying to hold his own and make sure that Twisted can't necessarily make this push.
I love this smoke. It's just 1 smoke, but it separates the remaining 3 players. So now they can take a 2v1 fight against Kickstart. He's isolated to play behind the vehicle. Very smart utility users. Use 1 smoke, block off the majority of a team, take a fight in your favor. Had they done it without, it would have been a 1v3 peak that he could not necessarily have come out on top of. So very smart playing as Kickstart hears the tires of his vehicle blow out. He needs his teammates to help him out.
And the one caveat here is that Sonics don't have to contend with any other team, so they can shift entirely their focus to Twisted. Yes, you have Sparking in that shack, but he's not going to necessarily come out until he sees some knocks being traded out. Perfectix just desperately trying to get rid of Kickstart, but he's doing a good job of evading any damage. That car, though, not so much, as Batulin will finally find the nade on the kick.
Not so much you can do about that one. In time, he would fall. It's going to be seen in the open, going to get flushed out by Batulins as well, as Sonics go down to 3 left alive. They're all still outside the circle here, so it makes sense that they're setting up this fight. But again, I mean, it's so limited what you can really do with this ridge line. Neither of the teams wanting to fully commit, because they know if the other team gets to just sit back and wait this one out, we are going to be at a disadvantage. You don't want to be the aggressor here. You want to be the ones just sitting back, waiting for the opponents to come to you.
And you can see that Day Trade is just licking their lips, waiting for one of these knocks to come through so they can finally third party. The circle is starting to close. It is pushing Twisted closer and closer towards Sonics. One nade could change it, yes, but they have to know.
They definitely do. The smokes are going to fade in just a moment. I think they're running out of utility altogether on the side of Twisted Minds. Now they're going to run on forward. H-Win up front is going to see Perfectix in just a second. Tickleton is going to be the one to take him down. Example for the Sparking. Peeks out as well. Sparking finds the second player. They were so focused on one another so that when the TSM player came out from behind, he takes down 2.
And they lost track of that shack, which is exactly how Sparking was able to come in. So North America helping North America just a little bit. TSM finding that break, that helping hand. Now Batulin's just behind this rock. Is H1 going to find it? And yes, Twisted Minds will fall.
What a timing from Sparking to peek on out, get 2 knocks, now almost take out a player in the open from Daytrade as well. 7 teams left alive. Sparkin left as a solo player, but doing everything he can to get more points for TSM.
And even if he falls, they've already done a good job getting towards placement points, but also getting 4 kills as he goes down. But Daytrade now finally activated.
Yep, BB team in the meantime trying to get rid of Sir T, the last remaining player from All Gamers Global. They had a tough time with this circle shift. They wanted to wrap Northwest. Daytrade did a phenomenal job at denying them any sort of approach, so they're kind of forced to take the fight to BB team, and now it's just Sir T left alive.
So BB team want to make sure that they wrap this up as quickly as possible, start making their rotation in towards Game and Gladiators. As you said, one of the only teams now in the circle somewhat comfortable is a doozy going into the building, and Sir T has actually been very annoying for BB.
Yeah, able to stay alive for quite a while now, starting to rack up some placement points too. Can't count out Ian either. He's been a solo for a long, long time, but in placement points here as well.
And that nade, if it was cooked correctly, could have caused a little bit of a disaster here. Another bit of a shift and still doing a significant amount of damage here. Finally, they will take care of him. 10 kills on the side of BB. We saw them start on the southern compound, and now they're just compounding their kills and moving forward. At least 3 members still alive.
Very, very solid start to the day here for BB team. They started off well yesterday too, a 3rd place into a 2nd, but the kills quite weren't there to kick things off. Here though, quite the other story, from fighting in the very beginning of the game to now in full control on the eastern side. I mean, for Daytrade here, for Sonic, such a tricky position to try and get out of. They have smokes to move, but everyone really is looking your direction.
So they should be able to recover Tig here, but again, being put on the back foot, Daytrade is just relentless here, and their sights are focused. No, they don't even get Tig up. And so more damage is going through. Sonic's in a lot of trouble here, and they have to be running out of smokes as well.
I was going to say, once that smoke is gone, they should be gone with it. We'll see Srimsy Adrian, can you maybe get a knock, a flush, a single point to help what has not been the best of games thus far. In the meantime, Gaming Gladiators, they were safe in the dip for a while. But at some point, everyone's going to come to you, and this is exactly what happened here. They will fall in 4th place. Sonics, at least for now, staying alive and able to get some more placement points.
And so clean from BB team, but now they're going to have to contend with Daytrade, who has realized the fight underneath them to the east has concluded, and so this is their opportunity. 4 members still alive, and 10 kills on the side of Daytrade versus the 13 of BB team.
Incredibly solid play coming through here from Daytrade again. We'll see if they can make something of it, win the game as it comes to it. Doozy finds one, Norins instantly there to trade. It's a 3v2 in favor of Daytrade as they get the flush on 1.
Now looking to close this one out. Belmont has to be careful though, as these 2 members, especially Phil1st and Spyro, can turn this one around in an instant.
Definitely can. They definitely can. This smoke is all that's keeping Norins and Sparrow from one another right now. An underhand nade returned by an underhand flash. Forced to back off. I don't think there's any reses coming in. They know for a fact this will be a 2v2 all the way to the end.
Norins, this grenade could mean everything. Now it's down to a 1-on-2. Daytrade with the advantage. Phil1st trying to get as many points as he can. He realizes the situation.
No vest to work with for Phil1st. Does he manage to bring this one home? I think if you're Belmont and Norins, you group up, you swing together, and this is exactly what they're setting up for. They want to sweep the side. They want to double peek it. Spiro's going to try and feed in for a crossbow as long as he can, but they will deny him that, taking him down. Now let's see if Phil1st from the other side has anything to do. He heard the shots. He knows exactly where they're going to be coming from, but with every second they don't make a move that could potentially be Phil1st second-guessing himself. He's going to continue creeping on forward, and Belmont and Norins ain't budging. They're holding the angle. They're waiting for this one as we go back over the hilltop. Phil1st sat still, looking forward. Norins full level 3 gear, barely taking any damage. Sees the flash come forward. It's not going to fully block him. It's going to peek on forward. Phil1st able to find the first. Now it's up to Belmont. Phil1st is only down to half HP. It could still very easily go his way. Belmont, do you have it in you to bring home what would be a 13-kill chicken dinner?
Another flash
coming forward. Damage on both sides.
Here we go, Belmoth now, another flash coming through. Phil1st has turned this into a one-on-one, somehow Toby. And now you can see Norins trying to go forward, just finding the information. They're not going to get that res through. And even using maybe Norins as bait, he's going to see it, and there it is. The spray will come through. Daytrade with an explosive start.
Absolutely. absolutely phenomenal ability in Day Trade to just slow down the pace.
Yes.
Chaos ensued. They brawled back and forth. Knocks came through on both sides. But when Norrens and Belmont were left for 2, we go, bro, stop. Stop moving. We need to play this one smart. So many small things in the end of this one too. Not just crawling forward and using your teammate as bait, but dropping the level 3 helmet to your teammate that didn't have a helmet at all. These things, the fact that they can think of doing these things in an incredibly hectic 2v1 is incredibly impressive.
And I love that the fight at the end came between the 2 teams that had racked up the most kills and 2 teams that specifically for Day Trade needed those points.
Absolutely phenomenal start to the day. We thought it was going to be a slow one, an easy, predictable game on Millie, but with a snap of a finger, we lost half the server. Let's hop on over now to the desk and let them break down what was a phenomenal start to day 3.
We have Day Trade here getting themselves the victory in what was a tense situation towards the very end. But let's be real, they played it to perfection here. With the information, with the body blocking, with the little peaks around it. Very well done here by Day Trade.
There's multiple things to this, right? You crawl forward to get the info, but also to make the opponent shoot. To use bullets, to give that chance where that half a second of focus where you're trying to flush, trying to get that extra point. That is the time to strike, right? And then the 3D marker just makes everything so perfect. So always an advantage. Even if you're knocked 2 versus 1, it's always the advantage like this here. Nice try, though.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that the tree cover at the very end for Norrens, the last player up for Day Trade, was going to run out. Vilvers did have technically control of the center dot, but no, with the down body as an advantage, the down teammate crawling forward. Close, almost, but unfortunately no cigar. It wasn't going to be a win for Day Trade. A lot of kills spread between just those 2 teams. However, what was it, 13 and 11? Something like that. Like 20 plus kills between the 2 of them, which is shocking to see. Sometimes on military base circles, it's going to be a lot of spread because everyone's just fighting to get onto the military base to begin with.
You guys remember this, right? Because you're OGs. But do you remember back in the day with the very old circle settings where we had this circle of death? Between circle 4 and 5 here, that felt like the most circle of death we've ever had. 20 deaths within a couple of minutes. The whole kill fever just lit up. Dead, 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 knock, knock, dead, dead. It was just, they couldn't follow all of it. We caught maybe, 5, 6, 7 kills, but it was just explosive. And that is what military games really gives you, right? It gives you these explosive moments because lack of cover, lack of compounds to play, and then when everything kind of finds out with circle 4 and 5, they have to just make these moves here to make a winning gameplay.
Well, it's a huge game for not only Day Trade, but also BB team. 23 and 22 points respectively. It was even more kills than we thought it was, Cameron.
Almost 30.
That's insane stuff coming out from these 2 teams, all things considered. Sonics will take 9, but at the same time, man, I mean, I'm just going to do it. BB team, they were my pick to try and kind of extend themselves towards the championship. And they looked great in this game, Avenger.
They did. And 3rd place here last year, of course. They're here to come back to contend again. I did not expect a finals not with them. And that obviously shifts the leaderboard so much. BB already up in 54. They are up with this, 5 games to go. There's no way they're not going to be in the finals.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible. We're still looking at the majority of the teams on the right side. All of them have played only 6 games. Going to see how well they climb today. Twisted, Sonics, 2 of the big favorites coming into this. It was okay games for them, especially again considering the context of this round and how many points they even had access to try and get.
It's more the gap that we're kind of looking at now, right? From our 24 up to our 32, that's a bit of a gap. And then we have up to 38, 39. It's going to make it hard here. These bottom teams, if they do not get things started here in the first couple of games, once you get to Rondo and Takeo, it's just harder maps to play. Lack of knowledge, lack to amount of hours that you've played compared to how you used you are to playing Erangel and Miramar.
Harder than a military base, though?
Yeah.
Like, listen, if you talk about Erangel, the mainland, that's a different story. But then when you throw a military base, Salznavka Island into the mix.
How many hours and games have you had in military?
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many hours you have. You can't stop a bridge camp.
The Hangxiang. Then you just emergency pickup. You see TSM did it. She's sparking
They did somehow evade a million bullets.
It was everyone.
Lack of knowledge on areas on map compared to, I know there's a guy here. I'm just going to avoid him, So I feel like it's...
Don't get shot.
It's very figured out.
No matter what, if you're going to ask the players, it's always easier to play the these two old school maps of the Rainbow Myanmar in terms of lack of knowledge, right? The terrain and everything.
Well, let's take a look now, see who the MVP is going to be. They're going to be coming here from Day Trade, and it will be Belmoth, 6 and 928 damage. A lot coming out from Belmoth.
I mean, really good performance by Day Trade. To get here, to qualify to EWC, one of the big observations is that they had a, let's say, a stupid number of games where one person snaked to get high placement points, including a solo clutch 1v3, 1v4 win on one of those rounds. So to see them perform, get a chicken dinner with all 4 up, playing like a proper team and not just exploiting opportunities, which is still a skill that you need to have in this game, but the fact that they have more tools to play with and can actually take over zones, get control, fight fast and hard, and get a whole bunch of points.
Yeah. Day Trade team, another team that's improved their roster compared to last year coming into this, of course.
I would agree.
And yeah, it's to get these championships, to get to fighting, and you know, you love loving them, and sometimes when you're against them a little bit, you love being, you know, Day Trade. I want to see you do better. Also, you have a chant for them, everything, right? It's a case it's a case of we want to see them do well, and especially after the star-studded performance they had last year for the players.
Yeah.
No, you don't know.
Okay, let's be real. I have been one of their biggest critics forever. Right. However, the Thanadol coming in, obviously them doing very well when it came to the regional qualifiers for this. They looked good there.
They did.
So you know
very dominant, and also Thanadol last year. There's no denying that he was such a star player, and to put him into a team like this here, this is what could make the difference of, maybe sometimes not making finals, maybe sometimes not getting the best of finals performances. This could make the difference with them.
Yeah, I mean, for their region, when Therathon 5 from Thanadol, there's a lot of in there. Obviously, a big performance there, obviously picking him up. I do think augments this roster quite considerably. Why am I analyzing? Right, okay, we're going to go a break. It's fine, it's whatever. We have got our...
Somebody could have coined you.
Shush, no. Break time. When we're back, we have got one more Erangel on the way here for this group stage. Let's get it done. We'll see you in a few.
โอ้ยไอ้เหี้ยโทษว่ะไอ้เหี้ยโทษว่ะมาดิเหี้ยเก็บแรกก็มาแล้ว
All right, we'll be trading all day and night here as they've already got themselves the victory. Have day trade for Erangel. Now we have one more left for these teams to try and get themselves some good points on good old faithful, old grassy pastures. And joining me, of course, Cameron and Avenger to talk about this one once again. Cameron, I mean, obviously a military circle does present its own different challenges for these teams. It felt like teams were scrambling to try and find themselves a decent spot for this game. If we get a circle elsewhere, it'll be a bit more normal and kind of cozy for these teams, considering how well they know the map.
Depending. Erangel, the most iconic part about the map beyond it just being the original, the classic, the old school, the one that, admittedly, yes, people are more familiar with, it still has the most water out of all the maps, and that can affect the way that the circles move, the circles change. You definitely need to be aware of more than anything else that Phase 4 water shift, how that's going to inspire how you move even as early as Phase 1, Phase 2, and obviously Phase 3.
It's easier to calculate, though, with this water.
Right.
Because it just speaks water to you. On all the other maps, it's like, is this little lake water? I wonder. And on Rondo, that's the case. Half of it is, the other half isn't. So it makes it a lot harder. Here, it's easier to predict, but still, when we get to the military, as you're pointing out, it is harder to get to, and it is overall, that's why we're like, please, only one of 6 games, only one of that should be military, and then we just get, you know, the back-to-back military out of the 2 on the day, and then it's just blowing everything out of the water. And it comes down to what we talked about in the last kind of few days is the closer you are to your starting loot spot to where the circle ends, the higher chance of you are winning, right?
Right.
Military makes it even harder.
Yep, no, for sure, especially unless, of course, you are one of 2 teams or one of 3 teams, depending on what a lobby you like, but even 3 teams is an extreme scenario for teams dropping on military. A lot of the times, when you see a playing path like this, for example, you've got, teams will drop near military, but usually it's to get cars quickly and then go elsewhere, right? So they're stealing away resources from military. That makes it harder if you were then suddenly have to come down, or all of these teams suddenly have to come down and try and find their spot themselves.
Yeah, one of the good things, again, for the previous game, that side of Sosnovka is, in a lot of cases, can be easier to manage than the east side.
Right.
It's the inside of the actual military base itself that things get really complicated because there is the actual infrastructure of the base that you have to manage around, whereas the west side specifically, even more so than the east, has that one hill that sort of concentrates everything. We saw so many individual pocketed fights that you can't completely avoid third parties, but at least makes it less chaotic. Even TSM dropping in the middle of what looked, you know, at first glance to be the wide open. They had the deployable shields, one of the newer items being introduced into the game. They could set something up there. So it's not a complete disaster going on military. You just got to get there.
Technically, them getting down unscathed was unbelievably fortunate Avenger. I was thinking to myself, okay, maybe they should have done this like a circle or an earlier, just before the pop, much earlier, to be there, ready to go and things like that. So
this gets very map specific, right? But the way that they were going towards it, it was on a lower ground, so they popped the chutes going uphill, right? So the time in the actual parachute was shorter amount of time, so there's less teams to shoot at them. Another thing we talked about, these teams, they had to have a great start, right? We have to remember that Boom only had 32 points before this. They got 22 in this one. Day trade, they only had 20. They got 23, so they got more in this game alone here than they did in the previous 6 games. So this is the exact start we're talking about, that this mid-pack they need to have, and they had exactly that. They're setting themselves up for success.
I think that's the scary thing, and I don't want to ride on BB team too hard here, but the fact that they also have unbelievable potential in terms of for the later maps, right? A guy like a Doozy really in EMEA pioneered the idea of, okay, I'm going to be in a glider for ages and just be able to scout out a lot of potentials, a lot of uncertainties, what's going on around us and things like that. So working with those kinds of idea of scouting, the only thing that is comparable is the way Batulians would do it over on Miramar. Right. And it's a scary thing to have against all these others.
Yeah, but speaking of gliders, I'm actually surprised that we haven't seen it as much. You see all the time in qualifiers, as we're looking at the overall rankings here, but you see all the time in qualifiers and I guess lower level competitions, some of the top teams utilizing gliders and other tools a lot more. And then when you come to global, I guess they're hesitant to bring it out. Maybe we'll see some more come into finals.
We've seen a little bit so far. I think it was
but still it's still vulnerable enough, and the durability on it, if you shoot directly at it, it just gets shot out too early. And yeah, if you're good at it, you can scout it, especially the bigger maps. It's an advantage, but we're not going to see it enough because it's still an advantage to have a car, to have that cover, to have that as the way of your moves towards if you have to go further.
Yeah.
So unless you have 2 or 3 teammates that has a good car each, you're rarely going to see it continue to go again and go. Yeah, maybe in the open qualifiers, but then again,
No,
half the teams in the open qualifiers they can't hit a glider. Anyway.
No, and that's fair, but I do think you are discounting marginally the ability to be able to shoot from the high ground that the glider gives you, swap between the seats back and forth. And also, something that surprises a lot of people is that, which you all know, the glider doesn't actually explode. It just starts to glide down itself. So it's not nearly as dangerous as a car driving through an entire pack of individuals.
It's still, you know exactly where it's going.
Sure. Slow. I'm not saying it's free.
Yeah, it's like there's a guy going down here. There's a free point. Let's get him. Somebody's gonna drive by him. Just take him out. But yeah, I like the idea of it. It's just it takes too much gas. You have all the. If you could stay, let's say, in the air for 10 minutes, I would have been not fine with it, but we would see it even more than we do already.
Recently, I loaded our mutual friend, Blank, up into a glider with me. He's never driven a glider before. I bailed. I just jumped out and parachuted away. Left him in there. He's like, what do I do? What do I do? I'm like, well, it was a great time. He did panic. It was brilliant. He may have crashed it into a tree afterwards. It was, he's not the best. He's a bit... He's all over. Yeah. He's all over the place. He's a crazy guy. But anyway, let's talk about other things that are going on here. One thing that I do want to ask you about, now that we've seen Day Trade just get a win on the board, what are you expecting for their chances here? Because let's be real, it wasn't just me that was
16th. They just put themselves.
Sure. However, there are still a lot of teams that could take them over. Can they be consistent? Is my question.
Yeah, I mean that's a big question. Again, they qualified through a lot of solo snaky plays, which is on one hand it shows that they can salvage well. On the other hand, it makes it really hard to read how this team is going to be able to perform going forward. So you're right, they're at like 60 or so. So I do think that they're going to be able, or close.
Tied 16 to 3 teams with 43. It's kind of interesting. Our mid pack is super stacked.
It really is. Yeah. And actually, Tickleton acknowledged it as well in the interview that we had just before the day started. Right, the fact that. And I'll hold to this, what I said at the beginning of the day, this is the closest group stage we've ever had on internationals. The quality of plays, the quality of teams, aside from 3-4 floundering towards the bottom at the moment, everything else is super up for grabs for these teams looking as excellent as they do.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we have a couple of teams that are getting a bunch of wins that we didn't expect, maybe 1, but to see 2, or I don't think we had a team that hits 3. Yeah, but regardless, yeah, this is very close, going to make finals, very interesting. But to answer your question, I do think Day Trade is going to qualify to the grand finals.
I think so.
Once they're there, that's a big question. I still, part of me wants to say that they're still going to be in the double digits final placement, but it's a best of 12, so, but again, we can talk about that when it starts.
You always critique them in the finals. It's all in the group stage. You're cheering for them, right?
We.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're cheering them on.
I know I
cheering them on the group stage, but then the finals, you're like your hopes and dreams get crushed for them, right? Because it's often a little bit rough for them once you get to the finals. But yeah, I think definitely I could see Day Trade definitely coming in and getting into the finals. I hope so for them, especially after this change here. I think it's a super interesting change. Yeah. They are the top tier team coming out of Thailand. They are just such a good team. And look at that.
Tycon.
There it is, Tycon.
All right.
From Vietnam. Look at that with the love, with the sunglasses on. Yeah, maybe it's a little bit too much light in the studio.
Well, of course, we do have one of the teams here who is looking to get a back-to-back after PGS4. It's Twisted Minds. Let's hear from Batulins coming into the next games.
Welcome to PUBG at the Esports World Cup. My name is Barney Banks and I'm joined by, of course, Batulins from Twisted Minds. Batulins, you've literally been here for like 6 hours, like in the country. But I'm going to ask you anyway, what's the experience been like so far, taking in all of your surroundings and seeing the Esports World Cup for the first time?
I would say, first of all, it was very hot outside. I just landed at like 2 a.m. and it felt like, I don't know, some super sunny day. Yeah, but the hotel is amazing, the food is amazing, everything here feels like very comfortable. So it's not hot inside the building, so yeah,
Luckily.
I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy.
How's the preparations been with you and your team leading up to this event? Have you guys just been scrimming? Like, what's the scenario been?
I mean, first of all, we had some tournaments in Europe, which one of them we won, second one we placed second. So normal for us, yeah, so these results, but yeah, basically just scrimming, playing these tournaments, which felt like scrims before this huge event, so yeah. Confident to win this tournament now, so.
Nice, the confidence is oozing out of you, I can see it. You got that smile, you're just here to enjoy yourself, it's good. Now,
I've got to ask you, I mean, we can't sit here and not talk about PGS4. Like, you guys, you managed to take the win. The curse of second place was lifted off your shoulders. Did it feel like a weight was lifted when you finally managed to win?
It was definitely a great feeling because it's like we deserved the win for such a long time.
Exactly,
But we did something wrong in the final day every single time in the tournaments. And because we had such a small gap between PGS3, PGS4, we were able to think again what we did wrong. It's not about the game, it's only about the mentality. So our whole team was working on this mentality and we were managed to finally win the LAN tournament. It's still not enough for us. We need to win Riyadh, we need to win PGC, we need to do it again and again.
I like that mentality.
Yeah, and then I can say we finally, like, you know,
world
like,
champions.
Yeah, passed the game, like, did everything we had to do.
Always great to hear from Batulens, the GOAT of PUBG Esports, now a champion of a global tournament as well. His insights, of course, never satisfied, never happy with winning one event. He wants them all.
And that's what, I mean, I'm, first of all, a huge Batu fan as well, but yeah, I love that hunger. Like, yes, and he doesn't blame anyone else for the second place, right? So he's like, you know what, we always get there, we always get the second place, but finally we got it, but I want more. I want Riyadh, I want PGC, and that's exactly what you need in a player of his caliber.
It's actually kind of wild when you think about it, how many things that we take for granted now in competitive PUBG that Batulens has been, if not the guy to introduce to us, then a big part of it. The early day Twisted Minds or NLT back then, utility usage. No one could, I mean, we're not talking about landing a nade. We're talking about flashes. We're talking about precision mollies, how to set up smoke lines. They were one of the teams to pioneer, understand the economy behind utility usage. Him on mountaintops on Miramar. No one did it before him. He was there, and just their whole play style, their approach to the game, as we now head on over to Erangel once more to match number 2 of this final day of groups.
And it's just shaping up to be, again, so close. As the desk was saying, this has been the craziest group stage because there really isn't, as they were saying, a weak link, right?
Yeah.
Sure, you can pick out maybe 1 or 2 teams that are doing that well, but the fact that the midfield is this close is just, it's got to be crazy stressful as well for the players.
Now, I've been repeating myself and talking about nice plane paths. This one, I'm not going to repeat that sentiment because
I dare you.
This is arguably the most western plane path you can get on all of Erangel. But in all fairness, if we are to go by yesterday's standards, this game is somehow going to end east of Rostock. We're somehow going to swing all the way back east, but look for all drop spots, even on Military Island, even on Erangel as a whole, because the plane is so far west, even Milta is practically unreachable.
Yeah, and we were kind of joking about it together while we were waiting for the game to start. I would love a Zarki circle. That is,
never had it.
Dude, it is one of the, it's my favorite area in Erangel, first of all, but it's just, there's actually so many ridges and fun areas around Zarki to find. Zarki itself also is multi-leveled, right? So you have a lot of different buildings. We don't really get them often, but it's a very fun area to end.
Well, we're not. What?
There you go.
Look at the plane path and look at where the line of the circle is.
Yeah.
So, for those of you guys who don't know, circles tend to always touch the plane path. This is as east as this circle could have gone. We have about 3 of the 16 teams inside the first circle. Everyone's going to be scrambling seeing this. Wait, we don't lose Milton normally, but if we go there now, I mean, that's going to be free, right? This is going to be insane.
And fortunately for the Expendables, they've realized that they're going to be one of the first teams, the beneficiaries of the circle, because they're going to be the first ones in Milta or any area around that, whether they want to go a little bit north of Milta, take those flat tops, very strong positions to early game scout, as well as take control of some rotations. You even have E-Arena now posturing. VP, who decided to go to military base, will have a somewhat easy rotation as long as they don't get camped there. So for all the other teams, you know, we're definitely looking at that western edge to start to be a little bit of a sore spot for rotations.
Well, the race to the east has begun, and E-Arena is maybe not in the lead of it, at least not for now, because Expendables did beat them to it, but they're going to full speed send it right in behind the rest. Now, as we're seeing the rotations come through, the loot game get going, I want to take a second to go back to Day Trade, because not only did they win a phenomenal match here in the previous one, full control on the island top from start to finish, but they have figured a way to incorporate a structure within the organization that I think only really APAC teams have been fully successful with. Their ability to pick up players that have yet to turn 18, yet to be eligible to play competitive PUBG, and kind of have them on the academy/bench position and let them watch, quote-unquote, the big boys play, learn from them to then be filtered in as the days go on. If we look, for example, at a player like Belmoth, started as a substitute on the team. He realized after a year and a half, I don't just want to be a sub. I want to actually, like, I'm old enough now, guys. Sub me in. I want to go play. He was then traded to Sharper Esports back in 2021, where he, I mean, rein in. Don't do this to me.
I thought he was gonna drive straight into the water.
Okay, you know what? I'll hold that thought for a second, because T1 seems like they are very eager to get shot at on rotation. They're doing donuts in front of Sissy, and yes, of course, E-Arena will find that. Taker takes the first elimination of the game, as now T1 a little late to it, maybe, but they are coming in a 3v1 against Sissy, who's trying to make a run for it.
And that smoke could buy him a little bit of time, but no, they're gonna vault right after him, and so he's gonna have to run as fast as his legs will carry to try to get away from the rest of the angry members of T1, as this was a smart position, though, for them to end up on, especially because that bridge is essentially center circle.
These pink rabbits are fast. We'll see if he's fast enough to get across the road before T1 gets eyes on him. I think they're definitely confused that he managed to get out of there alive, especially now. Panzerfaust in hand, Raining, watch out, using those inside. Can't get you self-eliminated.
Wow, he just pre-fired the corner. Okay.
I think he saw the mannequin in the corner and thought it was a player. Either that or that was the most insane pre-fire I've seen in a very long time. Wow, okay, T1 is here to fight. I think the jitters are kind of on their hands right now. They're a little shaky, which I understand. But guys, breathe. This is still doable. You lost one player, you can turn this around. Well,
Maybe.
now you might have lost two.
Yeah, Ian will actually go down, so Tigger will find another knock, and again, for a team that started off rather poorly yesterday, managed to bring it back. This is kind of a mirroring situation here.
Yeah. Definitely is. No third team has really opted to engage so far. We are seeing virtus.pro on the southern side, obviously hearing this, seeing parts of it too. Not sure if they're eager to aggress, as Alphaca able to find yet another one. Damage done on both sides as Rainin, alongside his team at Alphaca, is trying to make something off of this trigger one. But for E-Arena, really sat at 15 points in their final day. They cannot go out with a single point here.
No, they needed to actually wipe the team and get rid of T1. Oh no, the smokes will actually cover him.
Yep.
But as I was saying, E-Arena, they needed to have a good start. Getting that first knock on T1 was that good start, but now it's all starting to fall apart, and now virtus.pro will start to get involved.
virtus.pro is starting to find eliminations on Expendables, who also have up there just to take this fight. This is the two, these are the parents at the kids' the kids' football game that are starting to go, no, guys, these are doing something. Let's just stay back, watch the guys do their thing, and then we'll engage afterwards. But now they're starting to have a brawl on the sidelines.
You see Chloe's there starting to set up just to the west side, maybe looking for a flush, but none given to him. As you said, VP was like, hey,
just keep rotating.
So Ibby will back off, and wisely so. They'll leave Quizzy there for the moment. I mean, he has a vehicle he'll be able to pull off if he needs to, but yeah, still just fishing for these points.
Also, we got to keep in mind there's a fairly decent chance this one could swing back to military again.
Yeah.
So don't want to go too far. Don't want to go too far into the mainland. If you're virtus.pro, might as well set up a bit of a highway towards that eastern shoreline of Milta. That would be definitely the way to go about it. This fight, though, has quieted down, at least for now. Casualties on all sides. That's Alphaca still outside. Knows exactly where he has Quizzy, but can't quite get the angle on him. Maybe he can flame him out there. We'll see if Raining can catch him on the other side of the building.
And E-Arena, and I was about to say T1 not really winning or benefiting from this at all.
No.
E-Arena, to their credit, only lost one. Meanwhile, T1 is now just down to one player.
In the meantime, towards Yasnaya, because why not when the circle is further south? Tianba, All Gamers Global rotating through one another. Again, I mean, this takes me back to our Miramar game of yesterday when we have these very, very difficult plane paths and teams are forced to do awkward rotations. They're going to be running into one another because their timings, it's just you can't predict them. You don't know what's going to happen. It's impossible to prepare for. So therefore, teams will get tangled up as they make their way east, and we see it up by Yasnaya here once again.
And that's a great point. You can prepare as much as you want, but when you get a wrench thrown into the mix like this, like a plane path, like not only the plane path, but then the circle pop, right?
Exactly.
It just completely shatters what your original plan could have been. And so Africa, just the last member alive here, Rating, ultimately no chance of getting res, trying to play his life and just hoping that E-Arena realistically doesn't push this as a squad and just get rid of him.
Exactly. Sizzy has been seen Africa want to keep his teammate alive, but I don't think there's any way he's going to get this done unless if he full commits to the fight across the street. virtus.pro realizing that there's a team that has now backfilled them. That is their kind of transition back to military, tempered with, at least for now, should this next circle take us back in that direction. But as this quiets down for a brief second, I just want to finish my point on Daytrade and say that Belmoth, he left the team, didn't want to sub, came back in because he was too good to not be on the roster anymore. They kind of threw him out as a sub, brought him back in as a starter, and now he's the captain of the team. So a nice transition from being brought in as an academy guy, too young to play, to now be the captain on the roster.
I mean, Tycon followed a similar path, right, with Cerberus, but
it's the APEC way of doing things, and I really do like it because it gives the players a joy, or like a more, I guess, to some extent, love and feel for the org they're part of, rather than them just being a jersey they're wearing. Not saying that's the case for everyone else. As we see more of these early game shambles going on, Tianba, the unfortunate losers of all of this, as now Tycon
Speaking of Tycon,
up on the hunt 7-7, trying to make a run for it.
He's going to pull out the DMR, maybe get a few shots in, but he's got to be careful. Pow. And that vehicle is moving super slow. So he fortunately will survive, and here's the pull-up now from Cert T. Can he find this knock? Oh, the jump over!
Nice timing from Pow Pow. Goes for the reload, 13 bullets in hand, but Pow Pow able to find the double. We'll see if he can get the third. Oh, just behind the vehicle goes his opponent as Pow comes around the corner, takes him down, 7-7, now trying to reset. It's just him left alive, Tycon, and Pow wants to take him out. They want to get Cert T back on his feet. We'll see the push comes through. Tycon locks on over, peeks on forward, catches him with nade in hand, and that is going to be Tianba.
Oh, what is that shift?
Shifts back to military.
And you know what's funny is I was going to mention earlier, before Luna had even started making it across that bridge, I was going to say they're probably better off just waiting on the south side on Millie base to see what the circle does. Fortunately, they don't take any losses, and now they will be the ones to once again, if you remember last game, choose exactly where they want to play.
I am at a loss for words. The only way this could be even wilder than it is already is if it shifts back north again. Let's see.
Oh, man.
52 alive, phase 2. 10 minutes in, we've lost 12 players already. Danawa looking to the south. They have, of course, heard all of the commotion earlier. That's Anonix with an SKS, best team on the game, in hand. Peeks towards the south, tries to figure out what's happening down here. Seeing a ton of vehicles on the move. And probably just having to forfeit, realizing, guys, I don't think this journey over to Millie is going to be as simple as we had hoped for.
You know, definitely not. As I said, Luna with a lot of room to work with. BB, though, getting there so much quicker, have already actually set up here on top of this hill. And so they once again in a position to get a lot of kills, especially once the chaos dies down. Meanwhile, on the north side, Daytrade is taking a nice little E-pickup past the Sonics, who have decided to stay just on the east side, or at least two members, or one. Is it just Norrens?
They're simply sending Norrens across to the other side in similar fashion to what we saw with Anonix in the previous game, sending one guy over the scout, see if he can lock down a position. If he can, great. If he fails, well, we only lost one guy.
But the thing is, the difference is that while Anonix was in the air coming down, the other members were already on the island. The difference here is that the rest of Daytrade still have to make that rotation. And as you can see, the Gladiators are somewhat set up already on that western bridge.
Okay, so a lot of teams are opting to go down here. Sparking arguably taking the easiest route to military. Either this or E-pickups would be the best. This might, though, trump E-pickups, mainly because with E-pickups you're in the situation where you get out of your plane or your, I guess, harness, and you don't have a vehicle. This time around, he's still going to have his glider, should he park it all right, on the ground of that potential northern shift back again.
Plus, TSM actually are making landfall in Novo, and so they're going to be able to pick up those vehicles no problem. And so, yeah, much better situation there for TSM as E-Arena now actually making their way towards that direction as they are starting to make a rotation towards the south side of the circle. Sparking, though, already on radio tower.
I'm still trying to comprehend not only the initial fight, but T1's approach to it. I don't like to just sit on one team forever and kind of call them out, but it just seems very miscommunicated, the way that they're approaching that fight. As now We see Twisted Minds. They have heard the shots from virtus.pro further down the eastern side of military base proper, and they are making their way down here. But do they know that they have Nixie and Luca right nearby? I'm not sure.
Maybe meanwhile on the south side, just gatekeeping a little bit here on one of these mounds. As these bunkers, you know, when they're in are notoriously easy to get in, very difficult to get out of, but EB not necessarily contending with that issue right now. Is Petrichor as well rotating in the blue. It looks like quite a few of these teams, in fact, all Gamers Global coming in right behind them looking for that western bridge as well. Oh, and it kind of does.
I mean, north is in, but we know it's going to shift south. And
this is going to be a very difficult finish, though, Toby, because that coastline does not really offer that much cover.
I mean, you say the coastline all the way down to where BP team is. We really only have 3 buildings left in this circle altogether outside of the very far western compound. It's definitely going to be a tricky one. If we look towards the center of the circle, here we see Pow Pow's valiant effort, jumps on over, catches an opponent with nade in hand. Cest falls as his shoulder is visible too. Almost
had
got
3,
the third there as well. That could have been a 1v4, but it wasn't to be.
So now looking at the rest of this map, you see Daytrade actually taking shots, and it somewhat scared Petrichor away. Meanwhile, the last member of Daytrade, Norens, is slowly making his way behind the Gladiators, who wisely have actually chose to camp whatever teams may be coming in from that west bridge.
This is what I was just alluding to before. Twisted Minds will find one of virtus.pro. virtus.pro realizing too late that Twisted was in the nearby vicinity. They're spread very thin. They still have EB down towards the south. Lugarooks in military base proper as well. Nixie right now is all by himself. He needs to find Lou, and it's not going to happen. Lou spots him out up above, will take him out, and again, simply nothing virtus.pro could do to really prevent this push come through because they were split too thin.
And this has been the problem, though, for VP, right? Game after game, they just cannot seem to. I mean, this circle, I'll give them a little bit of a break, but they just have not been able to make it past, it seems like, circle 3, circle 4 with more than 2 members alive.
True. It's definitely not been easy for them. Danawa now coming in the southern side, rotating all the way around the south tip of the island as they peek on forward here. Deal, formerly known as a Babsanghet, will make his way alongside the teammates further towards the east. They're backfilling BP team effectively. Are they just going to full speed send it underneath? Where are you opting to stop, guys?
It looks like it, and this is actually very widespread. Twisted Minds could get involved in this if they see the fight go through. Meanwhile, Norens, oh no, that's a big knock.
Yeah.
For Daytrade, or against Daytrade.
Unlucky loss. He got in too close, and he's going to go down because of it now. In the meantime, BP team trying to fend off against Danawa. Twisted Minds is there to join them as well. As I think Danawa very quickly realizing that what they were set up to do was not bound to work out for them. Just one player left alive, and that's going to be Danawa. Completely torn apart by BP team and Twisted Minds.
That rotation was so risky, as they were going to have to, like we said, go in between multiple teams, especially on the face of that hill with the barracks kind of overlooking it. That was always going to be a challenge, and so they will fail to rise to it, as now Game and Gladiators still continuing to keep tabs on this western bridge. And you see Dante now trying to almost corral Thanadol in their direction, the last member of Daytrade.
And everyone's scrambling to try and get inside this next circle. TSM, a little tribute to 2017 TSM. Playing in the blue, fighting in the blue as they too make their way
Very on
further
brand.
towards the next circle. We all know it's going to shift south, and indeed it does. Luna Galaxy sat dead center in this one. Currently our second to last team. They need to make something of this circle shift.
Also Sonics, I mean, that's going to be a very fortunate circle for them. They have, for the most part, been chasing circles. Last game as well, they were given a chance, but sandwiched between multiple teams, they made it at least to the top 8. This time, with a big opportunity to get the points that they desperately need at 38, currently at 18th.
Let's see as things, again, for a second, quiet down, but you don't get to breathe in and out more than once or twice because fights are about to happen. BP team well aware that Twisted Mind is just over the other side of this hill. They're hearing the cars coming in, and I think that is a fight that should be popping off any second. Now, in the meantime, Gaming Gladiators will opt to go further towards the north. We'll see if Pin can somehow lock down Daytrade's last player, Thanadol. He's sat in the shack with not a whole lot to work with.
And that shack is going to be his Alamo, essentially. I mean, he's not getting out of it, especially because Gaming Gladiators have actually found that position. Meanwhile, we do see Tycon and the boys from AGG making landfall, at least a little bit of cover. We'll see. That was an empty car, just for all those Lukaruks, actually.
But how do they make their way off this shoreline? That's what I'm
the issue
concerned about, right? I mean, they get Lukaruks, he's down, that's solid. Now, in the meantime, back towards Platoons we go. We said it before, and we saw it kind of in the making. BB team and Twisted will have to fight for this one at some point. I don't see how Twisted can wrap around them, get inside the circle here without confronting BBT's location.
Yeah, and BB, again, just gatekeeping that south side, with TSM also having to contend with Gladiators if they want to come in on the southwest, and then Petrichor slowly making their way across. They're actually swimming here as the potential for a fight here. Lou has to be very careful. Spyro just waiting in the wings right underneath him.
The amount of pink-colored logos in the bottom side, or whatever you want to call it, that color.
Peach?
Shrimp.
Shrimp?
Shrimp
color?
Shrimp red, I don't know. Salmon red on the southern side of the map right now. Not easy. Ixlep wanted to get off the beach. Didn't really end up happening for him. He will fall on approach. The issue is he's going to be the first one from Petrichor to do so. So for the remaining two players, Summer and Ming, still out in the water. They will now be seen. Ming is trying to make a run for it. 360s. We'll see if that's going to grant him some safety as he at least gets to the corpse of his fallen teammate. Maybe there's a smoke there. Maybe there's a bit more cover that he can deploy to try and make the run further forward.
And the fact that there was a smoke there at all is really his saving grace, as you see Summer still trying to make it onto the beach, but Sir T not really giving them any break at all. Is actually Sapao and Tycon are making this push. They want to eliminate the team as fast as possible, but now here we have the fight between TSM and Gaming Gladiators as they have opened it up. Smokes as well abound. A spray coming from Dante, but he won't be able to finish it.
This is going to be a big fight. A lot of space to be claimed on the western side of the circle for whoever comes out victorious. TSM looking forward. Now with the circle going further towards the east, they know there's a space that they don't really need, but they have to take the fight in order to move further forward. Gaming Gladiators are on the defensive. They're waiting this one out. This could be a very solid flash from Alo, lopped on forward. No lethal utils for TSM, or they would have probably used it already. You can see Purdy on the flank around the side, trying to get the angle onto Pin as he's now being shot from afar.
Yeah, but the afar is really not going to be the main issue here. Is actually Ibby. It is. Ibby will find the knock, and that opens a huge window for TSM to push forward.
Everyone in trouble. They simply took too long in the engagement, and now the team safely inside the circle are starting to feast as they look down in this direction. Alo has to reload inside the smoke, still trying to make his way further forward, but he's lost track of his opponent.
And then look at Aduzi now. Aduzi from BB teams coming in for the backstab, trying to get as many points as possible. Alo will fall. It's just now down to Luke. He'll at least get the finish, but Aduzi will get Dante.
Complete carnage on the southwest side, and as you said, Aduzi's been sneaking up in this direction for forever now, though, forced to back off. Again, the remaining server, everyone to the east of here is looking in this direction, and look at that open hillside. There's literally no cover to be found outside of the tree that Luke is currently hiding behind a blown out vehicle, sure, but he cannot get to it. Tygon takes him down. 10 kills for All Gamers Global, 6 of which are on Tygon.
You know, they ended strong yesterday, and it seems like they're starting strong today as they still maintain 3 members alive. Sonics, meanwhile, sat just in the middle around Luna Galaxy. The fights that are really going to matter here are going to be on the south side of the circle between BB Team, Twisted, and potentially New Happy. If they see the fight, if they're able to see that there is a third-party situation, they will absolutely take it.
Let's see now, E-Arena able to get themselves a bit of a reset as their next push is, again, really bound to be over towards Expendables. Don't think they're going to be able to swing all the way around the compound, but having said that, there would actually be space should they succeed in doing so. But no, they're going south. They want to wrap the other direction. We'll see what they're opting to go for. There is a shack in the circle that they could try and full speed send it towards, and there might just be the play here. Lob a smoke on forward, see if you can get in there, and indeed they will.
Yeah, they're in there for now, but
Nate
bait potentially. I mean, the safetiness of that. I mean, the good thing as well for the duo of the Expendables is if that compound gets cut out, they can shift over to the west and play that hillside. There is a significant amount of cover. If you want to talk about this circle in general, probably most of the cover is going to be in that area. And so they'll survive for now. E-Arena as well bought a little bit of time with that, as New Happy now trying to get a little frisky on the south side.
I like what New Happy were trying to set up to do, or at least the way I read it is that they were pushing up the hillside, maybe trying to force Twisted Minds into BB teams, set up a third-party opportunity for themselves. Issue is now Expendables sees them up the hillside. They're miles out in the open. That is an angle they were not ready for. And, well, Tanvu is going to make it very, very hard for Longska to really get anything going. But with this circle shifting, I mean, there's not really a whole lot more they can do other than making the play, and now with non-dead, I mean, they're pretty much done for.
Yeah, New Happy with a position, an opportunity to actually push forward and maybe take a little bit of control of the circle. We're actually gate-kept by the two duos.
I mean, the amount of crossfire lineups that these teams have on one another right now. Jacob from the opposite side of the circle taking out Perfectix. This is an incredibly difficult area for really everyone to play. Part of the reason why you only have Luna Galaxy playing solidly inside the circle alongside Sonics, I suppose, in the compound on the other side. But there's also a reason that those two teams have 0 kills combined. They cannot take part in any of the action that's taking place right now. It's all these teams that are trying to fight their way further towards the circle that has to brawl for what would most likely be a third-place finish.
And that's just one of the key aspects of getting into a circle like this. Yes, great. It's one of the side effects. You do have the greatest position in the circle, but you're not able to really get anything off it. Not only follow the team. It's not like Luna doesn't want to spread out, or it's not like Sonics doesn't want to get a little more aggressive, but they simply can't.
Exactly. That's even more so the reason why you've got to bring home wins when points are there to be garnered, not through kills, but through the placement points. The circles come your way. They continue, man. They continue. All Gaming Global. 12 kills so far, and they're not done yet. They still have 2 arena players in and around this shack. They're looking over towards Ming Ming, who currently finds himself prone on the hillside down towards Twisted Minds. He too, though, will have to move further forward. All Gaming Global will be inside the circle on this hilltop, and Tycon with a double tap to the head will find Sizzy and instantly goes for shots over towards Twisted Minds as well.
Yeah, this is really hurting Twisted Minds' game plan. They would like to at least engage BB somewhat on their own terms, but the fact that the Expendables, and now really it was the Expendables, now it's AGG, are just not allowing them any room to do so. They're actually just getting shoved into this position where they now have to push right into Ming Ming, and a grenade could cause disaster.
Example comes down the hillside, takes a lot of damage, and all just taken down by Posa here as well. Lou now out of the car, down to low HP, but can't stop to heal. He knows he has Ming Ming just on the other side, and Ming Ming will find him, get the flush onto his teammate as well. Will get the second two, so again a salvage situation for New Abbey as they find 2 points just before they fall.
And just like that, that is it. Twisted Minds. Oh no, Batulins. Batulins still the last one alive. The other 2 members were the ones to fall. And so 5 kills. What can he do? A potential spray down. He gets 1. Phil first will fall, but he still has 3 more members to contend with.
We saw Besterlock on the peak before as well, but Besterlock sees him too. That's going to be Twisted Minds down and out. It's been a stalling battle for all these teams with the circle closing in. They are forced to make plays happen. The arena still outside the circle, maybe trying to just heal through this one, see if there's a placement or 2 more to be found, as Luna Galaxy, the first team to wrap back towards the Millie Island, get yet another blessing from the circle gods.
And if you're Sonics at this point, the play might even be to just wrap into that hillside that AGG is on, because there's really nothing to play on the west side. Pushing directly into Luna may just be suicide. I mean, I'm not even sure Sonics has any vehicles because they swam across, and so you just need to get as many points as possible, and AGG might just be that option.
Nice blue zone nade here. Jacob forced outside the building is going to prone, trying to get out of it, and actually it's going to be the actual blue zone and not the blue zone nade that gets the better of him. So no points garnered to All Gaming Global, but I think they're pretty satisfied with where they're currently set. 14 kills in this match so far, still 3 alive, but they are also the team with the furthest to go here with this Western Circle shift.
BB team not immediately threatened. They still have a little bit of a ridge line to play here, and so they're not going to have to rotation. Really, the onus is going to be, as we said, on AGG and Sonics.
I mean, keep in mind, Sonics, look at their util. 11 smokes, 12 nades. They have yet to really do anything in this game. They've been very satisfied with getting to chill in the building for as long as they have. Now we'll see if they, with the util and full vests and helmets, can make something happen, as Haven is able to find a doozy. So BB team forced to, I was going to say stall for a bit, wanted to try and take out our All Gaming Global on their push down the east side, but now has to go for the res instead.
And Sonics now have to make that choice. The initial thought of trying to push towards AGG is gone now, as you said, they fortunately do have plenty of utility, but once they get on that doorstep of Luna, they also have a lot of grenades, and so that could be the winning factor for them, as they do have to start moving, closing. The circle is closing. They are on the slow side, so this buys them just a little more time.
Tycon crossed on over, no vest, but he does not care. He's going to sprint forward regardless, but half the server has eyes on him, and I don't think he's long for this world, no. Spiro will find him. Nice trade for Zapao, though. Not that I think it's going to matter for Tycon. No, he will fall, but Zapao is able to effectively use his teammate as bait to get yet another one. 15 kills. We'll see if Zapao can find more.
Possible. It's very possible, but he now has quite the run, and that smoke bouncing off of Tickleton's back, but this is exactly what you were saying. They need to use that utility. They need to get as close as possible to Luna Galaxy so they can use those grenades to try to get the knocks and take over the best position in the circle.
12 nades available. We'll see if they hit the mark. Nades in return does hit their mark as the Tonic's boys are forced to back off at least for now. But keep in mind, those smokes don't last forever, and they've deployed a fair amount of them. Only 3 left to work with. So they would want to make this play before they fade altogether, because they still have 3 members of BP teams up and alive that could get angles on this. Now the Western threat is done with. Now they can push further forward as the power falls.
And you know,
but this is it, the smokes are gone. They have no pathing.
They have a few smokes that they've thrown at the building, which is very smart to block off any of the angles, and Luna necessarily can't poke out either because they have BB team on their backside, and so they're kind of stuck in these buildings. Really, it's just Haven, the only one with a little bit of cover in that Shaq's position to try to get a little bit of damage onto the Sonics.
They had the smoke line before, but those smokes are fading, and Bestelog is taking full advantage of it. Nice angle from him. 3 nades now in the hands of Vinny. There's only so many places that Sonics can be. They're setting themselves up for a quad nade, potentially, should one get placed just a bit further towards the west.
And they managed to get the heal off. This is actually so crucial, but no, Posa will find 3 with a beautiful spray.
Solid shots come through, and Sonics are dismantled by BP team and Luna Galaxy. No entry, held back, didn't dare to make the run through the smokes, and they pay the price.
And the utility coming through from Luna, the fact that they had those grenades is really what stunted that push from Sonics, but now it's BB team. They still have a position to play here, but they will have to move first once this circle phase 9 happens.
BB team, we'll see. They know exactly where they have Luna at this point. They're outnumbered, but they might, with a 3 or 2 for cover, be able to make something happen. The game will end on their side of the road. So if you can stall for long enough, there might just be a win to be had for you. Bestelog right on the edge of the circle. I'm not sure if he's just exactly, and he is able to sit put, at least for now, but look at this, no smokes. They have flashbangs, they have nades, they have mollies, but those don't matter because you're not within range to really get much use of them. You need smokes, you need cover. Luna Galaxy need the same, but they have 2. Where do you place your 2 nades when you have to make this cross?
I really don't know. I really don't know,
Toby.
Toby.
Space for 2 nades to cover.
I know we're supposed to be the ones that know everything, but I genuinely couldn't tell you at this point. Like I said, BB are the ones that have to move slightly earlier, only because they have the center circle on their side, yes, but they're currently sat against the edge of the blue.
Bestelog down to blue, prone down, couldn't really do a whole lot. Filfirst does get a knock in return. There might be something to be done here. Filfirst, obviously, with full knowledge of where Kraken is positioned, wants to go for the second. EWC creeping ever so much further forward. Is he the one with a nade in hand? I'm not sure. Molly on the other side is EWC. Is able to find one, but he gets himself mollied as well, and Vinny will take him out, and now it's down to just Filfirst up against Kraken and Vinny. And you know what? It makes perfect sense here to me that they go for the rest. They know that he might not have a lot of utility, at least not that he can use within that range. He's lobbing forward blue zone nades, maybe to try and isolate an angle, but I think they're coming through too late.
I don't know if they have enough time. I think that res actually might have cost them what little time they had. Vinny now making that push, and he's been spotted out by Phil.
Down to low HP. Posa is trying to make the run on forward. He still has the tree for cover. I don't think Filfirst sees him, but Filfirst finds Haven as well. Down to low HP now, though. Sat behind the shack. We'll see if he can take him out. Posa with the angle gets the headshot connected once again. Posa, half HP, but only 12 bullets in the chamber, but it would only need 1 in order to find him, and he will for Luna Galaxy in a hectic finish yet again on Millie Island.
Well, I think was it Cameron saying that, oh, there's no way that we go to 2 games of the day on Millie Island. I'm not sure. Someone on the desk said it, but man, Luna Galaxy desperately needed those points. Yes, it wasn't the most impressive high kill win, but they at least came out of that with 6 and 10 points for the win. That could be a start, but they have to keep their foot on the gas.
Posa's triple, all gaming global at 16 kills. So many incredible highlights from this match. What a curveball. Toughest plane path you can possibly get on a wrangle, followed by the toughest circle you can get off the toughest plane path, and then this south side ending. Sonics second-guessing themselves on their push on forward through those smokes.
I mean, they clearly had one opportunity. They had one chance.
You want me to start beatboxing, or where are we going with this?
But I mean, really, that was the case. And what a spray. The collat there at the end against Shrimzy and Kickstart was perfection. But Phil first almost made this work.
Insane. The fact that BB team, I mean, they were here from the start as well. Keep that in mind. Able to hold on the southern side for so long. Impressive. But now let's hop back to the desk. I'm sure they got a lot to say about this amazing game we just witnessed.
Well, Luna Galaxy get themselves a big victory here. There's not that many kills on the board because the circle was coming towards this compound for a long time. However, a very important one for them to prove that they're able to hang with the lobby in this tournament. Joining me, Cameron, as well as Venger, to talk about this one. Luna Galaxy, Cameron.
Yeah? Yeah, I mean, listen, I didn't have the highest of hopes for them. I was really excited to see what they could deliver. But to your point, James, absolutely, this was a Fed zone, a Fed circle. All of the nonsense, what was it, around the Milta gas station to start things off. There was some fighting up on the north. It was chaos everywhere, even before we confirmed that it was going to Milta in the first place. But for Luna Galaxy's benefit, I'm really glad that they could get this chicken dinner here, get themselves on the board. You always talk about needing that confidence, and especially for a team that has very limited global experience like this team does. Hopefully now they can go for more plays, go more aggressive. Granted, their timings, we still want to see some improvements on that in order to not get caught out like we've seen from previous rounds from them. But regardless, let's see if they can push this further going forward now.
And it's very much the teams that are outside or have been outside the top 16 that have been getting the points here, guys. Of course, all games global, they are fragging out, and that's going to continue, and that's going to be their own thing. If they sponge up a lot and continue to do so, that'll be a different story. But still, our teams at the top and like in the kind of top of the right side of the leaderboard, they are still getting points here, and Luna is one of them. They need to have one more very big game or two more very decent games to have a chance, though. Again, we're talking about this hypothetical cutoff, 55, 60 points. It's going to be somewhere around there very likely, but this game overall here, it's making it very hard for any other team than them because how this terrain and how this little compound works out. There's not a lot of cover here. 2 or 3 trees. BB team could not have done much more than what they got here.
But another second place is great for them. And by the way, do you mean all Tycon global? Because he had like 8 kills again.
I did somehow had a couple as well. It wasn't. Yeah, it was a little more shared than previously. There have been more egregious.
Yeah, he had more kills than all of Luna Galaxy. Really. That's
pretty cool.
That's the story. Yeah.
I mean, the thing is that obviously, you know, we think about the Tycons. Well, let's talk about the points here coming in.
Right.
It will be all Tycon global up at the top here with 19 points going his way, their way. We've got Luna Galaxy as well, 16 points. And again, another great performance from BB team with the 13. This is the thing, though, right? Like, Tycon leaving Cerberus is such an enigma. Like, obviously, we've got PNC coming up and things like that. It's whatever. But he's playing better than Himas so far on this tournament.
Yes.
And it's like...
Oh, look at that.
Okay,
and
so now I'm 6. So it's not just Tycon, admittedly. You're right.
In this one round. Previous rounds, you would be correct. So
they're just terrifying. They're like... Okay, Cerberus was in the previous iteration, Tycon as well. We watched as Tycon came up and was vastly underpriced over in PGC 2022 in a silly scenario where he was a sub-lol. But let's take a look at the overalls to get things going. Of course, as we now have all gamers global. They've found themselves with 73 points, so they're in the finals.
And also Luna pushing themselves a little bit still low. 16 points here, now they're in 33. As I said, they need 2 big games. You need to get into that top 16. Sonic's also a little bit slow and steady. They got 6 points in this one here, so they got a little bit more going their way. Twisted Minds now, one more game, they're going to be fine. They're going to be going into the finals here. It really comes down to who's going to be able to get themselves out of this bottom 8 here. Right now, Sonics is looking to be the next prospect to take over someone. Danawa, 0-point game for them. Slow start overall. And 4 AM still is that target. That 55-point mark for me is the target.
Here's the thing, right? Twisted Minds 5 points behind. The other teams behind them 9 or 10 points behind.
Yeah.
We still have 4 games. Bye 4 AM. Like, there's no way they're going to survive the onslaught that's on the way.
Yeah, especially with the fact that we've had so many points, even in just these first 2 games, be so spread. I think there was a chance that 4AM could have squeaked in, like very, very tight, especially if the bottom team started to do more. But we're still seeing struggles from E-Arena, still seeing struggles from virtus.pro. We have yet to see if Luna Galaxy can go beyond just this one chicken dinner. So I do agree. I think that 4AM, it's like 90% chance that they're out.
Well, let's take a look at our MVP here from this game, and will it be egregious? Yes, it will, because as much as, yes, okay, clearly...
He died early, okay?
Yes.
You want to give it to Tycon. He already got it. He was on the top leaderboard for the kills. It's fine here.
Yeah, he was
Vinny
there.
survived, and also remember, Vinny got 4 out of the 6 kills that all of Luna had. So Vinny, of course, a guy here for the MVP. So, yeah, sure, Tycon had double the kills. He didn't survive for longer, though.
Is it just the survival time that's making this a problem, or do we have to have it from the winning team? I would like to be able to just tweak this slightly personally, and then we can get it really correct.
Survival time needs to be less important. Slightly
yeah,
less.
I just say these things because I know nobody's going to get rid of me, so it's why at this point, like, clearly. Anyway, whatever. That was, of course, Luna Galaxy putting themselves in a position where they can try and challenge, right? We've already talked about the fact that they have already, thanks to last week from the football game, given themselves 1,000 points from the club championships.
From the football game.
They changed the name of it. So there is a potential. If they are able to continue today, get some points on the board, they could challenge. If they got to a top 8, that would be amazing for them.
If they get a top 8, it would mean the difference of $0 or hundreds of thousands of dollars in the club championship. So this is huge. And I'm a little bit worried because could this be pressure that is also going down from the organization through the manager, through the players? Are they aware? Or is there some sort of bonus for them that they're kind of fighting for, that they're worried about that they might not get if they don't make it? Stuff like this. I don't want to put too much pressure on them. I have high hopes for them. I have maybe not as high expectations for them from what we've seen so far.
Right. Yeah. Well, we've run out of time here, guys. We are going to be going to a break. When we return, we are shaking things up. Check it out. Let's hope we don't finish west of Test Track this time around. Let's get a little bit of a difference. We'll see after the break here for the Esports World Cup for PUBG. See you soon.
Taca de molotov. Boa, caralho. Vamos, velho. Vamos. Boa. Vamos voltar, velho. 4. Matei ninguém.
A big update to the clan system, some new and updated weapon attachments, and a new ranked season. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.1 patch report. First up, clans are getting a big update as we head into a full month of clan-related fun. Your clan will now have weekly clan challenges to work towards, and individual clan member missions to complete for various rewards. As your clan finishes clan challenges together, you'll start to rank up your new clan supply airplanes class. As your supply airplane improves, you'll get better rewards from the new clan loot caches you receive for completing clan member missions. Your clan airplane's class will degrade a bit each week, so make sure you keep at those missions to ensure the best possible rewards. In addition, clans will earn new clan tokens each time their clan reaches an XP milestone. These tokens can be used in the new clan token store, which lets you purchase things like new clan tag plates, sandbox mode tickets for clan members, hunter's chest tickets, and more. Finally, we've got a brand new weapon attachment coming your way. The new muzzle brake can be attached to ARs, DMRs, or shotguns, and will significantly reduce camera shake while firing, while also helping slightly with horizontal and vertical recoil. Some existing attachments have also gotten an update, so check out the patch notes to see what's new. There are also some performance improvements, improvements to Rondo's terrain, a new ranked season, and more. So make sure you check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.1 is here, so assemble the team, upgrade your supply airplane, and trick out your gunplay with the new and updated attachments. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
All right, it's time to throw caution to the wind as we go to Rondo once again, where nothing's figured out. The teams really don't have a clue what's going on. I'm just joking. They do know quite a bit of the map, just not every inch of it, and that's what causes some severity in the situations that go down. Joining me, Toffees as well as Avenger here. These guys are going to talk to us about Rondo. But our last two Rondos haven't really been too spicy. It's just ended in some very open areas.
Be honest. You're like, I hate it. I don't want it. I want more.
That's not what I said.
Okay, but really though, the endings have been rough. They've been kind of not the greatest of games. They've been tough for the players, and it's true to feel that way. But it's not that the map is not as bad as it's felt so far, right? I think the circles have picked some really tough spots.
Right.
And I'm hoping that this Rondo will be a little bit different, taking some of those better locations.
I honestly think the map is great.
Yeah.
There's two things we need to change: the vast open areas.
Yep.
There's a lot of that,
and the land ratio needs to improve a little bit because half the lakes and half the mountains are considered land ratio, and not everybody knows what is what.
And I think there's some cool ideas. The emergency cover, I think, is just a really cool thing added in this map that has a lot of validity.
Should have 3 though instead of
2. 3, and maybe a little bit bigger so you can use them in those
yeah.
big open areas. Something like that. But we're on to something, right? I think that's what I like about Rondo is that we're testing new ways to play the game.
Yeah. The emergency cover, it's one of my favorite things.
Like in all maps.
Yeah. Oh, on all maps would be cool as well. There are some big open areas on some of these maps that you just kind of, oh, well, I guess we lose now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
if you can alleviate some of that, it's a really awesome tool.
Yeah, honestly, in some situations, it should be, you know, okay, we still have a winning play to make, and that emergency cover could be that, you know, you have 1 or 2 of them, and that could create an opportunity to either win the game or at least get you further into the game that it would just be sending headlessly into a compound and maybe suiciding a little bit to some of the teams that are already holding it out.
All right.
That's all about some of the stuff we've had, like the smoke guns, ways to create utility for those desperate moments. And I love that we're still adding them. And honestly, the cinematics of like that item coming out of the sky is just exciting and fun to watch, right?
Yeah, it is cool. It is cool. But of course, here we want to have some curveballs thrown at us once again for these teams. We only play 3 Rondos across this group stage. The teams only play 2 Rondos each. So you've got to be absolutely fast on your toes here to be able to adapt to what is going on. Again, we show E-Arena everywhere because they're playing quite adaptive.
Yeah.
It's not been the best of days for E-Arena again. They've got a little bit more than yesterday, admittedly, already.
I'm just hoping for them to get an emergency pick up and, you know, get into some of those compounds we saw them fight so well for in PGS 3 and 4 because they did that well, and that was somewhat their recipe for success. So I want to see more of that now that they are a forced edge-looting team.
I think there's some other teams. I think, you know, you guys, Sonics have not been performing the way that they'd like right now. It's a team that we expect better. This
Danawa,
could be
1 point so far today.
Absolutely. And I think some of these teams that are struggling, this might be a chance for them. The chaos of this map, the unexpectedness, that could give them a chance to get up and rondoing if they, I think, really get a good circle and can work around some of these other teams. Because the thing here for me is all these teams don't even know how to they know how to rotate. They haven't fine-tuned their rotations just yet. So there is a chance to get away with some things, you know?
Yeah, like for example, I mean, technically some of the little bits of the water causes some issues, especially when you get kind of funneled in towards Test Track and Neox Factory, if you're one of the teams that drops over towards that east side. So it's sometimes not the ideal situation, especially considering we see a lot of these center circles at the moment. But we've seen in qualifiers, in other tournaments like Protal TNF and things like that, we've seen some wilder circles that can occur.
We have, and honestly, that's what I'm all for about Rondo. I want to see those southern or extreme northern circles because the terrain there, the cover there is just so much better, and that's what I exactly like about this map. Yeah, it's huge, and the teams are going to get used to some of these rotations here, and we're going to see more things with emergency pickups and stuff like that. They're going to be playing on top of the rocks, and that's some of the stuff that we want to see. Sure, they've been nerfed, but they're still strong in Circle 1 and 2, like we know in Miramar.
And I think to that credit, one of the things I like about this map is when you do get those extreme circles, it's not like, say, a military circle on a Wrangle where there's only so many ways in. Because of the map's design, no team truly feels like they're kind of getting hit in the face by PUBG when you get one of those random circles. There's a lot more options for transition.
Definitely so. As we take a look at these teams and players getting ready and good to go for this game. As I can say, they are all apprehensive about how they may play Rondo out, about how teams may end up dropping. And we still are yet to see the elusive 2-plane drop, which does cause problems itself, Avenger.
Yeah, it's more of a logical elimination, right? You don't want to go where someone had the opportunity to go before you, depending on where it is, right? So if you have a plane in your right and you're in the middle plane, you're most likely going to have to change to someone on the left side, because if you have some of the other teams that were there before you, then that's really the big change here. But 11 seconds looks like we're going to have a short time until we're ready for the game, guys.
Absolutely. All right. Now, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time now to head on over to the commentators to bring you the action from Rondo. How's it going to go down? Only one more. Let's go.
The players, the casters, the desk wanted variety on Rondo. You know what I'll give you? Not one, I'll give you two planes to kick things off today, as this, of course, is our first one, which will have a good half of the teams in it. The other one is coming in from the far, far south. All the players are in, as you see, everyone ready to go for what will be the final Rondo of the group stages.
And James absolutely nails it on the head. I mean, this, you really have to be quick on your feet when we're talking about Rondo, because each team only got 2 Rondos in the group stages. And so the teams that were able to kind of bag a lot of points really did themselves a lot of favors, especially going into maps that we already know, like Miramar, like Tego.
Yep. Well, let's see now a little more variety in where teams are starting to drop off of course, the double plane path, which currently is exclusive to this map. We'll see if they think about maybe adding it to the other maps too down the line. We cannot say like either confirm nor deny that will be the case. They trade with currently plenty of space to play over towards the western side, towards Fongtun, as the rest of the server is spread out. But again, in general, there's going to be so much space between everyone here, except for, of course, up around test track, where teams just really like to go.
Yeah, but I mean, it makes sense. The 2 planes make sense because of how much landmass Rondo actually has. I mean, realistically, with 1 plane, you leave out so much, and of course,
sure
we center on test track, but oh yeah, look, get out of there.
Get out. There's a Panzerfaust. We don't like
little
those.
Pico bus silently escapes.
The very, very OP Uzi Panzerfaust combo. Don't want to be going up against that, especially if you don't have a gun and you're in a little Pico bus.
Did he find the JS9? Is that what Zess got?
Oh, it wasn't just the Uzi? I didn't need.
I didn't
thought it was
see.
the Uzi. I'm not. No. Now you have me doubting myself. How do you
I'm
feel
just
about
asking
that?
you a question.
Oh, fair enough.
But yeah, the JS9, if you don't know, is a very strong SMG. It's 9 mil, and it is it's disgusting.
Definitely pretty decent. We haven't seen too much of it so far in the tournament. Who knows?
I think they toned it down off the initial release, because I mean that thing was. I mean, you were beaming people from distances that 9 mil really has no business beaming people. It's still a very good gun.
Definitely. TSM down towards Jadina City. A city we haven't really had a chance to showcase. We gave it a hard time yesterday, saying that for all the buildings that are here, why is there not more loot? And I think that's a big part of the problem. Not only is it very much on the edge, but also I feel like there are other areas where your travel time between loot, like your total time spent in order to get yourself fully kitted, is just lower.
Yeah. I mean, as you stated, I mean, it sometimes can take quite a bit of time, but TSM, fortunately, being on that southern plane, actually dropped immediately, so they did buy themselves a little extra time, and that could be the benefit, as we now see Purdy going towards that Blanc, which is also a vehicle exclusive to Rondo, essentially a better UAZ.
I think one of the tricky things, and one of the things is I've talked with quite a few of the players about the double plane path coming in. I think one of the tricky things is in terms of prep. When you aren't fully aware of exactly how these teams are going to be split, how do you plan rotations? Like, how do you know who gets
which
to
team is in which plane?
How do you know who gets to their favorite drop spot and who doesn't? It's definitely putting a wrench in the reel of the brain of an in-game leader trying to kind of set up strategies and plan rotations.
For sure, it's a little bit of an element of randomness, but you know what? They figure it out, right?
That's why elements of randomness. They shouldn't be playing PUBG.
This is the wrong game to be playing for sure, as we see Sonics with a very wide split, as they're given quite enough room to do so. That's going to be on the northeast side of the circle. And then look at this. Twisted have actually set up on Neax Factory. They are dead center of this circle. They will not have to move at the very least for 1 or 2 shifts.
And while we have yet to see a lot of Rondo matches, I feel like everyone, viewers and talent alike, knows this area full well, because as it is said as well, the last 2 days of matches have gone pretty much in and around this exact area. So we'll see now if Twisted Minds can set up for this fight to come. No Pico buses galore, so they will have been hurt on approach. As Expendables now try and kind of scramble up towards the northern position here. Delwyn, I think, hurt the vehicles of them. Spots Patulins on the hill over on the other side as well. Might be able to catch 1 or 2 of them off.
The thing is with the Expendables, the way that they've kind of approached this, they don't necessarily need to push the pace so early, right? Because they're in the center of the circle. Yes, staying here and getting this would be a big benefit to them, but also losing members this early in the game, I'm not sure would be what they want.
He hurt them, and this is a great timing for Expendables too. They saw them split off. He saw not only one on the hill, Delvin that is, but also saw a guy leaving in a car towards him. They know they have a guy on the roof. If you push this one smart, if you play it smart, you can take down Example, a big threat. Fights to come, and Tanvu does exactly that. Gotta give a massive shout out to Tanvu. When things have been working for Expendables in this tournament and tournaments in the past, Tanvu has usually been the spearhead of the operation, been the guy to make things happen, been the guy to get in, get the first knock confirmed, and maybe also almost get the second one. That was a toe tap, I think, 31 damage with an M24.
It's possible it wasn't the M24. It looked like it, though.
Yeah, it must have.
I mean, click, but that is a big victory here for the Expendables,
Definitely.
taking that position and pushing Twisted Minds off of that split that they had. Essentially complete control of Neox Factory.
Yeah. Well, see the EMP zones pop off now. The only ones in trouble is H-Winner, but I'm sure he's going to be just fine. As Sonics out towards the east will start making their way towards this first circle too.
So looking at some of the other teams as well, coming into this circle, I mean, this is also a symptom of this circle. When it is in the middle, when it does go around test track as the center of circle 1, it does slow things down, especially in the surrounding areas. A lot of teams are actually given a lot of room. It's good for the players, given a lot of room and a lot of time to really set up, at least in some of the surrounding areas, not necessarily compounds, but some of the buildings that also surround test tracks. So a lot of the teams currently will be comfortable going into this first shift.
Yep. Well, let's see. C1. Oh, C1. T1 and Zenith. That's what I was trying to say.
Will he see one from T1?
I don't know. I don't know. They're needing 8 clouds and then they'd be there. Zenith, alongside his teammates, trying to scout forward, coming in from the far western side. They have Danawa right in front of them. And I mean, if we are to go by results today, Danawa wouldn't be the hardest team to take down. Issue is, T1 wouldn't be the biggest team to take them down either. Neither of these two teams are really coming off to a solid start.
And after, again, speaking to T1 earlier in the day, their goal was to make sure that they just play their game, and they're not just looking to, get enough points. They just want to get as many points as possible to also just bring that confidence and send a message going into grand finals if they do make it there.
Exactly. Let's see Haven spots a guy in the sky, but shots are instantly ringing out. I think Lyrics realizes he got to do something to shoot back as he finds himself very isolated up there in his glider.
It's good to see even pro players when they get shot at in the glider kind of put their head down. I saw it very briefly there from Lyrics, like,
I'm getting bullets fly through the monitor and hit you if you don't touch.
I would probably not be sitting here if that was the case, the amount of times I've been shot successfully.
Well, Tian, but yet another team we can mention as one struggling. I mean, again, we're only 2 games into the day, but a team that wants to and needs to get something going right about now, because they have 3 points gathered in the first 2 Erangel games. In their defense, and really everyone else's too, these 2 Erangel games were absurd. Complete and utter chaos from start to finish. I don't really fault them. It just makes it that much more harder when they then have to try and succeed, because you only have 12 games, and of course some games will go by as the ones where you had a chance but didn't make much of it.
Sure.
And then you think, great, but now we can convert all the rest of them, but then you get tricky playing paths shorter by circles like what we saw in the previous 2 Erangels. And those games will be there too. And if you're counting up 4 or 5 matches going against you, you're not going to be within top territory.
Yeah, within at this point, some of these the thousands of games that they've played, you're going to inevitably run into games where you have to just say, look, this one's a wash.
Yeah.
There's not a lot we can do, whether we made the right decisions, rotations or not. The circles, the way that the other teams are set up, you're not going to get any points. And so, again, T1 doesn't really have many more of those to give.
And to add to that conversation, it makes the value of games where they then do go your way that much more important. For Lunar Galaxy, yes, they rotated off of military. Yes, they came back. Yes, they didn't really do a whole lot until there were 6 players alive on the server, but they got the win. They got themselves the points needed to make something of a game where things went their way. Had they fallen out maybe in 3rd, had Sonics been able to push on through, take them out, they only get 2 kills and a 3rd place. I mean, then
that's a disaster.
Then we're looking at a 7-point game in what should have been pretty much a guaranteed double digit. So it's all about the few chances that you get. And of course, I mean, that's part of the reason why we play 12 games. Over the course of 12, you're usually, if not pretty much always guaranteed that every single team will have had one game they could have converted into something positive if, of course, they can manage to do that.
And to bring up my point from the end of last game when Luna Galaxy won, they need to keep their foot on the gas. Yes, in that game specifically, they pretty much were in a catch-9 situation where they got all the circles once they rotated after Circle 1. But I want to see them replicate that success when they don't get every single circle, when they have to rotate in, when unfortunately they are being, let's say, camped on a rotation by another team trying to get in on the edge. And that is where we've seen Luna struggle. So if they can rectify that, if they can at least convert that into more points, they have a real chance. And this is a perfect circle for them.
What a circle. What a not at all repeat of yesterday up towards Bamboo. At least everyone knows where that rock is now. And everyone knows you can get up on top of it and do a lot of damage like Example and Perfectix did yesterday. We'll see if that's going to come into play again as we, for the 3rd day in a row, have really only shown you about a square kilometer of Rondo. It's the biggest map, but it's also the one we know the least about.
Yeah, well, we know a lot about this area. I'll tell you that much. It's devastating test track, and
that's what we're doing. Tournament after tournament, we'll go to
we'll just go one area at a time.
We'll take one square at a time for all the players to be on an even playing field. I think that's only fair.
I mean, this circle does have quite a lot of ridges and actually a decent amount of small little compounds for teams to take hold of or take control of it. Please survive. And again, just early game woes for VP. I just don't understand.
It's unfortunate. I was gonna say these small Pico trucks can, I mean, really help you out when pushing up on teams. Speaking of pushing up, here comes the rest of virtus.pro. Next team able to trade, finds Kraken in return. As Squizzy gets out of the car too, they want to get Vinny before he gets out of there.
Nice.
But I think he might just be able to get away in time. It is an uphill drive, so a bit tricky at that, but able to get out of there. Now Inonix joins in, and that's gonna, I think, for virtus.pro, force them to slow things down, because now they realize, wait, there's a third team here as well, but not to be. VP, once again, lose yet another one.
Phase 2 and still just 2 members alive for VP. I want so badly for them to make something work. I just want to see them fight as 4 beyond the early game.
They're setting up for the 19-kill Miramar game.
Yes, but they shouldn't.
They shouldn't.
I like this team so much. That's why I get so frustrated when this just is a constant for them.
It really is tough to watch. But of course, I mean, this could happen to anyone. It's just, I guess for VP, at least now they know where they're struggling. It's something that I'm sure Scoom already now is looking at trying to work into the next 3 games they have available.
Especially with Scoom, his pedigree, you know, as a former, very successful player, very intelligent mind as well. I'm sure he's trying to set the boys straight.
For those of you guys who don't know, of course, Scoom is the coach of virtus.pro. Daytrade showcasing the location of the win here in yesterday's match, or sorry, 2 days ago on this map, as they do not like Bamboo, these Daytrade boys. Therefore, they will try and take down the entire forest.
And CC now just slowly biding his time. They are letting Daytrade kind of pass through, as they're actually just gonna, they're gonna decide to not even mess with Bamboo. And it's difficult to get a team that's entrenched in that area out of it. And so realize they can actually take a wider rotation here, and I like this. I like this quite a bit for Daytrade. They can actually put themselves in a position where they don't get trapped in Bamboo. They can rotate around it if they so choose. And what is happening here?
There's definitely some, again, some small skirmishes going on. This time around Expendables and All Gaming Global looking towards one another. TSM joining the test track party as well, as they, I mean, to go off of what we've seen in the past, expect the circles to come back in this direction. Sparking the UAV for the team. The drone in the air, looking forward, trying to see if he can catch some All Gaming Global players in the open. Right now, not peeking, but who knows, maybe there's a knock for him to be found.
And even for TSM, it's been kind of a slow day, Toby.
It has?
For them. I mean, they started with about 57, I believe, or somewhere around there. They're currently sat at 65, most likely safe, but still would like to get at least another 10 points to ensure that they're completely safe and they don't have to worry about anything going into the final 3 games after this.
Now, with this shift up towards the north, I'm curious to see how teams are going to rotate in on it. Again, now we know this area quite well. We'll see if teams opt to go all the way north around, because there's a lot of teams that are going to be coming in from the south. Chaos could unfold just moments from now, unless if they manage to untangle, I should say, these rotations that are most likely going to be going crisscross through one another. And speaking thereof, New Heavy forced outside the vehicles. They need to take the fight here to BB Team. First player to fall is December 12th.
And BB Team has just come in today with a mission. Currently sat at 67 points. I mean, they have been so consistent And as I say that, of course, Alo will find Besalosh and he will fall.
Yep.
So a point for TSM, but still having to contend with New Happy as well.
TSM, yet again, yet another third-party opportunity. I love this approach that they have to the game. Don't go all in. If you can, at a distance, try and see if you can claim 3 points. I say free. Dog2s won't make them as free as I think TSM had hoped for, but the rest here should definitely be doable.
I'm looking at Sparking here, and
he's out of gas.
Yeah, he's just going to be gliding through. And meanwhile, on the east side of the map, Sonic's actually getting quite close to Luna Galaxy's position, as Sparking with an excellent landing.
Oh, there comes Spiro. He saw him just on the side of the vehicle. Got to get out of that car fast, and indeed he does. Take some shots at him at a fast. We're actually down to really low HP, trying to wrap back towards the eastern side, but instantly after Filfirst on the rock, Sparking needs some help.
Filfirst also could be in trouble here, but yes, mainly it's going to be Sparking now that has to defend. The nade coming through. Unfortunately, Filfirst will not go down, but Alo will find the knock.
Yep. In the meantime, All Gaming Globals, T finds a double onto Danawa. That's elsewhere on the map on the southeastern, or sorry, northwestern side of where we are currently positioned. Spiro from the car with the double. This vehicle can tank 1 or 2 more bullets before it'll blow up, but it does not mean that Spiro won't drive in it. He'll do so, find 2 knocks onto TSM, and what looked to be a fight going completely the way of TSM is now starting to go against them.
Somewhat in shambles, and BB team, what a good turnaround on this fight. Initially did not look good for them at all. Now Alo getting shot in the back. That nade will cruise past him, and so he will be able to heal in the smoke, but he is all but alone at this point.
Tricky position for him to be in. He does have Purdy alive, but he's much further towards the north. They're miles out into the blue, and in just about 20 seconds, Phase 4 will pop, and it'll start hurting a lot more to be in this position. Adusi lops the nade on into the smoke, flashed, and has to back off. As Alo is trying to reposition, wants to get back in the car, wants to get the hell out of there, but it's not easy to try and make this move here.
No, and as you stated, Purdy not really in a position at all to support this, and so BB, the last 2 members, just given free reign to get rid of the members of TSM.
In the meantime, Danawa.
What happened here?
I don't know. I don't know. We got here too late, but Danawa standing strong in the outpost on the hillside. They lost 2 players, or at least has 2 players knocked by Sir T earlier. I think New Happy thought that was going to be a chance for them to pounce, but Danawa shuts down New Happy on approach as Purdy gets the knock onto Spiro, falls down immediately after, though, and that is going to be TSM out in 15th.
The damage has been done, though. BB is in quite a lot of trouble. I mean, they might be able to recover, but just as a duo, still stuck in the blue. Meanwhile, Shrimzy is going to find an easy knock on a Perfectix, and that's going to be confirmed.
Nice 2-2 split that Sonics have got going right now, trying to, again, make sure that no one's creeping in from behind. Very much of, let's call it now, a Valatai approach to the game.
Sure.
Spreading out, I mean, Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, you can name all of them. Staying on the edge, trying to spread out, trying to make sure that no one's wrapping in from behind. And here, again, a look at the aftermath of the push that we saw just before. Of course, it's an uphill climb for New Happy, so Danawa was aware of their approach for a while, were able to set up for it, but little did New Happy know that they were going to get completely shut down as they approached.
And if you're the Expendables, I mean, you have to find your way in, right? This blue is really starting to tick down. And for this team, I mean, their rotation is blocked by multiple teams. If they go further south, they're going to have to run into AGG, either Gaming Gladiators or Danawa, who also aren't even in the circle currently, Toby.
Exactly. And Onyx trying to isolate the Expendables player, does not want them anywhere near him, but they have another plan in mind altogether. Nade lobbed on forward, wants to try and get at least some damage done before this becomes a proper 1v1, or should I say 1v2 battle, but he's going to go down. Nade well placed by Cloris, as he's going to try and make the push further forward.
And the other members of Danawa aren't even really close to this, actually sitting at that bird's eye view here. Loki and Deal with no support, unable to help in Onyx at all.
Exactly the issue there, the trees blocking the vision, and I think that's again part of the thing where these players are also still learning the map. Where do we have the perfect opportunity to back up one another, and from where can you not take a fight without us not being able to see you? Expendables, deployable cover, deployed, I should say, as All Gaming Global's Tycon looking in this direction too. Of course, saw the action, heard the shots fired before. Want to see if maybe he can get a point or 2 off of that.
And Sonic's doing a great job of just feasting on all these teams on the outside who are having rotational issues, just picking apart member after member. They will find one of Daytrade there. At least Daytrade still has 3 members alive, but Sonic's now on their edge, going to contend with them. as they actually have quite a bit of room. Even if they wanted to, they could actually wrap all the way south towards the last two members of VP as well,
This
Toby.
southeast has half the server in it. E-Arena has a 300-meter buffer on all sides. There is so much, like these teams are so cramped down towards the southeast, and now I think this is going to be the fuse that lights this entire southeast side on fire.
Especially once AGG gets involved, and you can see they're starting to look at that, but a bamboo circle. I'm kind of excited for this.
I mean, this shift, the center compound, there's no one in it, and Tiger now, I think, realizing, guys, there's a lot of kills over here, but this circle just said, no, thank you, we're not going to go over in that direction. You can see Nixie trying to peek on forward, trying to get some space for themselves. Sonics, they're on the run already. They know for a fact that while all these teams are fighting on the south, we should make a play for the
There's
circle.
no way. Oh, they're getting there at the same time as Gaming Gladiators. At the same exact time, the fight is kicking off. Shrimsy will find one. Huynh will find one. The trains are coming out. It's just down to win, and Gladiators will win this.
What a scramble for what I call the compound. It's really just a shack.
It's a shack.
Not a whole lot more to play around, but they full speed sent it. And Dante, the lone survivor of this one, in helping taking out Sonics. But here comes the cavalry. Here comes the, I guess, belated Sonic's helpers in T1. It's just Dante. Can he do this on his own? He doesn't need to do it on his own because Tianba are there to help him.
Tianba unbelievably have given the helping hand to Dante still. Levante alive, but I don't think he's going to have an opportunity to even get him up. He just needs to survive.
This is so incredibly difficult. The smoke's going to fade in just a moment as well. Ian and Zenith on the other side. They have to make a play. They cannot just let him stay alive. They see him around the side. Ian, first shot's connected.
Oh, no way!
Drop shot from Dante. What an effort. Solid performance, but not enough. Zenith had the play to make from the other side, but what a try. I love these glimpses of mechanical skill that we get to see at global stage PUBG. Nice try, Dante. Unfortunately for him, that 1v2 was unwinnable.
Well, here comes Daytrade now as they're the fourth team to try to get involved, and one will fall, so at least Danadol and Flash will still be alive to try to get rid of the rest of the teams, and T1, it's just EN. What can you do close in the smoke?
What is up with these teams today as Ian now trying to stay put, finds one, will get taken down. Flash stays alive, but now he is the last survivor of Daytrade. We just lost 5 teams in this compound. I think there is about 9,000 bullets scattered all around these 1.5 shacks. And for now, this is where Daytrade calls home, but unless if Luna Galaxy are gonna come in here and say something about it, everyone has been here at this point, so Luna Galaxy might as well pull up too. Haven trying to make a play alongside Vinny around the side. There he goes, spots him through the smoke. Haven able to find the first, Crone's down, tries to go for the second, but no Flash. It's gonna take him from behind, and just like that, Daytrade falls as well. What in the world is going on?
How many teams are going to join this compound? There's the 5th team, Toby. The 5th team to join this. Unbelievable.
I'm at a loss for words. Lou, I see you in the blue. Get in a car, go down.
Just do it.
Just do it, bro. And the worst thing is, we've just shifted the circle, so that's the only place All Gaming Global, E-Arena, and Tianba can really go to play from.
Tianba at the very least, though, Toby, let's take a breath. Tianba, at the very least, can actually shift west if they wanted to. A little bit west of Bamboo. They don't necessarily have to commit to that compound that Luna have. What do we have to call that something at this point?
Yeah, we've talked about how we've kind of stopped making call-outs for positions that aren't. Back in the day, we used to have the community doing this all the time. Somebody in chat, somebody in the community, come up with a name for what we just saw, and let's call that compound exactly that. Let's do an official PUBG competition to name that compound, because that deserves it. Theo able to get one on the other side here. That's gonna put a little bit of a break on the rotation from All Gaming Global. As I say, that Tigger able to find Loki. Danawa thought that might be their chance to push on up, but nice approach here from E-Arena to send 2 players down south of the compound.
And once again, AGG is down to just Sapao and Tycon, who did an immense amount of work in the last game. It seems like Sapao is right there with Tycon as far as just helping out, giving a helping hand deal, though no way he makes it out of that one alive.
Let's get the knock with the nade onto Sapao, though. We'll see if that's going to come to cost. Tycon currently looking the other way. Not really in a position to get the rest, so maybe Steel will get the kill in the end of it. Indeed, he will. Tycoon will fall as well. Gets the flush onto Lou in the middle of the open. Just casually,
The way he just looks like, oh look, free kill.
Tap, takes him out, and now we're down to just 4.
Tiamba, though, what is their move? Will they, in fact, go a little bit to the west, or will they just try to take this compound from Luna Galaxy? As you see, E-Arena now starting to flex out toward the east side of this, and they do have a nice reach to work with in order to take angles onto either Petrichor, Luna, or Tiamba. So this really is a big opportunity for E-Arena to get some much-needed points.
Sure is. Sure is. Petrichor with the high ground still left to work with, but as you can see here as well, every time they peek on over, E-Arena is there ready to shoot at them. They have managed to get all their players up towards the northern side here, but we'll see how much they can make of it. 3 guys kind of sat on top of one another for E-Arena right now. A bus and a rock for cover. Not too much to work with. They're going to try and see if they can assist Tigger, who I think is now starting to realize that Petrichor knows he is on his own.
Oh, what a grenade! That was perfection from Chewy. As now this is such a good play as well from Petrichor, as you were stating, realizing that the biggest threat to them is going to be the team that's on their east.
You know what? Let's add another team to the mix, shall we? Tianpa now making a play on this compound. Haven and Winnie realizing, wait, everyone else who's been trying to defend this position has died. We should get out of here before it's too late. The issue is there's nowhere for them to run. They're going to lob nades forward. Believe you me, they should have 200 nades at this point lying inside this compound. Vinny will find Pow Pow with the first.
And Lin Shu has now gone to the north side of this, so he's going to get a different set of angles onto Lu, and really they're just pigeonholed here into this spot now with a perfect backstab, and there it is. Tianba will take control.
This is absolutely insane. The amount of corpses in this shack is unheard of, unparalleled to anything I feel like we have ever seen. Sissy gets one, because why not have E-Arena come over here as well? We're reaching, I believe, over half the teams on the server has either survived or died in and around this one shack. You asked if Rondo could deliver, and in my opinion, it sure does right now as Ikeslip finds one, goes for the second, not gonna find him. Jacob is able to stand strong, takes down the double.
And it's just now down to Chewy and Summer now. Nade coming out. Jacob, can he actually get the nade? No, he does not. And Chewy again with the flashbang, not hitting himself, coming around the corner, and he will finally finish off E-Arena.
Tianba, were they really to be the victors, the champions of the shack? Should it just be the shack?
We should, you know what we should call this? I have the perfect name, Graveyard.
You know what, that is Graveyard now. In my opinion, that's Graveyard.
The amount of crates.
You know what, I would like to have thought of a great name myself, but I can't come up with anything better. That is definitely the Graveyard from here on out. Petrichor, Summer, sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Probably took off his shoes too, trying to creep on forward. He knows he's in a 2v4. He knows that Tiamba is waiting just on the other side of the rock. They have the better position in the circle, but they're massively outnumbered. Pow Pow swinging his pan for memes. We'll see if what the mission is with that. In the meantime, Chewy prone with a smoke grenade launcher in hand. If they catch them on a 2-2 split, that might actually be... If Linshu is trying to get an off angle. Oh, that's what they were doing. Deployable cover. Okay, makes sense, I suppose. We'll see now if Summer, he's crept up the rock. Does Linshu see him? Yes, he does.
Summer, though, with a big opportunity here to finally give themselves somewhat of a break in this 2v4, but now it's just down to him. Chewy has fallen stuck.
Yeah.
Literally between a rock and a hard place, is back to the blue, and they should know exactly where Summer is now.
Yep, set up high, not gonna happen, not gonna work for him, as Tianba comes out victorious. And what I can safely say is the most hectic run that we have ever had in global PUBG, because we only had 3. What a game, and a finish in the Graveyard.
The amount of teams that crashed one after the other. And you know what that is, though? It's a symptom of that area. There is nothing else to play. There's nothing. So all the teams who were in vehicles that started with the Sonics, and then after the Sonics, E-Arena, and you had Luna Galaxy, you had literally every team left alive sending it to that area, which I think Graveyard is the perfect name.
Chaos,
I need a break.
Chaos and chaos galore as we shifted north of the test track. 3 games left to play, 2 insane wrangles on military, followed by an even wilder finish here on Rondo. How do the teams that need the points desperately mentally reset, knowing what's at stake, coming into the final matches? We will have to wait and see. But before that, wow. I mean, let's just watch some of this. This is absolutely insane.
Yeah, at the very least, Toby, we can say that it's just Miramar and Tego.
It's just Miramar takeover. But you know what? I was going to say it's just a wrangle, but it surely isn't. Let's hop over to the stage and see what they have to say with the players they're going to talk to there.
And we are back in the SCC Arena, and I'm joined by Duck Juice and Andrella. Of course, Duck Juice from Team The Expendables. Well, right now they are on the cusp of either qualifying or elimination. Duck Juice, day one, you guys had 44 points. Day two, I want to say the first half of the day hasn't really been working out for you. Games 1, 2, and 3, 3 points in every single one of those games. So what are the problems that you guys are running into today?
Đội của mình vào cái ngày đầu tiên là đã ghi được 44 điểm, nhưng mà 3 trận đầu trở lại đây thì mình mới giành được có thêm 3 điểm cho mỗi trận, thì không biết là mình đang gặp khó khăn gì cho 3 trận trong ngày hôm nay.
Mình nghĩ thì đó không có khó khăn gì ạ, tại vì vòng bo hơi xấu đối với chúng mình, vì chúng mình vẫn đang làm rất tốt với công việc của chúng mình.
We have been doing quite well. There's no difficulty at the moment. It's just that the border is not very supporting us at the moment, so that's the reason why we're not doing so well for the first half of the game today.
Well, we'll see what happens with the rest of the games, because there's 3 games left in the day for you when it comes to qualifying for the finals. So what's the plan going to be for the next half of the day?
Mình vẫn còn 3 trận kế tiếp trước khi kết thúc, thì không biết là cái kế hoạch của mình như thế nào cho 3 trận kế tiếp.
Thì kế hoạch 3 trận kế tiếp của chúng mình vẫn sẽ là đi chiếm bo và đi bắn nhau thôi. Ai cản đường thì chúng mình sẽ tiếp.
Well, our plans is still remain the same. That we still try our best to shoot other teams and try the kind of like give the good border position so that we can kind of like win for each game.
All right, well, they're going to have 3 more games. They're going to have 3 more chances. One final question for you. I want to ask, what's going to be the goal in terms of like points-wise for you guys? Because you are currently under the threat of elimination or qualification. There's going to be very, very tough competition in the second half of the day. So how's the team dealing with that as well?
Có vẻ như là điểm số của mình là đang không có được tốt cho lắm, thì nửa trận kế tiếp, 3 trận kế tiếp thì mình sẽ có cái kế hoạch về điểm số như thế nào để mà có thể là vào vòng kế tiếp, vì mình đang nằm trong có vẻ mình đang nằm trong cái vòng loại hiện tại đó.
Thì hiện tại chúng mình vẫn đang tự tin với những gì chúng mình đang làm, thì chúng mình vẫn sẽ cố gắng hết sức để cho 3 trận kế tiếp chúng mình có thể vào được chung kết.
We're still planning our best to adding more score for the half of the game today. So we'll just try our best for now. So let's see.
Well, we'll see if their best is going to be enough to get them into the grand finals. 3 games remaining, and we'll see what happens with the rest of the day. But first of all, we're going to head back to the studio.
All right, good interview with the Expendables there, but it will be Tiamba taking a Rondo in what was an unexpected curveball. We ended west of test track here to finish things off once again. Why are you smiling at me, Avenger? It doesn't matter. It's Tiamba all day.
It gets you so excited every time we have these endings close to test track. I'm just hyped about it. Maybe it's because that's your preferred landing spot when you play Rondo.
Test track?
Yeah, no, not really. I actually don't mind. But yeah, overall, heavy
Amazing
utility game so far, but also there was so much activity around the shack close to Bamboo. Like, it was just insane, right? But then again, it's still the same talk, it's still the same case here, Steve, with it's very open, very limited cover.
Not a lot of options, which is why there was so much chaos by the shack. When there's some cover, you have to try to get it. Tiamba ultimately does come away with the win in a much-needed, I think that's my big takeaway from Rondo, is this is a much-needed victory for Tiamba. They came in 33 points to this game. They got 3 points on the day, I think you pointed out to me, Martin. So this is a necessity if this is a team that's even looking at the grand final.
No, definitely, definitely. And as you can see here, obviously, in prior moments to that, we also saw E-Arena Jacob trying to pull a Tycon himself, Toffees, because he is trying for E-Arena, bless him.
He has a rabbit-shaped backpack, we'll say that, okay? He has strapped those guys on since he joined the team. Their international record has skyrocketed, but it has not been enough. Now, E-Arena has profoundly done better than yesterday, right?
Yeah, true.
8 points. Today is much better, but it's still not quite enough.
That's more in this one game than they got all yesterday.
And the last game was the same too. So they are turning it back up. I wish they would have started sooner. Is it enough? I don't think so, Martin. It's a long climb.
Yeah, it is. Also, Pichico Road, first point for them today here on the 3rd map. So yeah, they also need to step up if they want to make their case to get into that top 16, guys.
Here's the overall
And they are.
rankings. Yes.
There you go.
Very important here. You need to have some big games if you're down towards the bottom to try and get into that grand finals. But again, what's also very important is now that all of these teams, I mean, the last two teams that we had in there was Petrichor Road, Tiamba, I mean, the Expendables, trying to kind of move up as well.
Right.
All of these teams are not only going to be challenging 4am, they're going to start challenging the likes of Cerberus here as well. So it's scary times for them.
And you got to remember, yesterday, James was so stressed out at the end of that game because they needed to climb over Cerberus. There was always that fear that those bottom two were at a big-time risk. And so, yes, I think 4am, done and dusted. At this point, Cerberus is kind of stressing.
It's also kind of it's always nice to have a linear gap, right?
Yep.
55 on 4am, then 5 up to Cerberus on 60, then another 5 to FaZe. I'm not worried for FaZe Clan at all in terms of their 65. That's completely fine.
Yeah.
I don't think there's enough points available. It would have to hit those, you know,
would have to be
6 or 7 teams exactly in our mid pack that is chasing. So yeah, I'm 4am. You said it all. It's very likely to be doomed for them already. They are the team that everyone is chasing at the moment.
Sure. It's a special opportunity for all of these teams to try and get Rondo going here on the international stage. But I'm hearing this is a special day as well.
A special opportunity. I appreciate it. I want to hijack everything for just a second so I can give a shout out to someone very special. I want to say happy birthday, Phoenix. I love you, man. I'm so gosh darn proud of you. And I hope you have an amazing day. I'll see you soon. That's my son. He turned 7 today.
Yeah.
I know he's bummed that I'm here, but I am super proud of that kid.
Cool name too.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, I wanted to name him, you know, I wanted a Greek mythology name. My wife was like, Phoenix is as far as I'm willing to go with this one.
Yeah. Also, when he can move to a city, then he's
right
home and also the same name.
There you go. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I doubt he'll go to Arizona though.
I'm going to feel sorry for my children when I have children, when I have to name them, because you know what I'm
Oh, you're doing Voldemort.
Nosferatu. Anyway,
Arthas, come here.
What were we going to next? I can't even remember.
We're going to Tego.
No, well, yes, technically that is the
Tego.
next map. We have something coming up. Connie, save me. MVP, that's the one.
That's it.
I was so tickled by Nosferatu. All right, we've got ourselves 5 kills going the way. I mean, Tiamba, this is very important for them in this game, obviously, Martin. The fact that they're able to get these points on the board. It didn't come in from me as one of the big favorites coming out from China. So they need to be able to put them and be a landmark for them as opposed to just kind of middling performances.
Yeah, and both Ovo and Pow is, you know, names that we are familiar with.
Very
They've done
much so.
very good before at internationals here, but it's not. And I think that's the case for me this year, actually. I've not been impressed with China the way I really want to be impressed with them. They have not performed at the level that we want to see them at. 4am, not been there. 17 Gaming, not been there. Tianba, kind of the team also on that edge that could potentially be one of the top 16 teams in the finals. But are they going to go out and be a top 4, top 5 favorite? I don't think so.
I mean, I would echo that, right? So since we had PGS 117 Gaming winning that, where's China been? It's kind of tough for them. And they've got so much power. We know that they do.
They have the skill. I'm not sure what's going on, if it's a lack of training, if it's some sort of apathy in the background. But the context, the opposite side of that is while China, I think, has been falling, Southeast Asia, Thailand, Vietnam, these countries have been putting up some really incredible teams. They're just getting better and better and better. So, you know, regional ebb and flow, it's common. But I wish China was doing a little better right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Well, of course, now next up is Tego. So we have got that on the cards here. All of these teams looking to vie for just a few more points before we move on to Miramar. And we have got ourselves a break on the way as well, gentlemen. So we're going to go to that. When we return, it is time to Tego. It's time to get it all done here. So we'll join you in a few.
补打都补了，补不了。脸上找不到，找到4打1了。脸上的是831，标点标点，上标。牛逼牛逼！
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
All right, let's do it here for the Esports World Cup. It's time to Tego. We have got ourselves only 3 games left to determine who is going to be in our grand finals for the Esports World Cup. And now, it does seem like maybe some shifts in power may be occurring here. Obviously, Toffee, Southeast Asia doing pretty well.
I mean, it's insane how well they're doing, to be honest, across the board. It's one of those things like Valley Thai showed up at PGS and we're like, whoa. What are they pulling off? E-Arena got in here through power rankings, and yes, they had a bad day yesterday, but they're getting a little better today. Tycon doing his solo tour right now has somehow moved his team up into 3rd place on the overall.
He's still with the band. But
yeah, I mean, Sapau's great, but
he's the lead singer.
I didn't think they were going to be getting out of group stages when I flew here. When I was on my plane writing in my book, I was like, no, they'll be fun to watch, but they're not getting through groups. And now, I mean, look at these guys. I don't know what's going on in the SEA region, but they are taking it seriously, and they're getting just so good.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, for me, like, I can't really put a nail to it other than it's just these young guys that are coming up that, if you know, grinded, have been watching the last 3, 4, 5 years before they could play at the age of 18.
Yeah.
Then they come in and they've put in the hours. You know, if you put in 5,000 hours into a game, then you can start coming into these rosters here and they're just popping off. And
I also think they've started winning things. They've started putting a little money in their pockets, and they've been able to utilize that to really focus on training, on gaming, and sunglasses, but also just like focus
baseball
on developing their
shirt.
skill levels. Nice, that was a lovely baseball shirt. But that's the idea, is it's sort of they've taken the time and the investment and really rushed forward, like we can go the distance with this.
We are spoilt for new blood, new talent in the past 2 years or so, even still now recently here, Martin. Of course, we look to the guys like on the Na'Vi roster to be kind of leading that the way as well. But I mean, taking a look at Tego as a whole, like I'm expecting All Games Global to be heading all the way up to airport or something like that, considering the potential of extra drops that are going on. What are your thoughts coming into Tego?
I think so too, but again, it comes down to this plane path that drops us and everything.
Is it burning?
Is it burning? First of all, but also, are we going to see, you know, very southern, very western plane path that really comes down to then they're going to have to go for these scrappy loots, you know, 4-3 open compounds, no big urban areas and stuff like this. This is really going to have an impact. But my eyes are really set on some of these teams that are now, it is the last fun new map that is not as used to as Miramar and Erangel. So there's really a chance to get those extra points before we get to more of a steady state and kind of stable points gathering that we're going to be knowing that these guys are going to be having a Miramar.
And I think it's what I expect to see some of these newer, fresher teams, I think, getting a little more out of this, because I think some of our old teams, right or wrong, still have a bit of a mental block of like, we're just playing one Tego. You know what I mean? Like, there's still hard training on other ones. They're not thinking of it with the same level of Erangel and Miramar. We're seeing some of our younger teams are really coming out here with fresh eyes and trying new things. And I think that's where we'll see probably, I'm going to say, an SEA team come out here again on this map and do really well.
I think they also relish the opportunity to learn 4 maps, 4 battlegrounds. Obviously, technically, for a little while, we had Vikendi in as well, so that kind of to, you could flex it beyond just 4 battlegrounds, right? And they relish that opportunity to be able to understand what's going on, how to learn the terrain, how to adapt around all of these teams eventually.
And it's just these young guys still have this grind mentality, right?
Yeah, very much
They're
so.
putting in so many hours, they're just grinding. And honestly, if we could do, if from like an international perspective, we could do some like open scrims or whatever and just play it all Rondo, all take, you know, all these maps here, players would do it. We can't do it regionally because we don't have enough players that are kind of into that, but we could probably have it internationally. That's kind of what I was hoping to see now that we have these amazing facilities we have here to set up some of these fun things, but teams were exhausted. They just want to get some rest in before, and that's also respectable.
Can't all be Falcons coming in a week early.
Yeah, not everybody has that benefit. But I do think, and again, these teams that are willing to put that time in to know every dip, every bounce.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to Tego. Let's get it going here for all of these teams to bag points on this battleground.
To the STC Arena with Barnstorm, and we are preparing for the final 3 maps of the group stage. The pressure is mounting, and our teams are going to start making some bad decisions. So let's go through who's won those first 3 opening maps today. Day Trade Gaming, Lunar Galaxy, and Tianba.
Yep, 8 teams fighting for the finals. Day Trade Gaming and Sonics on the cusp of qualification. 13 points separate 11th from 21st. Who will make it into the grand finals? No more delays. It's time to Tego.
It is do or die time. Matchroom and Poro here, switching out, taking you through these last 3 games as it is going to get spicy. A full group just sitting back, watching, waiting to see if they can qualify, make it in that top 16, while we have 2 other groups fighting it out to see who's going to make it.
Absolutely, and we get to start things off for our day, at least, the second half here on Tego. And unfortunately for fans of early 2000s emo bands, no Burning Airlines today. It's going to be a slow east to west, or west to east path, rather. So they'll have some time to think about it this time.
I always find it oddly appropriate when the plane path ends over airport.
Yeah, should land there, right? Come on.
I mean, sometimes if it's like crashing down, I guess it could.
That's fair.
Interesting shifts on drop locations as we're looking out through this one. Notably, you can see that Sonics are doing a bit wider of a split on their drops. We have been seeing a big, heavy lean down to the southeast this year, going down around that Studio Ohyang location. So going to have our eyes drawn down there with this plane path. I would say it shouldn't go there, but then with the earlier games, whenever we saw like just the first circle touching the line, I don't know.
Yeah, the circles today have been very unforgiving.
But fun.
Yeah, fun. Absolutely.
Well, fun
for us, it's been great to watch, and I guess it's been fun for BB Team and AGG and Lunar Galaxy actually showing up today. Love to see that, but there's still some teams that have a lot of work left to do. New Happy has just been a non-factor altogether, and that circle may help them out here a little bit.
Yongjian right in the middle of it, so that means that we've got the water running directly through a couple of bridges that you can pass through, but remember, all the ones up to the very far north are going to be broken out. Emergency pickup games are probably going to be a big factor in this one. Most of the land mass is leaning to the northwest, so high likelihood that that's going to be the way it goes. Hey, looking in, looks like Sonics are going to go ahead and find themselves a member of E-Arena right off the get-go. Team that needs some points, presently sitting in 17th place, tied up with Day Trade. 1 point back behind them is going to be New Happy, so that 1 point, massive.
Yeah, they could definitely use a little bit of help. Now, they had some good performances on Erangel, finishing with back-to-back third places, but just no kills to go along with it. The game just didn't play out that way for them, so they still have some work to do. Another team with, just a lot of work to do, really, is virtus.pro.
This is a squad I thought was going to be already qualified, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah,
I'm not going to sit there and beat down on them. It's been very hard for them. They haven't necessarily found their legs underneath of them, but this is a very strong squad, so very curious to see what they can do. I mean, yeah, they're pretty far down there, but I mean, the cut line isn't the hardest with 3 games left to go. It is achievable, but it is scary at this stage.
No, absolutely. That's one thing about the 12-game group format here, is that having that 1 or 2 games where you just pop off can make all the difference in the world, and it's helped out a number of our teams so far here as we check in on that Sonics kill. Yep, Tiggleton, easy as you like.
Makes it look good. It has been, again, a quieter day to start everything for Sonics, and maybe find themselves a bit more loud here at the end. Another squad that's kind of in the hunt for it is going to be New Happy, as we just saw them for just 1 moment ago. Petrichor Road having a pretty decent day for themselves as well, finding some, I guess, very high momentum plays.
Yeah, they definitely started off a little bit slower 0 points in the first 2 games, but last game, 2nd place, only 5 kills. Obviously, it was a little bit of a wild matchup there on Rondo with the newly christened graveyard, as it were. And I think I can get behind that with the boys.
Oh, man. Okay, so looking at the map, just to update you guys, it looks like AGG is feeling this is definitely going to go up to the north. They're already crossing one of the bridges. You can see the Expendables also doing the same over here down to the south. So they're going to be passing over next to Tiamba, who's already in rotation. This isn't the biggest surprise. I mean, due to the way the landmass is going to fall, it definitely feels like it's going to go that direction. But we've seen so many 50-50s fall across water here lately. I don't know, man. I wouldn't trust it.
Well,
Oh, no. Panzerfaust for VP. That is catastrophe. That is nigh on doom right now.
And of all the teams for it to happen to, one that just desperately needs just something, anything to go their way, and that's what they find is just.
That's a big mental hit right there.
What are you gonna do? You got to shake it off.
Come back in the last games as strong as possible, because remember, there is still a lot on the line for this whenever we're looking at prize pools, BGC points, tons of other things to be looking at. So looking across the board, we can see the fact that the Expendables making their rotation right now are going to be pathing pretty close to the Gladiators, but we already have Danawa in a good position.
Yeah, and on the other side of that VP coin, the tragic coin, was Danawa. Danawa's had a really slow start here today. They had a good day 1, but they just haven't really been able to get their legs under them so far today. So that start with, well, about the 4 easiest kills you're going to get with a little maybe we'll call it a Faustian deal, maybe.
Like okay, I like it.
Let's go.
And they get center of circle, so that's like definitely set up for it. Z-Sonics getting some scouting as they go. Nobody's going to be anywhere near them, so they should have a pretty clear path to make a rotation into this one. A lot of our teams playing down to the south, and no big rush to move in yet. Looks like mostly vehicle pushes coming out. No! Yet again, another Panzerfaust coming up big, and it's going to be AGG just continuing a reign of terror on this lobby.
Yeah, that's not a mannequin. That's definitely not. Yep, December 12th should get flushed here, as well as Zest kind of keeping track of the last remaining new happy players. Now the rest of AG, you can see Surti on the mini-map just arriving on the south side. He's going to take that cliffside location and try to make sure that they can't sneak away. But Sapal, he's got that Panzer in hand. He's ready to party.
Don't need to aim when you can just hard peek around and go for the shot in. And remember that we do also see New Happy sitting at 46 points. They really need to get something together inside this game, but they're getting quickly pinched. Multiple approach angles coming out right now. It looks like 3-man push. You can see already set up and waiting. Surti back behind him if anybody tries to get out, but a very strong angle coming up from Ming Ming right now.
Yeah, this has kind of been New Happy's curse so far. This happened on the first day. They had 3 games that were just terrible, followed by 3 games that were amazing, and now, unfortunately, the back half of the day starting off much the same as the first for them, as they will get taken down, and AGG not going to lose a single player.
Get the res up, and so with this New Happy still sitting at 46 points, going to have to be watching what Day Trade Sonics do. Even T1 and Luna just nipping at their heels, because Luna, again, having a very, very big day. Almost all of their points coming out from today.
Yeah, it's been huge for them. And AGG, you know, I want to shout out them a little bit too. I think a lot of people coming into this were thinking it was the Tycon show. The rest of the guys were just going to be hopping in the backpack, and it's been that way to an extent. But I'll tell you what, Sapao has been showing out today. So it is no longer just the one-man band here for, that's, you don't like to see that.
Well, I mean, Danawa fans do. Danawa fans are real happy right now.
I mean, the ragdolls are always going to be funny. I'm not going to lie, but yeah, if you're a VP fan, that's just not what you wanted to see.
So looking at points of strength, we can see that a couple of big moving factors. Sonics are going to be getting close to Gaming Gladiators right now, just a bit more to the east. They're playing around the area that we often see kind of ends in this location. The in-game point is often around the southern army base area in these hills, so no surprise for a bit of jockeying right now for that position. Most of our squads still got plenty of space to play around, with a couple of casualties already coming into play, so no big necessary like crazy pushes having come into play quite yet, even though this is a very awkward circle to have to navigate.
Gotta say, looking at this circle and looking towards the future a little bit here, Danawa playing this really aggressively, getting in that bridge camp position. They've left an Onyx in the north part of Yongchan to just make sure that nobody backfills them. But the city itself is basically empty. Danawa putting themselves in a position to maybe camp this bridge and get some points.
Opportunities, man. I would say that is the scariest bridge if you're going to path through it.
Oh, it's
We've
terrifying.
seen everybody going over
Yeah.
to the, like more northern or the western bridges. Going for that center bridge just feels like somebody somewhere is camping that right now.
Well, it's also hedging their bets a little bit too, right? Just in case it does go south. They have complete control over that area, and if they so choose, they can stay there as long as they want and just wait for to catch anybody maybe making an unsuspecting rotation. But this feels like it's going to go well.
Never in a hurry. Coming into the circle. They are not the last team to manage to make it in the circle. I think that's going to be E-Arena. Well, I don't know. 2 members of TSM are still watching where, yeah, okay, it looks like it's going to be close. Seeing if Lyric's going to pass over, but TSM doing their tried and true strategy. Get as much information as possible. Stop off. Make sure you're covering on your approach. Just get the safety and then lean into that firepower. And I got to say, I've been really enjoying watching Spark in this event. He is just coming more and more into his own and confidence in play.
Yeah, man, it definitely feels like he's had an influence on that team now that he's been there a while. You can see there's just been so much consistency out of TSM coming through, and obviously a fantastic day one, and so far so good here today. But the thing is they're getting points every single game, right? And they're taking fights, they're playing aggressively, and they've got the points that they've gotten there as far as they are with not a single win. And that's not a lot of teams up at the top of the leaderboard can say that.
Group stage heroes, we often see them be, but can they translate it into the grand finals? Couple of shots now going out between what we can see as BB team on one side of it, and going towards those shots, it's going to be Danawa in a bit of trouble right now. Not a ton, wouldn't be surprised if the res manages to come through on that one, so see how that all is going to play. It's across the water, so nothing too big expendable yet. And there you go, res now in. Smoke's now out, so waiting to see where this next circle is going to go. Center up, is it going to lean one way or the other? How is this going to go? And yep, makes its way up into the north.
It could have been worse. Could have gone a lot farther north. Pero already in the E pickup. We'll send it, not have to deal with that Danawa bridge camp. You saw Deal sitting right on that bridge with the M249 too, so that's a scary proposition as BetBoom just going to go ahead and try to send it to the bridge. And that's a team that knows exactly what Danawa is doing. So I'm interested to see what BetBoom has planned for this.
Are they just going to try to run through this one with full firepower? Shots now starting to come down the way, using the tree line for cover. Explosions pop up in front of them. Shots are going to pick up one, but it is going to be BB team that at least manages to get 2 of their members over into some type of safety. Tail end of it, best of luck, having some luck navigating this one, having to rotate down, see if he can make it away. He cannot. So only 2 for BB team managed to cross.
I'm not going to lie, man. I got some pretty big question marks over my head right now as to what BetBoom BB team was doing there, because they knew. They spotted it out. They got the knock. Like, they knew exactly what was going on there. Did they just forget the Panzerfaust? I mean, fortunately for them, the Panzerfaust missed.
That would have been way worse.
But, you know, they still end up losing 2 off of that. So, I mean, I guess they didn't really have much option, but
I'm willing to bet that they didn't get an emergency pickup. The bridge to the west is one of the broken bridges.
Well, they had
so it doesn't
time, though.
feel good. Yeah.
There's still a big chunk of the bridge still in the side. I don't know. I'm not going to question it. You know, that was what they thought the best option that they had was. Unfortunately, it didn't work out.
If they went to the west, they would be in the E-Arena situation.
Sure.
The team that's out right now and having to maneuver around Luna Galaxy, Tiamba, as well as Day Trade. You can see Luna Galaxy trying to defend in as Tigger is going to have some shots thrown at him, but looks like he's trying to escape right now, trying to regroup back over there. Issue is, while he does manage to escape, they don't have a clean path. They're going to have to circle around Day Trade, and then maybe they can find a way in that won't be heavily punished.
Yeah, I think LG, despite the fact that they're a little bit bruised here, job pretty much done as they forced EA to kind of head back towards the west and circle back around and maybe force them into Day Trade. Like you said, we'll have to keep an eye here.
Interesting point here. TSM moved up to Shipyard, was scouting out around there, and is now coming back down around the bridges. Curious to see if they were maybe looking for some type of way to swim across, boat pathing, something like that. I don't know. Very peculiar choice on them to, is a team that we know gets a lot of information. Yeah. I really want to know why Kurt decided that Shipyard and that approach was very important there.
Well, remember, we did see earlier that they had somebody in the glider. I don't know if that's still the case. All I can see is a mini map right now. Everybody's in a vehicle, so I think that they probably want to make sure that they maintain their vehicle control. And probably looking to see what they can find here as we see Tycon, the man himself. He's been having a heck of a tournament, and we'll see if he can pull off the same in grand finals, because it looks like they're pretty much assured to go.
Bringing some strong aura right now. Feels like Twisted Minds reads it. They're playing a bit more defensive, away from position, taking some shots at the other members of AGG. Tycon is in a very aggressive position, pretty separated out from the rest of the squad, but they can provide some support. It's a matter of, is the surprise attack going to be beneficial? And he doesn't have really good, clean sight lines on anything that Twisted Mind's trying to do at the time. So Twisted's kind of defending around Yongqian. So it's very weird. There's only really, the Expendables in Yongqian right now, and everybody else is just kind of spread around trying to defend it up and kind of gatekeeping it out as the shots do come, but do not manage to take down Example.
Yeah, that was a bait. It felt like that Example just didn't bite on. So it's goes to show you the value of experience in a player of that caliber. Mr. Example, is the circle did pop it. It's going to go farther off to the west. So everybody just hopping in vehicles, not wanting to really screw around with any of these long-term fights out in the blue.
Arena do manage to find a shack to call their own for the time being. They did loop around day trade, bumped into GG a second ago as we saw, but this is the furthest that they can manage to make it in. This has a lot of big dips, hillsides that you can play up to the north of it, but still also has a lot of water whenever looking the entirety of this new circle over to the west. So the defensive lines over around Yongqian are going to be very beneficial. BB team already moving in from the north means the fact that there is going to be some pathing for Petrichor Road as well as maybe Sonics, but the water has kind of created a funnel into this area where we saw that Danawa bridge camp, and could be a big problem for squads like T1 as they're going to try to navigate it in a moment.
And T1 has the additional problem. They've got TSM still off to their south as well. So TSM really slow playing this, scouting ahead. We'll see if they've spotted them out. It looks like I'm looking at the mini-map and their little Doritos are staring over in that direction. So it looks like they're very well aware that T1 is over there. And they're just biding their time, waiting for T1 to make their move first.
Isn't it fun to call it Doritos and be sponsored by Doritos for the first time?
That's true. Hey, I didn't think about that. Nice.
So let's see.
I'm such a professional. I'm such a good spokesman.
All right, odd teams out that we're looking at. Twisted Mind's going to have to make some interesting moves around Yongqian. AGG making their rotation. Again, that T1 situation with TSM very close behind them. You can see appearing on the mini-map right now. T1's probably looking around trying to defend this position. Maybe they have an emergency pickup. I don't know. This is a good emergency pickup jump if they opt to go for it. TSM, though, they're being funneled to the bridge that Danawa has control over. As Danawa still got the lineup, do they have the beat? It looks like they have retreated back to the compound, and Nonyx is pretty close, so they're going to get by this one. Yes, some harassment going to come out, but it's not the firm entrenchment that we saw just 1 moment ago, as it is going to be TSM rolling by, and Nonyx kind of caught out a couple of shots, but it is just 2 ships passing the Nidus. Make it 3 ships. Twisted Minds now coming over here as well. Pathing underneath the bridge could bump into TSM.
It almost looked like it was going to be perfect timing for TSM. Danawa was all eyes on Twisted Minds as they tried to make their cross, but they immediately changed their focus, got everybody looking over towards TSM, and Twisted Minds, of course, using that exact moment to their advantage, that confusion to send it in and get inside the zone.
The shots coming out from Twisted Minds. No clean sight lines really for Danawa onto what's going on with Twisted Minds. Kurt's already down and out. The other members for TSM are trying to regroup center of the circle, and I think that they've managed to get that for now. It's a bit of a dip that they're going to be playing off there, but as well, looking into this, Twisted Minds look like they should be trying to get this one. Yep, looks like they picked up their down teammate, trying to regroup and get the res in. It's a dangerous spot, but that's only because T1 is playing in a very peculiar position for now, knowing the fact that it's not going to be in this next circle.
Yeah, T1 using that opportunity, those sight lines onto Twisted Minds will get the re-knock and the flush, so Twisted Minds will lose 1 player here, and they've got to get on the move once again as the circle is going to shift slightly off to their west. It is going to favor the entire side of the North Island now, so T1, Luna Galaxy, they have to make moves. As you said, TSM down to 2. They have a little bit of a ridge line to work with. It looked like AGG was sending it over in that direction, but they pulled off. So now T1, they've got their vehicles. They got to make moves. Sonics, they've been playing on the north side for a while. They've had the high ground here over Gaming Gladiators, but now Petrichor Road is up there as well.
Sonics right now in the kitchen making a sandwich for themselves as they've managed to maneuver in between GG, Petrichor Road, and just to the south, Pet Boom, as we are going to have some issues for them to have to deal with. Sonics look like they're going to commit into the Petrichor Road push, so we'll have to see if they realize it. Petrichor Road already firmly defended up and spotted waiting. You can see Ming already has an eye on it. Sonic's eyes on the circle. I don't even know if this is about to happen. The pounce due any moment.
That's T1. This is their send. Danawa still in that perfect position to take advantage, and that grenade is going to find one. Raining's going to go down as well as Danawa picking up some more knocks here as they will flush those out, and that's going to be 4 kills for Loki.
This has been one of the most successful bridge camps we have seen in a long time.
11 kills already.
This has just been destruction on anybody having to path around here. This is a good exploit on realizing how people are going to have to path through the circle, and well read by Danawa.
And, you know, we saw the play that very early, and we saw them get a little bit punished for it by BB Team before the circle shifted, but they stuck it out. They didn't retreat back to Yongshan, and they are getting rewarded for their perseverance here. As we check in with Ike's left, has now spotted Gaming Gladiators trying to make their way up. It looks like Sonics took 2 casualties here. Shrimsy and Tiggleton, though, still alive. They're going to send it in.
Be rotating right next to Spiro, but it looks like he should be able to make it. He's going to land up. So a lot of very weakened squads creeping into the circle right now, at least finding centered positions. With this northern section of the circle, again, very hilly, a lot of big dips that you can play from, so there's some survivability. Even down to the south, wait, we have an interesting situation. Danawa is now flanking in back behind Twisted Minds. They know that they're here. They're coming in very hot and heavy, realizing there's weakened squads here they want to exploit. They want to keep pushing that kill count even higher.
This is the best possible option here for Danawa as they will find Twisted Minds on that cliffside. They'll not take any knocks initially. The smoke wall's starting to come out, but Tulins goes for the far man, doesn't see the near one as Hakari will find the first knock.
This is just so clean coming up from Danawa. The entirety of this game is just read by them. Stepping in time and time again. Nade's going to roll out. Lou does survive it just narrowly. More throwables now coming out. Lou is going to go down. Perfectix is off in the distance trying to come in, but he's going to get spotted out. He's going to go down. Danawa still continuing to path around this location. Does have the Expendables behind him. Luna heard the firefight, but just could not get there in time.
A little bit of a tough day so far for Twisted Minds, a team that everybody has their eyes on, pretty much everybody's favorite coming into this, and it's been a little bit of a rough one here so far today. Luna Galaxy going to be one part of that sandwich. They end up getting one of those kills here as Petrichor Road now trying to reset after taking that fight with Gaming Gladiators, still outside the zone, and we've got that one last remaining member of BB Team and Spiro that's looking over in his direction. Oh, well, good night, Mr. End.
We have learned today that shields are not very safe from vehicles. That has happened several times. Danawa still sitting on their 13, now under harassment of everybody. This is the vengeance of the lobby having to deal with Danawa right now. Coming back down, you can see there's not a lot of cover. They're just having to stop off wherever they could. A couple of moving factors up to the north. We can see it's going to be GG as well as Petrichor Road looking down to BB Team's last couple of members. TSM also moving more aggressively into Luna's lines, so that could be some potential brewing.
I gotta say, I love the way that AGG is playing right now, and Sonic's getting a little bit blessed here with a crate drop as Spiro's been spotted out. Another grenade might be enough to do it as Chewy's gonna get back on his feet. Ming knocked currently. That grenade gonna go just a little bit too far, so Spiro will stay alive in that smoke cloud. Now TSM, we saw them having to set themselves up for this fight against Luna Galaxy. Sparking, he's ready to take it right to the face of his PNC teammates.
Very strong hillside that we can see that Luna Galaxy is playing along, but it's going to be Sparking that gets the high ground first. A quick double up. Luke also gets one as well, equalizing this very quickly. Heaven gets a retaliation knockback into Sparking, going for the flush as quick as possible. Last member up. So it is a 1v1 on the hillside with Luke managing to survive with assistance of the Expendables Delwyn taking down Heaven.
Boy, LG got taken by surprise right there. Great reposition from Sparking. Great 1v1 there from Haven. Unfortunately for him, it looks like they were getting spotted out from range. I think Clories might have actually stolen one away. The Expendables just kind of operating pretty much with impunity on this eastern side of the circle.
See Luke dancing around the car wreckage, the only thing he has to work with right now. See Spiro in some trouble as he's got Petrichor Road up above him. The Expendables now starting to see more. Let's not forget about our Sonics duo hiding inside the crates, pretty much centered up. AGG has also moved into the center, so they've got a lot of control. Petrichor Road, as they move down, have to deal with a couple of thorns, though. They have Spyro just below them. Very, very strong, but GG also can't find any pathing. You can see they're being kind of corralled over here into this western front, where Day Trade has got a very strong defensive position, already set up good sight lines, but GG is at least managing to make it down the hillside, but it has come at a massive cost.
This looks like it's Apex lobby and everybody else is just living in it right now. Day Trade, AGG, and the Expendables just kind of taking control over everything towards the center, east and west. As Petrichor Road starting to look down here, Sonics will get eliminated by AGG as they made that wrap up into the crates. And you can see Tiama's still alive, though. They're going to get a little bit of luck here as the circle will cut down over to the southwest.
Okay, so Petrichor Road, they've been chilling up there to the north. Yes, doing some harassment, but they're going to have to make a very bold push down this hillside, and it's going to be problematic. Almost everybody in the low ground is going to have some type of vision. And the closest threat in Spiro not becoming active just yet. But once everybody hops in that vehicle, he might go for a god tier spray onto these guys if they're not careful.
Well, if he's got one grenade, Oh man, imagine if he had a Panzer. Oh, it doesn't even matter. He's going to find Summer, immediately sprays him down and flushes him. The rest of the boys, they're just going to go ahead and take off.
They have to make a cut down this hillside. They've already prepped up the nades, realizing there could be some people hiding around these crates. They're just going to crash in. Daytrade spots him out, goes for some shots at range, but they do manage to make it into some form of safety right now. The Expendables, Calorius, managed to spot this. He's now trying to foot push in very close to where AGG is, hoping the distraction is big, and it was! Good double up coming up from Calorius.
It has not been a great day so far for TE, but they've got plenty of time left to turn things around, and they already have 7 kills. Should be 9 here shortly as they confirm these, as the rest of AGG is going to have to retreat. Tiamba had eyes on them, though. They were taking shots over in that direction, but it looks like they'll be able to survive.
Strong control for so long from AGG in the center, but that 2-2 split gets very quickly punished. The Expendables running a split of their own. Delwyn very close down here, hanging out around the southern part of the road, kind of playing the odds of what's going to be going on. Very curious to see if the Expendables opt into pushing continually into Petrichor Road or allowing them to hang out there. Daytrade still needs to make a move into the circle, but yes, you can see everything to the south of them is open, but there's a reason it's open. Nobody wants to go there, dude. That is so wide out, no cover. It is just going to be your doom if you step into it.
Yeah, that road feels like it's 5 miles wide when you get to this point. Hopefully you have enough utility, but you can see Thanadol sitting with nothing right now in the bag and a busted helmet to boot here as we see if Delwyn, I'm actually worried about Delwyn creeping a little bit more and maybe running into the snake in the grass and Luke, but it looks like Luke's going to go ahead and escape. He's going to get spotted out, but Belmoth now eyes on Tiamba. They're running as a 2-2 split right now, and it's working pretty effectively.
Also do want to point out, yes, that 2-2 split down there does manage to take out TSM. That 2-2 split has so much vision control. Why we see so many people playing edge and hunker down right now is due to the control that they have on that very wide open position. Expendables realizing the problem with it, just going to go for throwables, get some more kills out of it. Going to explode right in front of it. Tanvu does not care. He's got some goals, and those goals are going to be the eyes of Petrichor Road, sitting at 8 kills right now, trying to make it 11, and that will be it.
Nicely done there by the Expendables, clean as you like, and now they have control over the entire north side. Now Daytrade going to send it right into the jaw of Tiamba. 2 will go down immediately, but Flash should be resible here. Daytrade up to 6 kills, and they have the compound on the west to play with here.
Let's talk about the fact that Tiamba and Daytrade both now chilling in our top 16 of very strong performance inside of this game. So the Expendables now playing around the outside of it. They've got control in the north, but nobody really wants to be in the north right now. Circle is going to condense pretty close to center, so Tiamba, the Expendables, 1 member, and Delwyn and AGG, the only ones in the circle.
Yeah, AGG, they at least have a little bit of a shack to play around too, but you can see the Expendables, they know they've got a pretty good read on what happened with Daytrade. They know that they're on the far western side, so they are just going to take this opportunity to push the shack. That Molotov's going to go right in the window, and that's going to be 1 down. Delwyn has the spot on a Tycon. Tycon going to try to heal through the flames, and it looks like he's going to get away with it for now, but not in the, oh my goodness, that might not.
Hanvu, calm down. Calm down a bit there.
That's actually kind of a problem for them because Duckjuice and Delwyn are nowhere near them.
The bloodthirst coming out right now. Got to take on everybody that's over there. Duckjuice now with Daytrade right up on top of him, having to try to get back over to his teammates. Shots are going to come out. Delwyn's got to try to counter what just happened a second ago. Going for the shots into Daytrade, trying to make sure that they keep their heads down so that type of recovery can happen in some way. And yes, Duckjuice does manage to make it to the shack and should be able to get these reses, depending on how hard Daytrade opts into pushing this.
Oh, that was huge, though. Daytrade actually unknowingly, unwittingly helping out the Expendables here by getting the knock onto Linshu. So CC108 and Linshu were pushing Delwyn. Delwyn was trying to keep Daytrade from pushing onto his fallen teammates, but he had to turn his attention back towards Tiamba once this push was coming through. But Norton's got the knock on Linshu. CC108 had to pull back, so now Delwyn was able to keep an eye on the rest of Daytrade, and now all of the Expendables back on their feet.
Ain't too expendable right now. Managed to get both their members back up. So with a lot of control inside the circle now, it's really Daytrade to the north with 3. Nurens, the other member for Daytrade, over into the west. This split coming out from TE with 3 members very close to the Daytrade's northern grouping, and Delwyn to the south, dealing with the 2 members from Tiamba. Tiamba back against the wall right now, do have this ridge line that they can play right next to the road, but it is not comfortable. Does it provide much control? And not a lot of vision either.
Duckjuice coming alive here in game number 4. He's going to find the spray on the Flash. Should be resible, though, so Daytrade should be able to get everybody back on their feet. Delwyn now full attention on Tiamba as they have to get rid of these guys. It feels like Daytrade probably in the best position here. The Expendables have the compound, but they have basically got their backs up against the wall.
Delwin having to deal with nades coming in right now. Goes for the peak just a bit late, but the shot still connects. Delwin defends up. Now Linshu has to turn back around from the weathering fire coming out from the rest of Expendables.
Oh, the flash from CC just went a little bit too far, and Norton's going to steal that one away as well. So another point there in the bag for Day Trade, but Linshu now the last player up for Tiamba on that south side. Delwin, I'm not sure how he does it, but he's got to figure out a way to get across that road and rejoin the rest of his team. But you can see the Expendables, they have nowhere to go. They have to play around this hard cover.
This is going to be a problem. They've got a ton of kills to work around, but Day Trade has started maneuver through these couple of small hills to get a bit more control over the circle itself. 2-2 split pretty strong for right now, but the northern two are going to have to move. See how TE opts into playing around this. It's just run to cover, med up, but those meds are starting to get lower by the second.
Day Trade absolutely suffocating right now and taking no knocks, and that is the most important thing here. They cannot open a door here for the Expendables to leave that hard cover and try to spread out. Linshu, though, this is still the problem for the Expendables. They have to deal with this man before they can turn their attention towards Day Trade.
Multiple teams now at that 60-point threshold, feeling really good about Tiamba. Day Trade, they want to get anything off of this that they can, secure a much better position moving out. As they are presently in 12th and 14th respectively. Several games to go, but it'd be really nice to be moving into Miramar far more comfortable right now. Starting to see a couple of exchangeable shots between these two squads peeking over. Linshu still the odd man out, drawing a lot of Delwin's attention, but you can see that TE, Duck Juice, and Delwin keep stepping over on this hillside, seeing if they can find some more. The smokes coming out do provide some opportunity, but you can see Delwin doesn't know exactly where he wants to opt in defending up, and he's just going to choose the middle of the road. That's bold, man.
That sure is. He's got a little bit of a smoke ball, but again, they have to do something about Linshu, so he's got to put himself in a position that is, well, you know, I guess at least somewhat defendable, and he's going to rely on his teammates. And Linshu actually going to get the knock on a Duck Juice. Day Trade will get knocked by Tanvu, though, so they won't have a chance to really make the push here, or will they?
Look at Nurens. He's moving in. He had the smoke wall down up in front of him, trying to exploit it. He realizes this is the opportunity. He could turn the tides of the entirety of this battle right up in the face, goes for the spray, gets the exchange, gets down, but goes down himself. With this, Day Trade only has one member up. The Expendables still back up against the wall, fighting their way out of it. Tiamba gets eliminated, and now it is just Thanadol fighting his way through. Now in a 1v1.
Tanvu has been doing so much work for the Expendables, and now Delwin, the Road Warrior himself, will come over. He's going to go for the res here, or yeah, he's got to pull away, though. He's got that information was being fed. He's going to go for the spray, not going to get it through the vehicle, though. Thanadol using that hard cover.
Baiting around back between the two of them. Delwin realizes he's the odd one out, goes around, a quick switch. That was absolutely nuts. The Expendables with a massive kill count take the game.
18 kills for the Expendables, and they had only 9 points so far today in the first 3 games, and you can feel good about that one, boys. You earned it.
That was a massive victory, dude. That was an absolutely ridiculous Tego. We saw beautiful bridge camps, but the Expendables just absolutely taking authority of that game.
Man, Tanvu was just working around there like he has been playing this thing forever. Clory's giving the high fives, letting his teammates know you earned this one. You should feel excited about that. And they have jumped up the leaderboard. Now, will it be enough? That remains to be seen. We've still got 2 Miramar games to go, Matrim.
And that is such a hard circle to play at the end there. We saw that just a cluster. We often talk about how hard it is to play around roads because they're just so open. There's no cover to be had. And instead, the Expendables just walk up, make their own, and make a stand there. That was just so cool to see.
Man, and just the way they handled that situation with the Linshu issue. The Linshu issue? The Linshu issue.
That's hard to say.
I mean, yeah, it was just really tough because you can't really fully commit, and then nice shots there from Linshu, but what a win here for the Expendables. Let's throw it over to the desk to hear what they have to say.
Well, the Expendables are making the entire lobby extinct here on Tego. That was a blinder of a performance coming out from them, being able to decimate everybody in their wake. They're very happy about that one as well. Suffice to say, as we saw them earlier, giving the high fives, running about, doing all this stuff. But what is important here is that as much as we expected them now to be going to the grand finals even before this game, that totally solidifies them here.
It's locked. It's stocked. Only 60. There's 60 possible kills to jump out of that airplane. 18 went into the way of their hopper. I thought SCA would do well on this map. They apparently, these guys cater to the style. They played aggressive. It worked out well, and I'm liking what this roster's doing. I feel like it's been kind of fun to watch, but has never really been able to get something going internationally. Maybe this is the start of something.
This is what Korea exactly should be looking for. They should be like, oh, this is what happens when you put the majority of your talent on 2 or 3
Yes.
rosters.
Yep.
That's exactly what Vietnam and Thailand has been doing.
Why
This is why we have this.
So we
South
did it in
Korea
the
catching
Americas.
strays. Jesus.
Oh, you started it.
But it's not wrong.
I did start.
But we are talking about regionals, right? Like America's was a region that struggled for a long time. Remember the Tempo Storm international failures for years until we consolidated into a couple of top teams. We're seeing them do it in SEA, and I think some other regions could take lessons from that.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights coming out from this game as well. It wasn't really all Tan Vu, even though he put in a monster effort in this game. The rest of the team as well really stepped up around Tan Vu to be able to hold down these locations. And it's not like this game was really fed to them either, to be honest.
It's a hard-fought fight game for this, right? You can't have a game with 18 kills, guys, and not be fighting every single minute of the match. Of course, there's a small segment in the start of the match we'll talk about later, but still, this was impressive. Tan Vu stepping up to this game. Of course, Cloris coming into this team here is just another detriment to everyone else in the lobby. Such a good player.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was underutilized at Genius. I think he's been doing a great job here with this team and sort of giving them, I think, I don't want to say leadership necessarily, but a veterancy and a even-keeled thought process that I think is putting them in a good spot and allowing people like Tanvu to really step up and play their game the way they need to. So it's beautiful, beautiful.
There's actually a world, because look how on fire they are from this one. That was huge.
Yeah.
But there's a world where the numbers that they put up here overall, with Tanvu taking 8 kills and 800 damage, 3 of their members, I saw 800 damage, 800 damage, 700 damage. I didn't see the 4th member, but this could be the biggest damage game of our tournament so far.
Go ahead.
And so far, the biggest kill game in terms of wins and total points, right? It's 28 points for these guys. It's going to be 18 total, and that's definitely going to be a huge impact on the leaderboard. They're already secure, but also it's a huge impact game for a lot of others.
Yes.
All Gamers Global also got 10 points, which puts them in the first place here. Very impressive for a team that we were had mediocre expectations for. Of course, high expectations for Tycon, but was he able to do something like this with this team?
Also, a big shout out to Day Trade. They come out with 13. That's going to be big points for them. They made that roster change. They added Thanadol when Puchil's retired. And I think Thanadol has played really well for them as well.
3,000.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Toffees. I was just astonished.
It's 3,000. It's insane how much they did. Now, is this a one-off? Is this an example of one of the... We've all been in that game before where just the fights start rolling and everything is clicking and feeling great. Can you do that over and over and over again?
Oh, my God.
Wow.
That's
incredible.
Exactly what we're like. This is not the top team results for any of the players here. It's all the 4 players on the winning squad all had the most damage. That is so rare we see that.
Very unbelievably rare on international soil. Right? Like when it comes to regionals, we've seen it in the past, we've seen it happen and stuff like that. But let's take a look at the overall standings. That pushes the Expendables up to 4th place. Of course, being in the top 16 is really truly all that matters here. But congratulations to them. What a blinder that they've played here in this game. All 4 in the top 4. That makes me so happy to see.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, this also means that VP is going to be in the last place now, only with 5 placement points, the lowest out of any team. And Gaming Gladiators, they have, if I can say the word, 9 points, almost doubling theirs. It really talks how much they're struggling at getting those placement points. They're not getting into late game.
Yeah. All Gamers Global jumps up in that first place position. They look incredibly strong right now, which is, and again, we were shocking. Tycon just looks so good.
Yeah, to interrupt you for a second there, we had a theory about the Tycon pickup, right? Like the fact that basically they're kind of enabling him as a turret.
And that's what I think when we go back to Tycon as in greatness era, a couple years ago, he was super great. I think he was kind of enabled by Hamas and the guys. And they became superstars in their own right. And you saw Tycon kind of fall off. But I think maybe he said to them, guys, I'm just that. I need 3 people who are going to let me do what I want to do and support me. And maybe that's what's happening with this team, because they are playing incredibly well, and it is really revolving. It's like Tycon's got this, those turtle shells when you used to play Mario Kart? It's like they sort of rotate around him, and they attack, and they protect. And when he's able to do what he wants to do, he's lights out incredible.
Used to play Mario Kart. I'm still playing Mario Kart. It's great. I'm always Bullet Bill at the end, though, because I'm trying to catch up. Anyway.
Catch up to everybody.
Speaking of Bullet Bill,
where's this going?
Let's take a look at what may have occurred at the beginning of this game.
Yeah, of course, we saw it as a replay, but we just want to point it out again here. It's such a hard breaking area, right? But again, Danawa, they had some fun.
Yeah.
They had a situation here where, for a long time, we have had this talk where, is Panzerfaust too strong? What can it do? What are we doing? And players, they still think it's too strong. of course, I'll just circle the two things we're talking about here. It's virtus.pro in now last place now that they're not able to get any points out of this game here, unfortunately. And being denied of getting into the end game here. Only 5 placement points total so far, guys.
Yeah.
And let's play it. Let's see what happens here with Deal. We're gonna make it explode.
Can you remove the back?
Yeah, I can remove it and we can play it here.
Boom.
Yeah, it's just a one-shot full team wipe, guys, and that just makes it heartbreaking.
That makes it.
Pro. Yeah. That is the highest mental break that you can have over anything. But also it makes 64 players that are sitting in that lobby. There's 60 of them smiling. 4 of them heartbroken.
Well, the thing I loved most about that was he didn't even believe it was going to work. He pulled his gun out and started to spray afterwards and was like, got one shot off. Was like, oh, got him.
Dead.
Dead.
But all the ragdoll effects are still like, they're dead.
You don't get to see that often.
No.
It's a Babsang boom. It's very, very nicely done.
I like that.
I wish he was still called Babsang Head personally.
Such a good name. I don't know, but again, 4 letters.
Yeah.
Easy to pronounce. Deal.
Yeah.
I don't know what the deal is with that, but it is what it is.
All right, we're leaving that.
What's his deal with that?
Yeah.
Nice.
Go away. No. Cancel
like
the
that.
segment. All right, okay, we're going to a break. When we return, the Dusty Dunes is on the way. We got 2 more Miramars here. It is getting fierce towards that 16th cutoff point. We'll see you in a few.
Hello, PUBG fans. Or, I suppose in this case, PUBG clans. Because this month is all about giving you new tools to rally your clanmates, so you can rise together and survive together. Starting with update 31.1, you'll have access to clan missions, a new clan supply airplane, clan tokens to purchase rewards from a new shop, and other clan exclusive rewards. You'll start by ranking up the new Clan Supply Airplanes class as your clan completes clan challenges together. You'll have a full week to complete challenges once they appear. Planes downgrade a bit each week, so make sure you're always contributing to keep them in top shape. As your clan upgrades your airplane, your clanmates will earn better rewards for opening the clan loot caches they earn by completing clan member missions. Rank it up and rake it in. We'll also be running clan mission events throughout the month, with ways to earn other cool rewards. Finally, in August, we'll be running the PUBG Clan Cup Summer 2024. This regional tournament is your clan's chance to shine above all others and earn some great rewards. More info about what to expect from the PUBG Clan Cup will be coming out soon, so keep your eye out for more details. Full details on all the Clan Month features can be found in the Update 31.1 patch notes and on the official website. Summer is heating up, so remember, the clan that burns together, earns together. Complete missions, rank up your supply airplane, earn cool stuff, and show the rest of your region what your clan is made of. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
All right, things get desperate for those teams sat on the border. We have got ourselves an opportunity for all of these teams to get themselves towards top 16. However, some will be eliminated today in these next 2 matches. Let's take a look at the overalls and see how everybody's situated so far, because it's close towards that 16th border. You've already got Petrokoro breaching on in, but teams like Twisted Minds, who won PGS4, teams like Sonics, who won here last year in Riyadh, are currently not in the top 16 yet.
Yeah, I mean, listen, looking at this right now, 4 a.m. not playing today, Cerberus not playing today. 4 a.m. is basically out. I don't see any reality that Twisted Sonics don't get any points. They're done. A couple of maps. For Cerberus, they're in the danger zone. I think it's very likely that they will also fall out. But you're looking at Twisted Minds, Sonics, New Happy, 3 legendary squads that are fighting for those 2 spots. We could see FaZe also drop, but that's a bit more of a taller task.
The problem is the chase pack. It is big. Sonics, New Happy, T1, Luna, you brought them all up. There's a couple teams in there that can have massive games. And the problem is it's likely that at least 1 or 2 of them will, right, James? And so you also, Petrokor, you know, they've been wishy-washy, but I think it's not far for them to get 2 or 3 points. My next question, though, is when we talk about Cerberus making it, there's also this war that's going to break out between those teams on the chase. It might not just be down to Cerberus, it's going to be between these 4 teams as well, who are going to be battling each other to get past that 60-point marker potentially. So I think this game may be one of the most important bookmarks, because you do not want to leave it for the last one. We saw the circle yesterday. We saw the circle the day before that. This is the time to make the choice.
And aside from those teams, I mean, obviously South Korea has done pretty well so far. You had Freaks doing well. Danawa's currently in the top 16. I mean, let's talk about T1 for a second. I expected this to be technically even a different roster coming into this tournament, but they've not played in that format, in that kind of that formation, as it were, and it's really not done well for them. They looked much better in the qualifier.
They did. They absolutely did. I think End is pulling out some really good numbers, as usually is the case. I don't know, maybe they can string something in together here, but it's not giving me a lot of hope. I'll be honest, I think I've said this before, they were on the list, the lower list of teams that I thought they were going to do well, okay? So they're kind of hitting the mark that I expected from them.
Absolutely. I think especially as players, they have a lot of pressure perhaps on them, not on purpose, but from the club because of the situation the cup is in, and so maybe that's weighing them down a little bit. That said, they can come out here and have a really incredible game, as all of these teams really could. E-Arena, we took a look at a couple of them earlier today.
Here's the thing about teams like T1. For me, especially when it comes to PUBG, Battle Royale, this genre, this specific game, I expect, for me to really hit my horse to you, I expect to see a history of greatness. And for T1, they hasn't shown that. They did good in the qualifiers, but they haven't done anything up until this point, which is why I'm still going to be riding Twisted Minds and Sonics.
Well, who can't? Why not?
But, you know, it's a precarious position.
All right.
Sonics is precarious.
Yeah, well, it definitely is at the moment. Well, let's get to it then. We have got ourselves the opportunity on the Dusty Dunes. 2 more maps remain to figure out who is going to become the champion.
Miramar, oh Miramar, what are you going to provide for these players today, as they are very, very hungry?
Yeah, man, I think the desk has set us up brilliantly for these last 2 games. There are some really, really big-name teams that are still sitting below that cut line that have just had forgettable day. New Happy 3 points on the day so far. VP only 5, T1 12, Twisted Minds 12 points today. In a do-or-die situation, you would hope that teams with this much experience, this much talent, would have found their footing a little bit earlier. They're leaving it to the last 2. But you know what? At the end of the day, if they make it to the grand final, who cares? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, after yesterday with FaZe and the last stretch to manage to make it into the end there, my heart, I don't know. We're going into another one, it feels like it.
Like Cardiac Kids and FaZe Clan and Cerberus too, actually. I mean, they were both left it to the last game, but they came through. They came through, and we've got we're left to see now if any of these other ones will do the same. As we see a slightly northern plane here. Look at Sonics getting their normal loot path, their old Picado spot. It feels like it's been forever in international play.
This is very, very true. And look, okay, shouldn't be as crazy with water. That's been a very big theme today, with a lot of very weird water situations that are going on. And Twisted Minds.
I think that's a hot drop with AGG, yeah.
Ooh, AGG, this is bold.
Look at this. Not surprised that if it's going to be anybody at this point, it's going to be AGG. AGG, this is why you don't want to have a team that has swag like Tycon has to have a lead, because they're going to go after whoever they think they don't want to be in that grand final lobby. And unfortunately for you, Twisted Minds, you're the target.
Okay, yes, you can also see the circle has power grid right on the edge. It's a very Western circle. We'll get to that in one moment. Twisted Minds already defending up. Molotov going to come out. Slow down the pacing just a bit, but this does mean the fact more information is getting fed over to how the lineup for Twisted Minds being set. Utility coming out, Perfectix trying to stall. Low economy fight all over the place. Swapping in right into this one. It's going to be all about pacing on this. Can we see a holdout for positioning? Tycon is playing off by himself right now, trusting the rest of his teammates to really contain. But look at the reinforcements coming in from Twisted Minds. They're playing the outside wall to the west, trying to swoop in, see if they can sneak in back behind AGG.
Yeah, Perfectix playing his role to perfection right now. Is all his job is to waste their time. Don't let them take you out now. Wait for the boys to come and provide some support. They've come around. They've got the angle. You see Batu looking over and trying to get some more information. They spotted out Surti, did some damage, didn't get the knock. That will do it, though. Perfectix with the grenade.
Good exchange of information there. Is some support coming out from the long-range sniping of the ump, trying to see if he can get something out of it. And now, okay, this is a good/bad thing, right? AGG, already great, in a good position. Twisted Minds really need some points, so this could be massive.
Yeah, you saw that split screen, too. We've got another fight breaking out between the Expendables and New Happy, another team that desperately needs something to go their way. And the Expendables, well, they feel comfortable enough to come after these guys. So apparently that's just the APAC way, man. Once they've gotten their spot secure, let's go after the guys that we don't want to see.
Couple of peeks around, very narrowly dodging death as Perfectix keeps going for a precarious peek every single moment. He hears the footsteps, knows that it's coming, goes for the spray, but he's going to go down. So comes in with a flush just to finish it out with the shotties. All right, Twisted, what are you going to do? Are you going to commit in as everybody from AGG is pretty much around this compound?
Just DBS things as Twisted has arrived. Lou taking the high ground here. Don't know if they know about, I guess Tycon has come and rejoined everybody. Sapao through the window. We already mentioned, obviously, Tycon the superstar, but Sapao has been more than up to the task this game as well.
It's a 1-for-1 trade as it's going to be the shift in defenders. It was Perfectix holding that second story now, and it's going to be the entirety of the building under control of AGG. This is inside the circle, so it can slow burn a bit. There's no big push, but remember, look at this. Example sitting on, what, 40 bullets right now? This is not a good way to play it.
This is what I was waiting to see, how long this was going to play out, who's going to come in third party. First one there is going to be TSM. BB team just off to the north as well, but they've only got one, so not getting too involved just yet. Meanwhile, the Sandstorm has arrived to the Expendables and New Happy. Great spray from Delwyn as they continue their reign of terror from last game.
New Happy, new sad right now as they are in so much trouble. Expendables just trying to hammer them down, deny any dreams of the grand finals for them, and it is just the worst place to get caught out at.
Last bullet just couldn't land on Ming Ming, but Tanvu, he's coming over, he's got the angle, he's gonna find one, easy knock, long skir, the last one, just like that, New Happy down again.
The rich get richer as New Happy is in so much trouble to make it into the grand finals. Watching this TSM still maneuvering around what's going on in this position. They're going to shift over to the west. Don't want to be involved in it. This is also a very weird situation with it being right on the edge and a PowerPoint position that a lot of people are going to pass by. We could see if this pops off, anybody that's close could choose to stop in third party at any moment.
Oh man, Twisted, this is just a worst case scenario. They are just down to one, and he's got 10 rounds left for the M16. Won't even matter as Tycon will find him, and Twisted Minds out in 15th place.
Man, the dominance coming out from AGG and the Expendables. We often have talked about asserting your authority when you get the lead and really just trying to make your own way through this one. This is establishing a destiny for themselves moving into the grand final, saying, okay, let's pick and choose who we do not want to have to deal with, and those two squads were perfect targets.
Well, fortunately for AGG, they're not here to make friends because they're not making any right now by going after TM. They've got Gaming Gladiators just off to their south, but it looks like GG is just kind of looking over in that direction. They're still continuing their rotation. TSM going to do the same, as it looks like AGG will have time to just finish looting up, and they'll make their way in slowly. We see GG, yep, there they are, just continuing on just south of Power Plant. And while all that was going on, Matchroom, a number of teams have made their way into this circle, this first zone, which there's a lot of unplayable there.
I mean, we only have 3 teams playing west of Monte Nuevo right now. Most of the circle, well, I won't say most of it, I would say about, what, 20-30% of it is going to be an unplayable terrain over into the west. So that means that a lot of these teams are just playing right up against the wall, putting their backs into it in defendable positions.
I will say the one good thing about this circle is that because of all those early fights, we've now lost 10 players from the lobby.
True.
So it's going to actually open up some more space here for some of these teams to play because you've already removed essentially 2 teams.
Okay, and also, I mean, looking at this, you have to assume that this is going to kind of center around Monte,
Boy,
the
this thing's gonna
Alpozo
cut hard
positions.
south,
I know, it just feels the way that this has been going. You know, you want to make the smart play, but we do have a couple of teams like Danawa and Tiamba that might be rotating around there. Luna just going, nope, let's just figure out how we're going to handle what's going on. They're just going to shift out of Pozo. They've got some opportunities over to the west. AGG has managed to make it in the circle. T1's going to be coming in back behind them. Really, our outlier teams are going to be VP in need of a lot of points. Following in right back behind T1 is, is Raining going to spot out that rotation? I mean, not again. Not early game for VP again, is it?
You hope not. You hope not. Well, we actually have a few teams on the south side too. Danawa making a long wrap. And then one more team in green that I could not see before we moved over, but with a few teams making that long wrap off to the south. VP, meanwhile, they are taking their time. They do have T1 just kind of around them as we check the replay here from that Expendables dismantling of New Happy.
I mean, playing along the sandstorm, perfectly positioned into this high ground, feeding information over. They were just caught in the valley. New Happy just had nothing they could do to defend their way out of that. There was minimal vision, trapped in a low ground position.
You know, it's what can you say? It's just been an absolutely brutal tournament for New Happy. You know, they managed to turn things around a little bit in the second half of their day 1, but today just nothing going right. Still, look, 3 points through 5 games.
I'm all about gentlemen's rules and drop locations and all that other stuff, but whenever it comes time to manage to make it in the grand finals, I love what we see AGG doing. I love what the Expendables are doing. They're really making sure that they can set up. And yes, that is hard for Twisted. That is hard for New Happy, but there's still one more game, and any of these teams, anybody on New Happy or Twisted Minds, if they don't manage to make it in qualifiers, they'll say, yeah, the hot drop sucked, but we should have had the points before we got there.
Yeah, there's a lot of money on the line, a lot of PGC points on the line, and these guys are going to do whatever they can to try to secure as many of them as possible and as much of it as possible, so you can't really fault them for doing it. As we see Danawa, they're finally arriving into the southern part of the circle. It looks like the other team that was making their way in was Tiamba, and they're going to be in the very southwestern side. They're going to be on the other side of the valley from this, so the earliest that either one of these two might run into somebody is that bottom half of a 2-2 split from E-Arena.
Yeah, E-Arena is, I mean, I don't even know if you can call it a 2-2. It's almost like a 2-1-1 as it's so separated out in that lower half.
Very split up.
I mean, Petrichor Road, their positioning is just really, really strong for the circle, and this is a good read on how to play around that area. A lot of our external teams right now, the Expendables, no surprise, given the firefight that they just got into, they're going to be one of the last teams to rotate in. In Gladiators, they have themselves a pretty good split. If this does go a bit more into that northeastern area around Pozo, this is a very strong position to play around. Is VP getting some information, trying to scout around, and I really like this. This is a great circle for Gliders.
Yeah, no, I mean, as long as you, I don't know what information you're looking for. You're going to find that there's a lot of teams still alive. And, okay, it didn't go as far south as I was thinking it would go, but that's still a pretty good chunk of that circle that's still unplayable. So a number of these teams off to the north going to have to make their way in, and that is a rough road to get in there.
Man, these players just, they need to unite and fight against the circle at this point. It has just been mean to them today. So we'll have to see how this line comes out. We've talked about this quite a bit with the way the terrain plays around Monte Nuevo and down to the south. It's very north-south, and given high ground positionings, VP Nixie's going to be coming in, does get spotted by Tycon, but Tycon in a near non-kill. We often see him almost get those.
I thought he had bullet magnets in. I don't think I've seen him miss one yet, but that one not going to land on where it should go. As the rest of VP, I think, are stopping down. They might have realized the Tycon here by himself. And he is, well, he doesn't care. He's just going to go ahead and just W key right into all of them.
It's Tycon, all right? He's just going to step around and say, oh, you want to come to me? That was just bait shots. See, I didn't really kill your teammate a second ago, so you would all come after me. VP wants points, and they are in trouble. They're going after AGG, who has just been so aggressive already inside this round and throughout the day. Glider's going to crash down for VP. They need the support, but it's already spotted out from Tycon. Spray is going to be coming out. Doesn't quite connect. Finally, some retaliation coming back in, but Eevee's going to go down as well. well.
Oh, Sapao getting involved too, as Tycon might have been the distraction, but Sapao is the danger man, as he's going to get 350 damage so far. It's all down to just Lucarux, as the no good, very bad day for VP just continues.
Finally, Lucarux manages to take down Tycon, but it has come at a massive, massive cost. Can he find anything else out here as Spal's just going to flush out everything around him, continuing to press up. Lucarux, can you read around what's going to be going on? Knows the fact to do the flush a second ago. Going to go with the nade, but no, it's going to be Zest and VP in some big trouble now.
Yeah, you can see it just
pretty much done.
Written all over their faces, man. They just know. Wondering what could have been. 8 kills for AGG, though. They are on 1. And it is not likely that we're going to see them come off of it, because they are playing, I mean, they are just absolutely overflowing with confidence right now. They don't care who it is. They will push anybody in this lobby.
This is the scariest thing that can happen, is Tycon getting more and more confidence brewing around his play and with the squad. You were talking about it coming into this one. It's... I would be terrified at this point. You've already seen them do hot drops. They are just... This is going to be a problem. And I love it. I love it going into the grand finals, because if they can come in first game, get some momentum, they're just going to continue to play like this.
I mean, they're 1 point shy of 100 points in 8 games now, or I'm sorry, 10 games, 11 games that we have. So that is pretty darn impressive at the international level. Here's the other APAC, scary APAC team, the Expendables coming in from that southern side. CBB team still in that split. They've got nobody really near them over here near the north. They've got good control over this road. We'll see if T1 goes anywhere near them, as you see Day Trade also in a little bit of a 2-2 split here on both sides of the valley.
A couple of teams we need to keep our eyes on pretty heftily is going to be Petrichor Road and Sonics. Sonics right on that cusp position with 2 games remaining. Very centered. They've got a 2-2 split of their own, so a lot of twos being involved in this conversation, but Control going to be going in as the circle does pop on top of them, still keeping pretty centered. Petrichor Road is just to the northwest of them, so 2 squads desperately needing points to try to make it into that top 16 in a good position for this game.
And Day Trade, they've been having a good day for themselves as well. We'll see if they can maybe collect something off of this, as they have a pretty centered up position on that high ground. Looks like Nurens and Flash are going to be able to rejoin the rest of the boys. Petrichor Road, meanwhile, they've got the compound, and it looks like everybody's going to be able to arrive in one piece, maybe? No, they lost 1. So they lost Chewy.
I know AGG and the Expendables have really been trying to kill everybody in this lobby, but we've got 50 people alive in what's about to be a really small circle. The thing about it, though, is they still have that giant ridgeline that's just to the west of Brickyard. You know, the giant, I guess, you almost want to call it like a peninsula of land that's just raised up there. So we have multiple areas of firefighting, different theories of firefighting if you look at it. So there's going to be the west, the top, and then Brickyard siding, and then there's still going to be just the area west of Monte Nuevo, which is just kind of a field. Means that this is going to be very, very complicated and contained fights, as we see it as BB team catching to the air.
Yep, and looks like E-Arena has spotted them out. Wonder where BB team is going to go here. It looks like they're going to find the lone solo player, Tiamba Linshu, as we see T1 take out Phil first. The rest of the boys are now landing right on top of Linshu. Linshu, you're on the clock, my friend. What can you do? He's going to find a doozy right off the bat.
Dares you to come in, but retaliation going to come through. He's going to go down, and a doozy should be resible in this position.
Oh, here comes CC, though.
They want it. Best of luck's going to go down. That's a hard crash, but no! He took too much damage coming in, so it gets popped out of the vehicle.
It was Larix from E-Arena as well. It wasn't even BB team. 7700, though, he's going to commit to this as well. Spiro down to about half HP. 7700 knows now to avoid the line of sight of E-Arena. Has going to have the flashbang, leads in. Oh, going to flash himself there just a little bit.
But guess who else is here? The Expendables here. As Colores was making a push in after Tiamba, so they had to run after this point. They don't have a choice. They're just having to throw themselves. Bodies on top of this, and BB team managed to survive, but it is very narrow.
Very well played there by Spiro, as that could have gone so badly, but he will manage to get Best of Luck back on his feet. Should be able to get a doozy as well. Yeah, BB team should be able to get back up to 3 strong. So the emergency pickup, desperate situation, but they managed to pull it off.
Sitting in 5th place right now, BB team has just kind of had a massive come up.
Huge day today.
I mean, they are just putting up tons of work, and they got close there, but it's still just a momentum game coming up from them. I want to point out as well, if you're looking at the map feed, we do have a 2-2 split for Danawa over on the opposing side of this one that's trying to keep out any movement from AGG. trying to move around the brickyard. This is kind of calmed down except for, I guess, some controlling shots, making sure to go for anybody that's counter-peeking. No big movement's going to happen yet. New circle, though, popping in just a few moments. It's just going to get wild.
Absolutely. We'll see how bad is it going to get. As, okay,
Ooh,
Sonics, they needed something. Petrichor Road as well. They've got the high ground. They've got a compound. They're looking fantastic. Day trade as well. As we see Danawa, they're playing the low side. They've got to worry about AGG off to their east, but it looks like GG has spotted them out. T1, meanwhile, already sending it, and they're going to run right just below Gaming Gladiators. It looks like Penn may be the only one really aiming over in that direction.
Here come our referees. It's going to be Day Trade, Sonics, and GG. Petrichor Road a bit more over to the west. Everybody else going to have to make a move in. T1 navigating over here, trying to regroup right on the edge of Monte Nuevo itself. You can see the territory that Danawa controls over here. It is the low side of the hill. It's going to be hard to navigate depending on how these next couple of circles come into play, but TSM making a couple of moves of their own, realizing how vulnerable they are. They're just going to go ahead and shift into the shack and do manage to sneak into it, as that was very nearly death.
Whew. Well, they were wiping the sweat off their brow after that one. That could have been way, way worse, as TSM will keep everybody alive. It seems like Luke should be able to get up pretty easily, and they're fairly center circle as well. So Luna Galaxy going to backfill TSM's previous position on that northern side. We'll have to keep an eye on them and see if they try to do anything desperate. Sonics still...
That window's a problem.
Yeah, just don't go near that window, guys. Just avoid it altogether.
Luke's just like, no, res me over here. This is what I want. The Expendables, guess what? Need to make a move inside the circle. And on approach, E-Arena, it's almost like they sense the death coming after them. They move down the hillside. The Expendables should find them compound. And I want to point this out. 12 teams, 45 alive, and a very awkward circle that's almost like half fields. But due to the terrain, most of these teams have managed to find ways to creep in here and should be able to survive.
Gotta tell you, man, it feels like just the fact that we lost 3 teams so early on has kind of opened up this circle a little bit more than a normally. I mean, this isn't a circle. This is a circle that we see pretty often, right? It's not a very rare one, but it is rare to have this much room to work with. So we're seeing the Expendables start to make their way up as we check the replay here. Larix popping CC 108 right out of the car, boy. He shot about 10 feet, and he gets pow pow too. What a Chad.
BB team appreciates that.
Yeah, no kidding.
Just hear how quiet it is. And this is because of the terrain. Because that giant...
Nobody's shooting right
That giant rock that's in the middle, nobody has good vision. There's a couple of compounds that see the Expendables being the moving factor. Like, yeah, okay, shoot at us. Let us know where you are is kind of the vibe that they're going with.
Yeah, BB team more than happy to do so, as they've sent Spiro in to take spot in the zone, but they're going to hang out in their compound as long as they can up until the zone finally reaches them. Just gain a little bit more information. Again, remember, they pick up in to the bottom side of this circle, so they didn't have a whole lot of intel, but now they know a lot more than they did before. But do they know about Day Trade? That is the question as the new circle pops, and it will favor them a little bit, but you can see Day Trade starting to creep down there. They need to be careful.
Here comes E-Arena also on approach into the Expendables territory. They just saw Duck Juice make a rotation a second ago. They don't know exactly who it is that they're dealing with, but they know the fact that they might have a numbers advantage if they manage to push into this. Jacob playing back behind it, wants to try to contain. Delwyn is also playing separated away from the other members for the Expendables, so it's kind of a 2v3 at the directed time as the circle has now popped, moved a bit into the more centered position. So AGG trying to make a rotation. Danawa does have vision, but it's going to be a good retaliation in shots, and AGG is just vibing right now. It is going to be a Panzerfaust that comes out. Tycon trying to see if he can manage to make it around, but look at that. Danawa, good control on position.
Jeez, man. Deal. Stop trying to use Panzerfaust. You missed every single one so far, but you're managing to hit everything with your bullets. Just keep your AUG out, my friend. You are doing very well with that, as AGG will finally, their reign of terror comes to an end.
While that was going on, the Expendables did kind of leapfrog into the circle and are now gatekeeping out E-Arena. E-Arena didn't get a chance to really just move into that firefight a moment ago. BB team trying to move in. It's going to be Nurens that's holding them out with this high ground. And see, Day Trade, they have a lot of control over the circle. It's just... they've got the highest point in it and a lot of defended angles to really just exploit. It's really hard to play around with.
Yeah, this is rough for BB team. Down to just a doozy. Looks like the other two should get flushed out pretty soon. Here's Luna Galaxy going to try to make their move. They're going to crash right into the Petrichor Road compound. Summer is ready with a grenade in hand. We'll close the door. The grenade's going to find 2, and he's going to find another one with the spray. Summer making it happen, but no, the last bullet from Posa as he has 1 HP left.
Kraken going to go ahead and maneuver in, see if they can get a second to maybe get Haven back up. The commitment coming up from Petrichor Road. They want Exlif back up for this firefight that they know is going to be coming in any given moment. Shots are going to come out. It's going to be Sonics that are going to be defending up. They've got that higher position they're looking through. E-Arena has also spotted this out. They're maneuvering them down. They're trying to take a couple of shots while we also have the Expendables counter moving next to that. Everybody getting a bit of vision on what's going on in this compound.
Yeah, E-Arena trying to, like you said, trying to get some better angles onto all of this, but they need to be careful because, as you said, the Expendables trying to put themselves in a better position. Petrichor Road, meanwhile, still trying to take out what's left of Luna Galaxy. Looks like they have 2 on their feet. The Kraken, though, has taken a knock. And now the smoke wall will come out as the Molotovs continue to come in. Ixlef going to get taken out by Purdy Curdy, so that might open a door for Luna Galaxy if they're kill feed watching.
Trying to get in as much utility as they can. Xleft is down yet again. Ming just trying to make it in. Ooh, that was close. But Luna still managing to cling to life. As I wouldn't even call this a third party. This is like a fifth party at this stage. T1 did a counter move. They were forced away by the other shots from TSM right underneath of GG. So they are just clinging to life right underneath of them, trying to avoid the shots coming out from TSM and the high ground advantage and throwables that have just been rained on them by GG.
Everybody's dying to their own equipment here. Levante burns to death in his own Molotov, and Alpaca going to go down to his own grenade, as it is hard trying to fight from a low ground to high ground here. And T1, they can't just focus all their attention on GG because they got TSM shooting them in the backs. So they have to be very, very careful about how they want to proceed with this, as now Dante's been knocked by Anonix, so it's just down to Rox and Pin.
Oh, we are looking at essentially mountain goat fighting all the way through this. This is going to be not inside the zone. They still need to shift more over to the west, but it's just going to be a very similar position as to this. Danawa is coming up back behind what's going on with GG. That's a good thing for T1, as Pin is going to be the last member up looking into what's going to be going on with T1. He can't find the angle on it. Danawa, who's been playing that low ground, defending so much what's been going on to the east, is now starting to make their way up in the west and controls, I'd say, about like, what, a quarter of the circle just in landmass, not even counting their firing angles.
Yeah, they need to open themselves up a pathway to get to that high ground, though, as Luke 12 will continue to rain some terror down onto T1, although Alo will take a knock from Zenith. As we can see, TSM playing around those windows. You've got to be careful, though, as you got Sonics and T1 both with angles, so they have to be very cautious. I feel like TSM losing a lot of armor in the process now, as they are outside of the zone. You can see it's now encroaching. They've got to get a move on.
There's just so many targets. It's a very target-rich environment in front of them. They're taking some shots over in the Luna Galaxy, is forcing them into E-Arena while this is going on. Sonic's trying to defend up on that angle as well. Luna now forced into this firefight, not having too many options. Posa going for the spray into it. Does manage to get some assistance into it. Tigger is going to go down. Sonic's also getting the shots into TSM back behind. This is providing a bit more of an angle for Luna Galaxy to try to dance around. Kraken, last one up, trying to make it happen, is going to go down. The Expendables watching this at range because they could not get involved. They've got Day Trade right up next to them. TSM making the hard push in now, realizing T1's back behind them, but T1 still has the last member of GG taking shots right into their butt as they're trying to run in.
Pin making things happen for Gaming Gladiators here. A 1v1, he's getting shot by from Sonics, though. He's going to have to escape. No, Shrimsy will take him down, and T1 don't even have time to go for the reset. TSM has been keeping eyes on that kill feed. They know that if they're going to survive, they've got to push this now.
The dominoes are falling one after another as it's shift upon shift into this hillside, and Danawa continues to crest up, continues to get more control and force everybody to the opposing hillside. Now the collapse is all around Sonics and the positioning right next to them. TSM looking back and what's going to be coming, and you can see Danawa now in so much control. Look at what they're doing to everybody else in this lobby.
Just an absolute pincushion for everybody in the lobby right now, as H-Win will be the one that finally takes him out, as Danawa still has that high ground. Purdy Curdy going to take some shots at Loki, almost gets the knock, but Loki gets away just in the nick of time. E-Arena, though, continuing to wrap now towards the north, so TSM might be next on the menu.
Oh, TSM going to have a peak angle back into E-Arena. Sonics have been kind of hanging out in this position for a while. They've managed to pick up a pretty decent amount of kills, really propelling themselves up that leaderboard. Circles popping in a direction I think that we kind of all expected. No big deal one, no matter how this one played out. But Danawa, so much more control to assert in this one. But big factors. We still have TE up right next to the last member for BB. Teams a doozy. E-Arena dancing over here into the west. Whichever way they go is how it's about to pop off.
Yep, E-Arena wrapping down to the side. You can see TSM just looking off in the distance. They have some of this ridge line to work with. They should be safe for the time being. Sonics will stay inside their compound. Meanwhile, E-Arena have arrived. They will find Delwyn, open things up just a little bit. Sizzy almost going down. And remember, you still have that wild card of a doozy that's hiding out in the compound.
Hikari is creeping up over here as well, so it is about to be a 4-team firefight all up on top of this approach that E-Arena is trying to go for, but there are some weakened squads inside of that one. 2 members up for TE right now, the last member with BB Team, as I was saying just a moment ago. The Expendables trying to make sure that they hold down their firing angles into it, but that means that they're in throwable range. They had to stop for a second, they had to go for some meds, and that means that they've lost control over this territory. E-Arena trying to exploit it, trying to maneuver in, got away from the firing line that Sonics had onto them, and HON, nice nade, gonna go ahead and cook it and finish off. So now here comes the push for E-Arena. They're gonna step in right into the firing lines, but look at that, Jacob. Beautiful peek around. Delwyn's gonna go down. Just 1 member up for TE as they are now getting a hard cover push on top of them. Hikari, Danawa, they hear this. They're already moving, pouncing right as soon as this finishes out.
Instantly going for the res on Jacob while he's not. Good eyes from Tigger. We'll find the second one, and that's going to be it for the Expendables. But as you said, Danawa, they have Hikari down here, but the rest of the gang still holding on to that high ground. Hikari just feeding that information over, and don't forget about a doozy. He could always pop out here at any moment and just wreck anything. Wreck every team's really future here in this game here.
Oh, the blue zone took down Jacob.
The res came through too late.
Okay. So, E-Arena now walking into the, I guess the den is the only way to call it. There is no clean pathing for them to deal with. Hikari's on one angle for it. Spray is going to come out. He is going to pick up the last member for E-Arena. So here we are. Sonics at 4, Danawa at 4, TSM with 1, and BB with 1. But a doozy is very, very close. Goes for Spray, but no! Hikari shuts it down.
What a turn from a Hikari. That felt like he was dead to rights. They were not even expecting that solo player to come out, but Hikari, just an absolute man, takes care of him as now the circle will favor Danawa. They have the high ground. Sonics, they've got a nice little stack of kills, but they are in some serious trouble.
And now crossed 60-point threshold, starting to feel better moving into that last game, picking up 7 kills right now. How do they navigate this Danawa position like you're talking about, though? This is just so much control. They still even have Pretty Curdy that's back behind him, waiting to backstab, even with a pan, maybe.
You never know.
Oh, and look, he's got his favorite gun, dude.
Oh, yeah, you know.
The squad killer.
Look, it's Purdy Curdy and accuracy through volume with the M249. Name a better combination here as he will stop down to try.
Oh, blue zone.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. He's still got that ridge line to work with, but yeah, Sonics, I think, realize the situation they're in.
Laughing. he's like, okay, we're gonna go. We're gonna go. I just need to see maybe 2 or 3 of them all at the same time. If that happens, life's good.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen.
They're very, very focused on Danawa. I'll be real. Danawa has pretty much got so much lockdown on this one. I don't even know if you could get a chance to take shots at the Sonics if they make a move.
There's just, yeah, I mean, there's not much they could do, but they could. You never know. They could pull off something miraculous here if they get a nice knock. Kurt tries to make the run for it, but it's not to be as Tiggleton will get that knock, and now we are down 4v4, Sonics versus Danawa.
Yeah, okay, so 1 building to work with, and you can see how easy it is to maneuver between buildings with the Danawa setup as Kurt went down just trying to get his foot inside of one of them. A couple of peeks, it's got to get a knock. That's the only thing that Sonics can do to get some type of movement out of this, and you can see that every single window peak is getting so heavily punished. They're at least dancing between an Anonix. Oh, look at him.
Problem.
He's reading exactly what they're wanting to do, maneuvering down. Doesn't have a ton of ammo, but with that type of gun, you don't need a lot. You just got to spot it. It does spot 1. Sonic's in some trouble, and now it is just anything getting denied. He has been revealed, but it doesn't matter, man. The control angle's so strong. What are you even going to do? Sonics, they're trying to step out. They're trying to find something to happen, but what do you there's every angle you're vulnerable from right now, and it's just a matter of Danawa stepping in, closing this one out. They don't even care about blue zone. They're just walking in, realizing where it's going to be at, but it is going to get spotted on somebody that's down. Goes for the spray, does get it. Anonix coming in bold, pays off. Now stepping back away, and Sonics, you are in some trouble. Reinforcements are coming to deal.
Boy, Anonix and wiping the Sonics at international competition, name a better combo. As they, oh, that's not what you want to see. But yeah, it feels like Sonic's pretty much done for here. As question marks over Gunner's head here.
Why are you running away? Why are you, look, that's all he wants. Why are you running away right now, Dan? Okay, look, we all know what's going on with that one. So waiting to see what's going on with the network connection inside of this one, as that was a pretty feisty ending moving into it, as it's the very tail end of the game that is,
yeah. I mean, look, hey, Anonix put himself in the.
I feel a bit teased right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it almost happened yesterday, but fortunately got back in. But yeah.
Oh wait, I saw a quick screen that popped up that said something about Danawa.
We're gonna see what happens.
Yeah.
We'll let you guys know as soon as we find out. But as of right now, we're waiting for word on what we're going to do in this situation. But
as you can see, everybody is right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, either way, you talk about teams that needed a big game right there. Sonics absolutely needed a big game. They got one. Even if they did get second place there, 8 points, bare minimum, that's going to shoot them right up the chain. But the biggest thing about this game so far, Twisted Minds getting hot dropped by AGG.
Yeah.
New Happy as well going down early. These 8-pack teams that are having a good time, good day today, seem to be wanting to be really aggressive about making sure that grand final is as weak as they want it to be.
2 controlled hot drops off the start is just so scary for this one. And then we saw Danawa with the control in the later stages of the game. I mean, yes, the way that this all is playing out, I mean, it's not going to be too hard to imagine who would have won that, however that was going to go, but because Danawa just was, I don't know, they were foot pushing directly into the face of Sonics. That would pretty much let you know how it's going to end out. But it looks like the players are starting to maneuver over as we're trying to get some more information.
Yep, we'll let you guys know as soon as we know, or our friends over on the desk, I'm sure will be glad to inform you as soon as they know as well. As we just watch everybody, that is a concerned-looking young man there for T1 as they only have 1 game left to go, and after having such success in their own region, and yep, there we go. We're going to declare Danawa the winner of that one. It looked like it was pretty much set in stone by that point. So
I wouldn't argue. If I was Sonics, I wouldn't argue it. I'd just say, okay, look, we got a lot of points. We managed to make it in the second. We were probably going to lose it. Where it was going to end at, let's just call it this way. Let's not go for the remake. Let's just finish out. I don't know if they said that or not. Keep in mind, guys, nobody's really talked to us about how that's all got lay of land. That's going to be the analyst, but that's not the surprising turn on how that went.
We'll see. Well, any information that we get, we will make sure to send to you, but we will see now some highlights from that last one, and it was a wild one right from the beginning. The Expendables finding E-Arena there at the end, and I gotta say, man, a doozy. The BB Team boys having a little bit of success in that game. They've been looking real sharp.
Yeah. It was a very quiet first day for them, but a lot more confidence coming out from their play, and also some damage control plays that have been very big for them. But I'm still impressed by Hikari spin back into the last member of BB Team. I mean, I think he was in the process of medding and just spun.
Yeah, Hikari, I'm not even sure how he got away with that one, to be honest. But we are going to send it over to the desk to talk about that last game.
All right, well, welcome back, of course, as we are getting word that it will be a Danawa win by the looks of things, all things considered. And it did look like towards the very end of this anyway, that Sonics was being absolutely mullered by the Danawa push down from that high ground.
I mean, they were down 3. They were kind of locked in that position. I think Danawa had it for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, that high ground advantage, very strong. Sonics did a good job defending that position. We had SDK coming from the north. They got a good number of kills themselves.
Sure.
You know, a bit unfortunate that they didn't necessarily have, I guess, one final chance maybe.
Of course. I mean, don't need to mince words, right, about this. Obviously, Sonics are on the precipice of being fully confirmed into the grand finals. They want to try and get out every single opportunity they possibly can. Even though it was looking like a very far stretch, it felt like the points were pretty much done and dusted at that point.
The issue that I'm going to run into, and we'll just call a spade because we saw it happened. This is there, right? The Sonics were probably not going to get any more points at the end of that game. They were mostly done for. The problem that I'm worried about now is you saw their faces, you saw their coach. They definitely got tilted in that moment, and now they have to come back for the next game, and they have to be on top of things because they haven't made it. They aren't safe yet. They do need to keep running.
Yeah, very much so on the cusp of elimination or advancing. But let's take a look at some of the highlights from this game, because there was still a lot. And as much as there was a lot here, we really need to address what was going on in Power Grid.
The very beginning, we're not seeing any of it because it happened so fast. Twisted Minds, not just the Sonics, another favorite coming into this event. Twisted Minds, the previous champions from PGS4.
Oh my gosh.
The biggest favorite of everyone coming in here, got hot dropped on by AGG, current first place team here, who also came out of nowhere. Icon and friends, really, came in, beat them in the hot drop. Twisted Minds got 0 points.
Nothing,
And they're even lower down than Sonics are.
Okay. it's terrible news. I do think it's Twisted Minds. This is a team that, you know, when we go back to PGS4, they got through the group stages in 13th. Like, they have had this happen before where they eked it out to get into the grand final, and they make it there. We write off and say, okay, well, they'll be back in full force. But to be in this position going into the last game where any small thing could cause a problem, I don't do they have an alternative drop that we've seen on Miramar? Is there somewhere else that these guys can go? I don't know of one.
Well, that's the scary thing, right? If you get a difficult playing path, and or like wherever you got to go, they can't go back to Power Grid. This is the important thing. You can't go back to Power Grid because all gamers global understands that Twisted Minds is a huge threat in the grand final. Right. If you've got this luxury of being able to put the boot in, why not? And if this is part of the game, this is how it breaks down. Take out some of the very best in the world if you can.
I mean, we've talked about this for years at this point, almost frustratingly so, of why don't these teams that have a position like AGG do in this moment throw their weight around it. It really only seems to be teams from that APAC region that are willing to do so. I think so many of the other regions are too worried about, oh, the backlash, oh, what about next time, which, yeah, maybe next time it does bite you, but just don't let it happen next time. It's just a weird little...
And because they did it in the last game, moving into this next one, there's more teams that are now pretty comfortably qualified. And if any of them smells blood, if any of them sees Twisted Minds in the kill feed near them, they will respond. Because you're right, $700,000 for first place, and Twisted Minds is the odds-on favorite by everyone to take that money home. If you can stomp and grind them into the dirt now, why not do it? Everyone's going to do it.
It's not just us that know that they're the odds-on favorite. It's the players as well. So get rid of them if you can. I can't believe I'm saying this about Twisted Minds. It's painful. All right. Well, actually, what we're going to do now is, guys, we're going to go to a break. Obviously, we may or may not decipher more information as to what was going on at the end of that game, but it did seem pretty clear cut. So we'll go to the break, return after this, and we'll stay posted for more information if it does occur here at the Esports World Cup. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. To me, messaging and transparency is very, very important here, and I did get confirmation that after that, it is, of course, a confirmed win for Danawa. However, I've been told by the admins and things like that that there will be consolation points provided to Sonics because of the disconnect. So later on, we'll get full confirmation as to what that might be, but definitely that's how we're solving the issue.
Well, I mean, I'll just be the one to say it. I think even if it's one consolation point, that might be a best case scenario compared to when they were facing a 1v4 with 3 of their teammates knocked, right?
Considering how deep it was into the situation.
Yeah.
Danawa was winning that situation. Anyway, that's by the by. We have other things to talk about here. Thank you very much, guys, for your patience at home here and around the world. Now, let's talk about this final game. We have a big topic to talk about, and I want to talk with you about it, Cameron, because Twisted Minds is in the danger zone, and we've already seen threats at their door.
So the thing is, AGG, again, first place right now. They are no longer going El Pozo. Instead, they decided to hot drop right on top of Twisted Minds. So the big question is, where does Twisted go? And James, I think you just said earlier that they've gone other places a couple of different times, but the big question is, where can you go? Looking at the map right now, and I know that there was a fight between New Happy and Expendables, but that's kept around Los Leones, Alcantara era, so I don't think we need to worry about that. But like, do they go to Puerto Paraiso? Do they try and go up here to Cruz Valle Terra Branca type area? It's the options aren't great is the problem, and that's before we even take into consideration the potential playing path of what this next game will have.
Correct. Because if you want to alleviate kind of rotational problems and things like that, a place that would have been a kind of a go-to would have been the old DA split, kind of south of where Sonics resides in Picado, right? But that is always challenged for cars, for vehicles, for things like that by Danawa, by the Picado team, if they want to take something into Picado
and I think
themselves.
That's a great transition drop if you're being hotted early on, but with 1 game left to play, you can't risk losing 1 or 2 on a contest. So I think we're going to see him go, like you marked up there, somewhere like a Cruz de Valle where they can guarantee that 4 land, 4 loot, and then it's Twisted Minds. So they will play careful, they'll play for some placement points.
Early E-pickup maybe?
Exactly. And so I think that's what we'll see out of them. And the silver lining here is if there is a team that has the mental tenacity and the ability to sort of slow things down and play for points, Twisted Minds is that team. That said, it is going to be difficult. This is not a map that caters well to changing your drop location and moving through spots that you have not prepared for, right?
Yeah.
Traps will abound no matter where they go.
Yeah. I mean, even if All Gamers Global doesn't go Power Grid this time around, you just can't go back because you know that the threat is potentially there. The crazy thing about all of this, though, is and why we're elaborating on this so much is that, again, unanimously, a huge portion of our audience of these teams considers Twisted Minds the best team in the world, the best prospect to take #1 at this tournament. And right now they're floundering. There is no lower bracket here, Cameron, for them to try and survive through, like we've had in previous tournaments. So if they go out, they are out.
Yeah, I mean, the fact remains they have 1 game. They have 30 minutes, 32 minutes of Battle Royale PUBG action to try and get as many points as possible, and they have struggled today on getting, it feels like, any points here. So it really is, I am so glad that I don't have to be in their shoes, because I can't imagine the conversation that they are having right now to figure out, 1, what even is the problem amongst themselves, but also how to respond to the drop.
Right. My question is, are they going to have a FaZe moment? They can. They're capable.
I mean, they are a team that has more experience than almost any other team out there. They have a leader who knows how to deal with these sort of situations and has done it time and time again. But again, they're not a spark and ignite team, right? They're a slow burn team, and that is when we say that FaZe moment, that's what we mean, right? It's like, oh, I've had a bad day, and then I go off, I get 27 points. That's not Twisted Minds' way.
That's the thing, though. Twisted Minds, they are able to deliver so much better. They're able to... The calling is so good. They're so strategic, but they're strategic because they have the foundation. And I don't know if we can rely on that with the drop spot change here. We haven't really seen them push to this point, not in this way.
For a game plan driven team to have to change the game plan in the last match is brutal. And the fact is, these guys probably aren't even going to go back to that power grid. In fact, if they're here to mess with TM, then they're going to drop somewhere else, figuring, well, these guys have to go somewhere else. They can't risk coming back to power grid. So they're going to possibly go somewhere else. And imagine they go, well, there's only 4 other spots Twisted Minds could go. Let's go try that one and see what happens.
It looks like they're here for a good time at this point, considering how much they're fooling around on the stage. And they have the destiny of other teams in their hands if they so desire to hit this team. They've already done it. They already showed not only are they capable of dropping them, they're capable of beating them in the hot drop when Twisted Minds sweated a bit.
If anything, I almost appreciate the brutality of them goofing around on stage right now. We have seen teams keep other teams out before, but usually they're a little polite about it, like, hey, I'm sorry, guys, you know, we have to do this. That's just pure hubris up there on the stage, and it's okay.
They understand what it takes to win a tournament, and these are the kinds of things to do because you have to eliminate the best competition out there, and that's what's happening right now in front of our eyes. It is terrifying for a team like Twisted Minds, who has so much pedigree, so much veterancy, so many results, left, right, and center, and now it could all be taken away by All Gamers Global if they're willing to keep going.
And I think what should be noted is the fact that not only is there no lower bracket, we are coming back tomorrow. There's not even a day of reset. These players on stage right now, whether they qualify, or I guess only if they do qualify, but when they qualify, no matter how tight of a finish it's going to be for them, they have to wake up the next morning, tomorrow morning, and ready to go again. Very little time to try and reset their mental energy. And so even if Twisted Minds are able to qualify in this game, which we know how good of a team they are, there's still a relatively high chance of that happening. This mental damage, not just to them, but the teams like Sonics as well, that stress, I don't know if they'll be able to reset and be the teams that we expected at the beginning of this tournament.
I think it's a really solid point. We saw All Gamers Global, we saw Expendables when we saw little pips on them. They're all having a good time in the last game. They're driving around, they're joking around, they're keeping each other excited, and that's going to make the recovery for tomorrow significantly easier because in their heads they're already sort of in rest mode, whereas these teams on the bottom are going to be mentally exhausted.
Yeah, like we saw TSM, Kurt, solo, last player, on the picture-in-picture. When he went down, it was just like, oh, well, you know, because I mean, it was a rough situation. He knew it was going to be a 1 versus 4. He was just running into the shack to see if he could get away with it. Didn't do it, but he wasn't stressed. There was no stress at all. Well, TSM were playing so good, but not that many teams were able to do so.
Let's talk about other teams that are on the cusp, right? If you think about teams like Petrichor Road, for example, they are definitely in striking distance of being able to take this. I mean, technically, if you get one more point and then kind of overtake the position of 4 Angry Men, then they could be in. T1, if they get a big game, could be in. There are still teams like New Happy, Lunar Galaxy, E-Arena, technically. Imagine if E-Arena suddenly had an insane last game after being third in the bloody power rankings. My dear.
Listen, I'm going to say what we say all the time. Anything can happen.
Oh my gosh. I mean, that is true. That is true. E-Arena, you know, like you said, Jacob's wearing the rabbit shade backpack. He's doing his best.
Day to day.
It would have to be a big last game. I think a bigger threat for me is T1 and then Petrichor Road. Obviously, we're taking a look at them right now. This is a team that has the experience and the names to just say, okay, you know what, we're going to light it up for one and put some stuff on the board.
All right, well, let's get to it. It's the final game of the group stage. We've outlined the severe scenario a lot of these teams are in, especially arguably the best team in the world. Currently not in the top 16. We get our Miramar on the way here for one final time in the group stage. Let's go.
They may be called Twisted Minds, but there is no twisting the minds of what's going on with Batulans. This squad, you know, can play from control. You know the fact that they've got great mental, and they're going to need it. A very interesting situation that we're looking at is now 2 giant point sponges. All Gamers Global and the Expendables have just been on a tear today and are kind of lowering the overall threshold to maybe allow it to be a bit easier for Twisted Minds. Sure, they hot dropped them. That makes it harder, but there could be a pathing where we could see Twisted Minds still qualify.
It's going to be interesting. And just the fact that it's not even just the fact that they're point sponging, it's that they're going out there and they're taking potential points off the board, right? For these teams that are in the chase. But now things could be worse for Twisted Minds, right? They're 1 point behind the cut line. They're 6 points behind Cerberus. So it's definitely doable. It's just they have to find something here today, and getting hot dropped isn't going to be the way to do it.
I love
that. Yeah, you can see them already.
Yeah, while we were in between the break, while we were kind of figuring out everything that was going on, and we were kind of chit-chatting, moving into the last game, you made a great comment. The desk brought up that board that had all of the different pictures of hot drops, and it was like, there's 4 Twisted Mind logo on there. Just pick one of them, guys.
There's a million brains out there. Come on, go to one of the other brains. That's fine. It looks like that's what they're going to do, so they'll at least avoid the early game hot drop. But again, this is the last game of group stages, and that is traditionally where the wild stuff happens.
Yeah.
So, you know, if it gets to the point where they're trying to play it safe, trying to get to late game, they can do it, but there's going to be a lot less available points by the time they get there.
So we still have Petrichor Road in touching distance, technically tied up at the direct time with 4 Angry Men. I mean, fairest circle, the fairest circle we have seen all day today.
Really? Yeah, 100% playable. That's Seems like the most rare thing in the world so far here today as we see Danawa getting a little bit close to Ming. Ming, oh, you gotta do a little juke in there, as I think that was either Hikari or Loki taking shots, and yet Ming just gonna go and try to join the rest of his team. Looks like he should be safe.
I mean, that's a safety play. They really wanted to make a move for position, but they were like, nah, guys, look, we only need a few points. Let's not risk it in this firefight early.
Worth pointing out that AGG, they did drop power play.
Yeah.
They were like, it's almost just daring them at this point. But I got to tell you, man, if you're All Gamers Global, you better be hoping and praying that Twisted Minds does not make that grand final, because they're going to be going in there and you're going to have the world's biggest target on the back of your head.
Well, out of anything, I mean, here's the thing. Twisted Minds, Batulans, they might just be in the grand final to go after the grand final. If they get some high points, okay, yeah, sure, they might start to enforce it. What I would be more scared of is the next qualifying session, the next event, because they are going to create some problems if they can.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's like revenge is best served cold, Matro.
Give me some rivalries. I want more of these international rivalries.
Exactly.
Man.
I'm here for it, man. But I'm just saying, like, it's almost, I think it almost serves TM better if they're in a lobby with AGG and they just, like, at any point, we could come back and just completely ruin your day, buddy. So you have to have that now in the back of your mind for the rest of your life. We'll see what happens.
There's also probably some frustration of we've been getting all of these wild circles everywhere, and hey, what's right in the middle of the circle? Oh, that's right, it's Power Grid.
Yeah.
So if you're Twisted Minds, you're like...
Well, to be honest, though, I think this actually serves them better, because you can, if you're outside of the zone, you can kind of play a little bit slower. You can play a little bit more safe. Speaking of safe, Delwyn very much aware that Game of Gladiators in here. Pin. He didn't. Where was he looking? I thought this was exactly what he was looking at, but Pin going to land at least one shot on him. He's going to know that he's got some company, and the rest of the boys are arriving. Delwyn all by himself, though, as, okay, it looks like the rest of the gang is starting to make their way in, and this could be a full-on 4v4.
Dude, at this point, you're no longer Delwyn. You're just bait. That seems to be what your job is. You go off, kind of make some noise, draw everybody over to you. I mean, it's good job maneuvering through. Now he's back into that high ground point. He should be getting some assistance from the rest of his team now maneuvering in, and Rox already has an idea where he's going to be at. Goes for the nades, but we already know Church, you can kind of maneuver around the top of it. Those bounces not quite going to a detriment just yet. Are we going to see them go for the top of him? Ooh, Pin wanted to try to make some type of move, but the Expendables, they're already vibing, man.
Yeah, Tanvu taking the high ground over here. He's going to spot one. Won't be able to get the flush, though, as he's going to shoot out the doors, see if he can maybe get some utility in there. Looks like it's going to fall just short or bounce off the wall, so this could be Gaming Gladiators' opportunity to get that res off, but they've got to have everybody looking. No, a grenade going to find Rox, and that is the dinner bell ringing as Delwyn will go in. He's going to find another one, and Gaming Gladiators, their tournament is done.
Woo, Expendables, man. That was a very brutal set of events that you just, yeah, okay, you're laughing. You know that's going to be an evil laugh, too, that he was doing. That wasn't like a ha-ha, that was like a
Well, you know, they showed Delwyn a little bit earlier, and I could see the frustration on his face, and I almost knew exactly what he's saying. It's like, I was watching that stupid tower the entire time. The second I look away is when that man peaked. But in the end, no harm, no foul. TE will take out Gaming Gladiators. Very tough tournament for them, obviously, goes without saying, but I expect to see them back here very soon.
So looking in, most of our teams are already inside the zone. Twisted, Tiamba, and VP are outliers as they're going to be making some rotations in a while, but you can see Circle, pretty center. Everybody knows how this goes. Plenty of space to work around. Sonic's in a pretty split position. They still got Picado, but then they've got the hills just to the north of it. Tiamba going to be rotating wide around Lucionis, giving it a berth just to make sure that it's safe, right? That's all you're really looking at this stage.
Yeah, 100%. And let's see, keeping eyes also towards the center of the circle, just kind of seeing where everybody's going. It doesn't look like, if teams are doing splits, they're very, very close splits. Like, nobody wants to really take those information gathering splits right now, the big wide ones, and risk getting crashed and risk losing players early. Everybody here really feels like they still got something to fight for, with some two notable APAC exceptions.
Yeah, and they are comfortable, to say the least. I mean, it's Danawa back behind them, and then a big gap. Well, I would say a mediocre gap down to BB team. Luna, though, they did manage to string together a very good day today, but
Too little, too late, maybe. Yeah, them and the arena, really. You know, it's been an average day, which is not what they needed after having a horrible day.
Not over yet. I mean,
but yeah, one game left.
You can have your big pop-off game. And yes, I'm not trying to gaslight you, chat. You can see that our threshold is right around 60 points. So if you manage to walk away with win, 10 points, get some kills to stack that up there. It is surmountable, just hard.
Yeah, I mean, right now, 4 a.m. From Group B with 55 points is the cutoff at 16th place, and then right above them is Cerberus with 60. So obviously those guys are sitting there watching these games, sweating as we see New Happy take a few shots towards Inonix as Danawa pushing in to El Pozo as well.
A much-needed point. Driving away into the distance is mildly frustrating. Pozo, the party city at the time. New Happy is kind of running a pretty controlled split. They also have Longsker high ground off in the distance, getting some control. You can see taking those shots right along the hillside to the left side of it there. E Arena is also just to the north of this position, but doesn't have a lot of vision on the rotation that we see coming out from New Happy. Okay, so looking out, big notables that we're going to try to keep an eye on. Luna still trying to make a maneuver in. They're going to have TSM just the west of San Martin. Petrichor Road on the outskirts, southwest of El Pozo. What are you going to do, Petrichor Road, in that 17th place position?
Yeah, keeping very close eyes here, obviously, on Twisted and Petrichor Road. Both of them playing edge, playing slowly, just coming in as late as possible. Want to scout out as well as they can. They don't want to unintentionally just crash into something unexpected. So Luna Galaxy got a little bit close to power grid. They'll take a few shots in their back as they run away bravely off to the north.
Valiantly away. Tires popped, minor frustration. This is a very interesting note whenever we're looking at Twisted Minds over on the far eastern side and Petrichor Road over on the far western side. Edge play can give and it can take away, right? You can get some big kills out of it, but you never feel as safe as you want to. And with both teams on opposing sides, at least they don't have to bump into each other. A target-rich environment for Twisted Minds could potentially be Day Trade as well as T1 in front of them, but it's T1 still inside the race as well. Could be the team that they might not want to bump into.
We also got to keep close eyes on Tiamba, Day Trade, and Sonics. Now, they are above the cut line currently, but not by much, and they cannot afford to go out early. They cannot afford a 0-point game here, so we'll keep close eyes on them as well. As we see E Arena still spotting out BB Team. They maybe heard some vehicles and they're just, oh, yep, they spotted out Phil first there. So Trigger knows exactly what's up, but he does not have any support here. As, uh-oh, Sonics, that's not what they needed.
H went down, and the Expendables of all teams, you know, they're going to be like, yeah, we could play around with this one. See if Sonics, the sightline is going to be hard, but they might be able to kind of maneuver him back, see if they can get him to safety. I think that they should. News Circle is about to pop in a second. Where are we going? Are we centering up? Kind of. We're just going a bit to the east.
That was actually really smart from H-Win there. He read exactly what Tanvu's angles was, and then you could see him crawling back towards his teammate, and then once he realized that he wasn't getting hit, he stopped and just waited. And that, due to that, they're going to get him back on his feet, so Sonics will remain 4 strong. Now the Expendables still 4 kills. They still have eyes over there, but Sonics will survive this encounter.
This is a very spicy circle as well. We've got Power Grid, the giant hillside that's going to be over there. Then directly through the middle of it is the decline down into the graveyard lowlands. TSM trying to bend up. Luna Galaxy just kind of rushing in, and good angles coming out from Sparking to bend in. And the rest of the team also got it under control. Luna Galaxy is done and out, not making it to the 16-point placement.
And it had to be Sparking, didn't it? Doing it to his countrymen just like that. That's going to be an awkward dinner conversation at PNC as Luna Galaxy will go out.
Okay, so one more team off as a couple of these teams still in a feast position. TE also running a ridiculously strong 2-2 split with control over the high ground and the low ground in Graveyard. This could be very, very feisty if it continues to center up around here.
Yeah, this is one that you're expecting a hardship to go away, and that you're kind of keeping 2 sets of eyes on that road in the middle. Definitely decent. I mean, they should know that VP is in that strong compound as well on their roadside. They obviously know that Sonics is back there. We see BB team trying to figure out how they want to play this next one out.
And this is a circle that, with the update that's gone through and the unplayable changes, could modify based off of a couple of expectations of what you're used to seeing. So one of the times that those updates that can be happening to map and map behaviors are very, very important due to the way that we kind of see these hillsides line out.
Yeah, checking in with our important teams here, our teams to watch. Day trade, you can see, or well, you can't currently see. If you got the map stream open, you can see they are split off on the eastern side. They are just taking up a lot of position right now. Meanwhile, Sonics obviously still 4 strong. Center circle looking good. Tiamba making their way into the southern part of the zone, and they have nobody around them as well. So all of our teams that are holding on to position are looking good. Petrichor Road and Twisted Minds, meanwhile, looks like they are both okay. New Happy, though.
I was a bit worried. I saw the fact that Danawa was back behind them.
Yeah, they got Danawa behind them.
But looks like Danawa has stopped over. They might be going a bit more to the north.
We found Petrichor.
So
there they are, out in the blue.
Way off in the distance.
Long wrap. Now, this is going all the way down to the south. Now, the problem with this is depending on how they decide to come in here. Now, they're still southwest of the zone right now, but Tiamba is all spread across the southern part of this circle right now. So depending on the route that they take, they could find themselves in trouble.
Is this the smell of the blue zone after, while you're on the road, or the smell of a road, is it?
Yeah, it's a smell, yeah, it's
smell
a smell
of the rain.
Yeah, after it rains.
After the rain.
It's one of my favorite words.
It is very, very good.
It smells.
I was about
like
to make
rain
a joke
on
about
hot
blue
concrete.
zone and being out there. I don't know. I missed it. It was a good joke, and then I just jacked it all up. All right, Danawa needs to make a move. They're going to go ahead and get Gatekeep out of that position. So now it is going to be New Happy that's going to be held up next to AGG. So while they do manage to take shots into Danawa, that does reveal them to AGG as the circle does lean back into Power Grid yet again.
Hard shift to the west here. But Danawa read that correctly. I mean, they were coming in right behind New Happy, but they saw them all set up and ready to go. But AGG, meanwhile, has started to creep out here as well. Now, it's only 2 of them. Sir T is still in Power Grid, and Zest is keeping eyes off to the southwest. So we'll see how aggressive AG decides to get onto New Happy, especially now that that sandstorm is pushing in.
The way that the circle is also popped, it's made it to where the hillside that's just going to be the east of Power Grid is a directed barrier where we see Sonics, VP, TE, everything else like that directly hold it out. E-Arena making their rotation in. Looks like they're trying to move into the north, but Twisted Minds trying to cut a path. Very wide wrap, trying to use the sandstorm, see if maybe they can find some cover. I'm curious to see how they opt into coming into a very interesting circle like this.
Yeah, I was concerned that they were going to try to cut it a little bit tighter there and actually run into EA, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and just take the blue damage for the time being as the sandstorm has passed them by. T1, meanwhile, getting into a little bit of trouble. Danawa running right into Petrichor Road on the south side. Tiamba also starting to make their way over from the east, so this could be a 3-way fight shaping up here as Petrichor Road. They are in desperate need of points. They need to stay alive here.
Their gate kept out by Sonic's positioning, high ground advantage. A couple of shots are going to be coming down. Tiamba does stop off in a bit of a lower ground position that Sonics does not have an angle into. But instead, it's just going to be brute force. That's what Petrichor Road is going to be going for. But with those shots coming up from the duo, where we see Tiggleton over there to the east, the other duo for Sonics might be able to spot out, and yes, have now started to unload onto Petrichor Road.
I think Petrichor Road actually got a little bit lucky there that it was, of all teams, Tiamba that they ran into, one of the only other teams in the lobby that's going to be playing a little bit more on the risk-averse side right now. As you see, Pow Pow still looking over in that direction. They want to see exactly where Petrichor Road was so they can keep that in mind when they make their way into the zone.
All right, Day Trade needs to regroup, but that's about it. Petrichor Road still just trying to boldly push their way in. See the New Happy AG standoff. Pretty comfortable with this for the time being, as Summer did go down. It's going to be shots from the Sonics aligned into that duo over there. Petrichor Road with the hillside feels like maybe they can go back for it, but that's going to stall them out. This could be a big problem. Going back to try to make sure that they get their 1 could cost them 2, as it is going to be Tiamba coming up right on the same path. They should be able to spot this out, and yes, they do. Nade's already going to be prepped. They really wanted this. Petrichor Road wanted the points. They wanted to make sure that they had the members up. Nade's going to bounce just a bit short. Ming reads it, realizes, no, this is too big of a problem. I've got to get out of here, and well done on it. But is it too late? Ming trying to just get out of here. Blue Zone's going to be doing some damage. Runs the cover, and no, he goes down.
Massive spray from Pow Pow, getting Ming low enough to where he had to pull off of that. So that is going to be another point picked up from Tiamba, and now Petrichor Road. They were desperately trying to hold on, or trying to make their way into this top 16, but they're going to have to do it as a duo now.
Tiamba already in a good position, moving in, going to be able to be heavily rewarded off of that with the way that the circle has shifted.
Look at
We're
Twisted.
really leaning into it. Twisted Minds, what are you going to do inside that circle position? You're about to have a lot of threats coming after you. Sonic's going to be regrouping, but the East also about to pop off.
Yep, Sonics have that two-man duo off to the west. They heard the fighting going. They heard the shots from Tiamba onto Petrichor Road, seeing if they can maybe come over here and sneak something away. But Tiamba diligently laying down that smoke wall and not providing any lines of sight for them. You can see Tickleton actually in Kickstart find an angle. They're going to take shots. Danawa, meanwhile, they are just doing a tour de Miramar right now as they started off in the northwest, and they now find themselves on the very eastern side of this zone, pushing right into a trailing flash for Day Trade.
Just gonna watch those go by for timing. Uh-oh, now he's gotta go for the spray. Good counter read into it, going, hey, there could be somebody there. And I mean, Danawa, man, these guys are so good right now.
Holy moly, okay. That was very, very fortunate that they got him and they spotted him. They're gonna just have to throw their knock player into the back of the Bronco right now, though, as the blue zone has arrived.
I think with the way we saw them come into that and the defensive line and how they're chasing down Day Trade, they already knew the positional zone. And Day Trade's Nuren does manage to defend in, going for some more shots. Airborne catches it! Nuren's defending in, denies, and gets vengeance for the down flash.
And you could see him fist bumping in the picture-in-picture right there. He is so excited about that one. Day Trade, they are securing their spot. They needed those points.
But TE heard it, and TE is so hungry. Even with two members, they're like, hey, let's get involved. Delwyn charging ahead. Tanvu going to be back behind it. E-Arena trying to maneuver over here in between New Happy. A big mess going on. AGG also hears it. TSM with a bit of firefighting angles into it. That is going to be E-Arena getting eliminated, and with a couple of kills going over to New Happy, now very happily in the hunt.
And you see AGG actually going to pick Ming Ming off as well. So New Happy down to just 2 players. T1 down to 1 player. Day Trade, that was absolutely huge. That 4 points could make all the difference in the world for them as they make their way forward with just 3. TSM still just spread out over this north side. New Happy will go down as they are finished off in 12th place. That is going to be it for them at this tournament.
34 people alive, and it's getting more and more compressed along this power grid. TSM with a lot of control over onto this angle. Don't want to step in too much more due to how we can see the defensive line coming up for Twisted Minds. AGG still just controlling the power grid area, bouncing between it, but Petrichor Road did manage to move into the southern area. They have themselves a point that they can play from for right now, and maybe manage to make it into the later stages of this game. So all eyes now being drawn to that 16th place cut line as Twisted Minds, Petrichor Road are creeping closer and closer to it.
Just so much space available as there's just so many dead in this lobby. All the way into phase 4, you can see Sonic still dealing with Tiamba. Where's the next circle going to take us? All the way hard shift to the north. So Sonics have a big task ahead of them. Tiamba as well. As you can see, VP is going to have to move, and BB Team in a perfect position to do a little gatekeeping here.
Day Trade Twisted Minds, happy on one regards, should be able to manage to make it into later stages of this with placement points. But I got to say, if you're like Twisted and you're all these other guys, you're starting to get a bit nervous. You're starting to see all these kills go down. You're looking at the amount of people alive right now, and it's making you a bit antsy. Keeping those nerves in check are going to be a very big factor. And we know that Twisted Minds can do that. We know it. Absolutely. But at the same time, it's in the back of your head the whole way.
Just get to the late game. Survive to the late game. Try to get your points there. Twisted Minds still have 4 up. And some of the teams that were chasing them or that they are in the chase with now out, as Sonics and Tiamba, they have not been able to pull off of each other just yet. There's not really much of an option there, as we see now Delwyn, the last one alive for the Expendables. So one of the wild cards in this lobby now almost out.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard. He doesn't have a good path in front of him, so he's trying to use this rock for maneuvering, but that's just going to put him into potentially a low sight line, which means all the rest of TSM should spot him in just one moment. See the last member for T1 just trying to like hang out. Alo spotted out. Last member, that's going to be Delwyn down. Zenith, T1, probably not going to be too much longer for this world, as that is a very held angle between Day Trade and TSM both, but maybe he can sneak something out.
Big knock there for Sonics onto Owo. That's going to open up a little bit of a door for them to hop in those vehicles and try to reposition, get a spot inside this next zone. It looks like they have some cliffside of plays. We take a replay of that absolutely destructive spray from Nuren's onto Danawa. Great tournament for Danawa so far, but that was desperately needed for Day Trade.
Yeah, that was a grand finals sigh of relief spray if I've ever seen one. Do note, we do have Petrichor Road not inside the safe zone. While yes, I'd say about half, I don't know, what, 3/4 of Power Grid is in play. They do have Tiamba that's next to them, and AGG with still 4 members up. So Petrichor Road going to have to be very, very careful as the dance from Tiamba right next to them. They don't want to bite off more than they can chew, so you can see they're holding the angle, know where Tiamba is going to be. And now Tiamba being forced into AGG's line maybe might provide a distraction for Petrichor Road to exploit.
Again, just keeping an eye on the overall leaderboard. Remember, you see Petrichor Road and Twisted Minds sitting in 17th and 18th currently. The 15th and 16th place currently right now. 4 Angry Men with 55 points and Cerberus with 60. So that is the cut that Petrichor Road and Twisted Minds have to go for.
Okay, lines in. Day Trade spotted out TSM. Firefight up into the north. Also want to shout out that Zenith is using this as a distraction to creep in back behind TSM, so might be able to buy a couple more points. We'll have to see how that all manages to stack together. VP also managed to make it in the circle down to the southeast. Sonics in control of the due south. Circle, oh Circle, where are you taking us, and who's got the destiny on their side? It's just going to go pretty much centered up. It's going to be Twisted Minds in a good position for now, but a couple of threats assaulting in, most notably TSM in a very split position and good firing angles as they're starting to make their way in.
And Sparking's going to spot out Batul, and so that's TSM now aware that Twisted Minds is in that dip. You can see Alo. It's a different image. Oh yeah, they're not even expecting this. Oh my goodness, that is not something you see very often. Alo missing some very, very easy shots there. We'll see if the grenades can follow up.
So with this, we do have a member of AGG that has the angle down into it as TSM is just walking directly in. But here come the firefighting back behind. Let's not forget about Day Trade. Zenith, T1 still alive back behind all of this. Luke is lining in, creeping right up next to Batul and should be able to spot him out. Does. Nade lands on top of him. Twisted Minds in shambles. They're in some trouble. Petrichor Road goes down at almost the exact same time as all of this. Petrichor Road is out, and you can see Twisted Minds just trying to cling to life. They need more.
They don't have enough. It's down to just example. He'll find Kurt, and then he's going to seat swap into the Bronco, but no, Alo's going to take him down, and Twisted Minds are out. They will not be in our grand final.
Looking at it, looks like Petrichor Road managed to just barely do it based off of placement, positioning, and a kill. Sitting at 16th place right now. That is absolutely insane. Looking to stack in. BB team now having to deal with all of the movement going on down to the south. At this one, it's going to be them and Sonics getting caught up in a dust-up. BB team just a bit more to the north, also going to have to deal with what's going to be going on with BP. Day Trade hears all of this. They're going to be trying to third party on top of all of it, and there you go. It is now entirely open. Day Trade, Sonics still alive.
TSM has been putting on a show so far in the first 2 days, and they take out the favorite for this lobby. Let's see if they can survive against now this push from Day Trade. Meanwhile, Zenith's still alive for T1. He is doing everything he can to secure some more points for this org.
Oh, he's just trying to buy more and more, but I mean, if he manages,
can he get 4 more points?
Yeah, I mean, 4 or
5 more points. He'd have to go above Petrichor Road.
Yeah, he's got to get 1 more with it. That kill for Petrichor Road is pretty much the deciding line. But oh look, man, Alo just, he knows something's creeping him back behind him. Tiamba's also spotted him out. No, gets shut down. All dreams now done. We have our top 16. Who's going to be making their way into the grand finals? But we are not done just quite yet. We got some more spicy game to continue going with TSM in control of the north, but Day Trade really wants to take it from him.
All right, time to put some emphasis on this thing. Put a stamp on it. Let them know before the grand finals what you're coming with, as Day Trade now up to 8 kills, continuing to dominate the north side of that lobby. Purdy Curdy now the last player alive left for TSM. Sonics now taking the fight with AGG on the south side.
Dancing around, good control coming up from the top of the hillside. No, that's a pretty big exchange.
1v1.
Multiple members down for Sonics, 1 down on AGG. So yeah, leaning this into a 1v1, but it's going to be Day Trade with some vision of the firefighting on position. And yes, Surtee now the last one up. Is he just going to commit and try to go for something after these down Sonics members? He doesn't have a lot of options to move. Day Trade just has this entire circle under their thumb.
You got to give credit to Sonics, Tiamba, and Day Trade. They came into this game having to fight for their spot, and they did exactly what they needed to do. You can see the kill counts on each of their sides, and they've made the top 5 here. So mission accomplished for these guys. We'll see if they can pull off a little bit more here in the final as we wait and see who's going to take home our last win. As Surtee gets spotted out by CC108 Tiamba. Huge day today for them.
See Purdy slowly creeping in, might be a distraction, might be able to pick on something going on with Nurens, but Nurens is already aware. Tiamba creeping in, similar pathing. It's going to be Thanadol, pretty much in the thick of all of it, looking at what's going on with Tiamba as well as Sonic's last two. Purdy, you can see just kind of hunkering down. It's best that he can get out of this position, but Nurens still trying to see if he can spot out that sneaky snake that's playing around into his north.
Just looking at things overall, obviously TSM had a fantastic first day, 56 points. They're going to end up with 96, maybe a little bit more even if Purdy Curdy can find a few more. So that's a fantastic performance for them. Day Trade, an awful day one, only 20 points. And man, did they turn it up here when it mattered the most. Tiamba as well. Just being remarkably consistent throughout here. Sonics doing exactly what we expected Sonics to do. So all of these teams really in the top four, well, they have definitely earned their spots in the grand final.
See how this is going to play. Pacing, slowing down now as everybody kind of breathing a sigh of relief. Maneuvering through these lower sections. Kurt does get spotted out, does take down Thanadol, though. That could be big. Sonics do spot out Nurens trying to go for the res at range. A couple of exchanges of bullets between them. He can't quite move in. It's going to be Tiamba that also hears this, now moving it a bit more aggressively into Nurens' pathing. So now directed 2v2v2.
One of the things you could say about Sonics is they are a team that you expect to get a lot of kills, and that's usually how you expect them to find their way up the leaderboard. But they have been remarkably consistent at finding late games here, especially today. So that is some scary news for everybody in the lobby. Is they haven't got the kills that they normally get, a little bit slower on that regard, but they are getting to late game, and that is good news for Sonics fans heading into the grand final.
Tickleton sitting at 3 kills right now, dancing around, very aware of where the members for Day Trade are likely at. Tiamba still needing to make a couple of more footsteps into the zone, but don't want to overstep, realizing the fact that it could be a bit more dangerous. But the lineup is pretty open for him. Nurens is the one that's going to be looking into Tiamba's pathing. See that it's going to be coming up over that hillside, and that's going to be the scary thing. Once they profile up on the top of it, Nurens is going to have that angle in. But with the way we see it, Belmoth also has to be pretty careful. Sonics do have Tickleton that's creeping out right against the blue zone wall, trying to stack in, see if he can spot out anybody playing along that little path that we can see Day Trade playing.
Yeah, Tiamba, a little frustrated position here as they have some high ground to play with, but nobody really revealing themselves. And it looks like Sonics knows exactly where Belmoth is. As you can see, the utility just keeps coming in. Unfortunately, going to get pushed off the rock, but Kickstart not really in a position to where he can take advantage of that. As CC will spot out Nurens. And yep, there you go. Linshu going to get Belmoth, and Day Trade is done. So now it's just a 2v2, Sonics versus Tiamba.
Tiamba appreciating the assist. Tickleton does spot out CC on one side of it. Now at 2v1, Linshu up on top, got a rock to work with, goes for a nice peek back into Tickleton, get some damage onto it. Now, we're going to see a couple of smokes come into play. It is going to be Sonic with more control over that center dot position for the time being. It's going to be Linshu right up against the zone wall, trying to see what he wants to do with it. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they're doing some quick math, but everything else like that, but Tiamba should know that they're pretty okay, but it's going to be a 73-74. Whoever takes this one is going to be the higher one on the leaderboard.
Absolutely, and given that's the one thing though, Sonics has had a hard time getting the win, right? Like they've managed to get into the top 3 several times, but they haven't, I don't think, gotten a win just yet. So I'd have to go back and verify that, but they've got Linshu backed up against the wall right now. Kickstart and Tickleton know exactly where he is, and it's just a matter of time here. Linshu just going to lay down those smoke walls. He would love to be able to pull off a 1v2 here.
And he has an opportunity with it. It's just going to be very difficult. The smoke's now coming down. And so Sonics can't really play too many different angles due to how this terrain is lined up. So it doesn't mean that they can take a wider 2-2 or 1-1 split separated out. And it looks like you can see that's what Tickleton's trying to do with utility. The bit of cover that they've gotten. Yeah. I mean, well, he also has been kind of walking up here where a lot of the kills have been coming into play. So seeing if maybe he can get some more utility out of it.
Ooh.
Tig does take a face full of nade, though.
That one getting a little bit close there.
Oh, Kickstart had the nade up. Oh. Linshu creeped in right down below it. He hasn't been spotted out, though. Goes for the spray, and that is going to be Sonics picking up the last game for the group stage.
Big win there for Sonics, just to kind of get themselves right before heading into this grand final. Especially, you talked about last game, maybe a little tilt coming out with how that thing played out, but no doubt about this one. Sonics coming through in a big way when they absolutely needed to secure their spot.
Petrichor Road, 1 point, man. 1 point. Respect.
All you need sometimes.
Respect. 1 kill. Whew.
But, I mean, obviously, we'll talk for I mean, tomorrow to the rest of today. But man, Twisted Minds, I think this might be the first time we have not seen them qualify for a grand final in international play.
If it's not, it's first time in a long time, as they have been a historic squad. And I would say the surprise factor in this one is it has been a brutal contest. And if anything, the plan that we saw come out, hot drop, get control over power grid, rewarded.
I mean, a lot of shocks in this lobby, I would say. One of the biggest one, I mean, oh my goodness, the performance of APAC in the second day.
Dude, so much math to do, and you know who loves math? That's going to be the analysts. You guys go ahead, give us a breakdown on how the leaderboard looks, and we've got a grand final that we're going to be diving into, and you know, they're just going to feast upon that one. There is so much to be looking at, so many different angles. Who's in it, who's not? Go ahead. I cannot wait to see how this is all going to play out moving in to our grand finals tomorrow.
The group stage has ended, and now I am joined by the Terminator from AG Global, Tycon and Andrella. Tycon, first place at the end of the group stage. How are you and the team feeling, and is this going to be boosting your confidence going into the finals? And love the shades, by the way.
Hiện tại thì mình đang đứng hạng nhất ở trong cái trận cuối cùng á, thì điều này làm cho bạn cảm thấy như thế nào, và đây có làm cho bạn trở nên cảm thấy tự tin hơn khi mà mình sẽ đi tiếp vào vòng chung kết hay không?
Tự tin thì bọn em luôn luôn có thừa rồi, nên là bọn em top 1 thì cũng là điều đúng đắn rồi, tại vì là em trai của quái vật số 1 Việt Nam.
The confidence, of course, that is definitely that we already have, and of course, our team is like the strongest one at the moment. So we're very confident, and I also like one of the brother of like the best beast of this game. So Himas, that's what he said.
You know what, I like that. And again, I'm loving the confidence that he's exuding on this stage right now. And I want to ask you, do you think there's any adjustments that you guys have to be making going into the grand finals?
Nếu vậy thì mình có những cái chiến lược thay đổi nào nữa không khi mà mình sẽ được đi tiếp vào vòng chung kết?
Chung kết thì tụi em vẫn sẽ bắn y chang vòng lại thôi. Tụi em là những người mới bước chân ra thế giới, nên là bắn vậy là quá gọi là tốt rồi.
In the final, we're just gonna use the same strategies, nothing changed, and we still remain as it is in the group stage. So we're just confident with that.
I like that. Keep the confidence high. And I want to give you this opportunity to, say anything that you want to say to your fans, family, anyone that's supporting you back home, Tycon.
Hiện tại thì mình có những cái lời nhắn nhủ nào đó đối với lại gia đình, bạn bè cũng như là những cái fan hâm mộ tại Việt Nam hay không?
Cảm ơn các bạn đã cổ vũ ba đội tuyển Việt Nam, và hãy đón chào mình ở chung kết nha. Mục tiêu của chung kết của vòng mình là top 13.
Thank you so much, guys, that you have been supporting us so far, and keep it up for us in the final grand, and we will try our best to be in the top 13.
Well, we shall see what AG Global and the Terminator himself will be able to do when it comes to the grand finals. That's it for us here in the SEC Arena. We're going to head back over to the studio.
Great opportunity to ask Tycon exactly what went down here, because yes, as much as Sonics wins this game, guarantees themselves a spot in the grand final, we have Twisted Minds eliminated, and they are eliminated fully at the hands of All Gamers Global. At Tycon here, it's a huge shockwave sent through this tournament.
Well, let's not take some of the responsibility off of TSM, who are the ones that actually ended them. Stone Cold Killers themselves. Twisted Minds made it into the zone.
Anybody could have come over the hill and got them after this scenario.
Well, that's the problem, though. Because of what Tycon did, right? Now the second TSM saw that they had gotten a knock on Twisted Minds. All of them came flooding over. I even saw T1, who was driving around to the north, kind of stop for a second and looking like, maybe should we go get involved? Oh, no, they got it. They got this one. But that is absolutely insane. So first off, I just want to say congratulations to Sonics. I questioned, would they have the mental tenacity to bounce back from the struggle in the last game? They did not tilt. They came out and played a great game, and they will advance. But that doesn't change the fact that one of the biggest upsets in PUBG that I have seen in a very long time is Twisted Minds winning PGS4, being the odds-on favorite, and then sitting there below the cutoff point.
Brutal scenes that we're seeing here at the Esports World Cup. And again, if all of this disruption does not occur from All Gamers Global, Twisted Minds would be in that top 16, especially since the last game, seemed destined for them. Hey, where do you want the circle to go, Twisted Minds?
Oh my
gosh. We go to Power Grid. We go next to Power Grid. They somehow wiggle the way through after trials, and but if you're dropping in Power Grid to get things all going, so All Gamers Global, a gut punch to Twisted Minds and Twisted Minds fans, but that's what you've got to do to become a potential champion here, Toppy.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to imagine the moment, right? So All Gamers Global goes back to the Power Grid. The circle pops onto Power Grid, and you know they're laughing at their computers probably, or fist bumping. Twisted Minds goes, oh my gosh, now we have to cross the whole map. And then, you're right, they finagled, they grinded, they slithered, they worked their way past a bunch of teams to get to that spot. TSM found them, and just that last shift that went south forced the fight, and they did not win it.
At the same time, though, yes, Twisted Mind takes out TSM in. TSM takes out Twisted Mind in this one. As we take a look at the STC predictions for this game, and well, I mean, you've already voted, and it was all on Twisted Minds, but they are not making it. It is a big deal here at the Esports World Cup. But let's speak the praises here of TSM, considering second place, 96 points. That's huge for them.
Yeah, they had over 15 kills, I think, at the end of that game. They were farming the north section of that lobby, and we know how strong TSM is in fights. I don't think they have a single chicken dinner, actually. They just get kills so many different rounds, able to pick up a lot of damage on their opponents, just sweeping along the edge.
No dinners, but these guys are cooking. And I will stress this point, I can't enough. TSM did wipe Twisted Minds, but if Twisted Minds had turned around and beat TSM,
they'd be in.
They would be in. They had it in their hands. It wasn't just being completely dunked on. They had to go up against TSM, who has been playing insanely well. Whatever Sparking brought to this team, it has lit them on fire, and this is a renaissance for these boys.
A very equal game coming out for this last one, of course, as you've got a lot of 16-pointers for some of these teams that needed to just solidify themselves in that top 16. And yes, the majority of them will be going to the grand final. We have a banging lineup for the grand final. It's going to feel weird. It's going to feel weird without Twisted Minds, but they didn't do enough on the day.
They didn't.
2 days.
And what I'm kind of excited about, okay, let's move past the depression that Twisted Minds isn't coming in and move to this blows that final wide open.
Absolutely.
There are so many teams that can take this championship. You know, you can stake it on Sonics coming back. You can stake it on Na'Vi. You can stake it on TSM all of a sudden out of nowhere. All Gamers Global, I didn't think they were competitive. Maybe they show up in the final. I'm excited.
Yeah, maybe. We have our MVP for this one, so let's see who it's going to be, as we have Mr. Tiggleton. Okay, rounding things out at the very end. It's been a bit of a quiet day, I suppose, or 2 days for Tig, but he shows up at the very end. Hey.
Yeah, and listen, the stats looked a little underwhelming for Tiggleton and Sonics as a whole, but if you think back on what their path in this game was, they actually didn't have that many teams ahead of them that they needed to fight through. Again, most of the action was happening on the north side and the east, so it's not that they were avoiding fights, they just weren't necessarily given the opportunity to find them. So let's not look at those numbers as some sign that Sonics, while qualifying, might be washed or whatever. They are still going to be a really big threat come tomorrow.
As anything we learned in our region from watching their qualifiers and stuff, if they limp into the final, they tend to do quite well there for some weird reason. So maybe this will give them the kick in the bum they need to spark back up.
Well, Gidia Play of the Day, or Plays of the Day, usually we get here from good old Gidia, as we can take a look at what was going on. If the Panzerfaust ain't in there against the virtus.pro, but at the same time, Possa with that spray was insane against Sonics, and this was early in the day, so I was concerned for Sonics.
And then you get over to Sparking with the Groza. Groza wins games, and in Sparking's hands, it's absolutely bananas.
Man, so this is the exact same bridge that Panzer played earlier this very game. This bridge is one of the hardest bridges to cross if a competent team is actually holding that compound, and Danawa is showing us why.
Where's my Panzer?
And it didn't make it.
Well, we got to watch it in slow-mo multiple times throughout the day. So
maybe that's why it didn't
again,
make
I can get the telestrator. Pull it up again.
Bang. Fun times. There you go. All right, well, that is how things sit here today. I am shocked. I am aghast. I am taken away. I am mind blown.
I think it's pretty safe to say that of the group stages we've had for a while, this has had some of the most interesting moments in it and surprise results. I can absolutely say that beyond the shadow of a doubt. The team's coming out on top, the team's getting eliminated. The way that we got there, it's been quite the journey.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As you say, looking at how these 16 teams kind of shape up into this grand final, we have never had a finals busted open for anybody to be able to take this from any region at all. You've got Southeast Asia looking fantastic. You've got South Korea looking good up towards the top. North America, I was about to say North America, but it technically is North America only, as unfortunately Lunar Galaxy doesn't really make it. You guys are also in there. EMEA. Any region, any team can take this one, Cameron.
Yeah, what I really want to know, and I'm going to go immediately back and join all those Discords again just to check to see what the teams are claiming as their drop spot, because we don't have that long before the next day starts, and now that we know who the top 16 are, you can make some decisions. Power Grid is free. Other Prison Mines locations are free. And I don't, across all the maps, I don't know if those are necessarily places that teams would be. I mean, Rondo is contested.
Petrichor will be moving into Power Grid, I assume.
Yeah, actually, quite possible.
But no, I think it's setting us up for what will be a very unique event, especially because the turnaround time is so low for a lot of these teams. Normally they go and they celebrate. Right now they are literally headed back to their hotels, probably already making discussions because they need to get to sleep about, are we doing VOD reviews? Like they have to, that's a question they have to ask themselves. Normally I'd go back and maybe watch the games from today and figure out what we need to adjust. There's no time for that.
Well, guys, the Kings have been toppled.
Yes, they have.
Twisted Minds will not be in the grand final, but we have 16 teams staring down the barrel, looking at that gauntlet and saying that they can become the champions here at the Esports World Cup. That does it for the group stage. We now know which 16 teams will be competing to become the champion and which will be competing to go for $700,000 for first place. Join us tomorrow. It's going to be groundbreaking as we get the grand finals underway.
Ready, set, go.
Hello, PUBG fans. Or, I suppose in this case, PUBG clans. Because this month is all about giving you new tools to rally your clanmates so you can rise together and survive together. Starting with Update 31.1, you'll have access to clan missions, a new clan supply airplane, clan tokens to purchase rewards from a new shop, and other clan exclusive rewards. You'll start by ranking up the new clan supply airplanes class as your clan completes clan challenges together. You'll have a full week to complete challenges once they appear. Planes downgrade a bit each week, so make sure you're always contributing to keep them in top shape. As your clan upgrades your airplane, your clanmates will earn better rewards for opening the clan loot caches they earn by completing clan member missions. Rank it up and rake it in. We'll also be running clan mission events throughout the month, with ways to earn other cool rewards. Finally, in August, we'll be running the PUBG Clan Cup Summer 2024. This regional tournament is your clan's chance to shine above all others and earn some great rewards. More info about what to expect from the PUBG Clan Cup will be coming out soon, so keep your eye out for more details. Full details on all the Clan Month features can be found in the Update 31.1 patch notes and on the official website. Summer is heating up, so remember, the clan that burns together, earns together. Complete missions, rank up your supply airplane, earn cool stuff, and show the rest of your region what your clan is made of. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.